Chapter 16 58 Seeker. The crisis here had been resolved. However, the battlefield was still chaotic. The various renhuangs were scattered across different battles. The entire city of the ruins was enveloped in a terrifying storm. The crowd standing over here could clearly sense the intensity of the storm. At this moment, the cultivators of the various forces had different expressions. All of them were having different thoughts. The cultivators of Shen clan had been watching from the side all this while. They had not expected that Futian actually took advantage of the situation and resolved this crisis. They initially believed that even they could seize a few ritual implements from Futian. However, from the looks of it now, it would be impossible. Futian had clearly sought help from Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan. Their Shen clan couldn't step out and object at this moment. The overall situation was set. There was no need for them to offend Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan. If their Shen clan truly wanted to deal with Futian, there was no place in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path that Futian could run to that they could not also reach. It was just that they did not plan to do so. Right at that moment, beams of spatial divine light shone down from the sky. Endless golden light rained down from above. The next moment, figures descended from the heavens above and stood high up in the sky. Among this group of people, every single one of them was in existence at the Renhuan Plain. Their auras were frightening. The aura of their leader was even more unfathomable. "Greetings, envoys of the Emperor," many people said as they saluted with their fists. The group that had arrived were members of the Central Emperor Realm's empty Imperial Palace. The Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace lifted his head and looked around in the sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate the endless space. He saw the battle between Lord Taishian and the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation. The Palace Lord merely said, "Gait Sung, that's enough." The Palace Lord's voice immediately pierced the heavens. The dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation, who was battling fiercely with Lord Taishian in the sky, cast a glance down below. Gait Sung was the name of the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation. The dynastic overlord glanced at Lord Taishian. He never imagined that Lord Taishuan's mastery of the Song of the Lost Divine was so powerful. In this battle, Lord Taishian had completely withstood against his attacks. Buzz. Golden divine light flew down below. Gait Sung did not continue fighting. Very quickly, he appeared in the city of the ruins below. His gaze turned towards the envoys of Empty Imperial Palace. Empty Imperial Palace was under the direct command of Dongwang the Great. They were known as the envoys of the Emperor. They were the overseers of the world. They rarely intervened in the affairs of the outside world, and only appeared during special occasions. No one dared to humiliate Empty Imperial Palace. Even the forces that stood at the peak of the Central Emperor Realm did not dare to offend Empty Imperial Palace. A senior of Gait Sung served directly under Dongwang the Great. He was in existence at the level of a divine general. His senior knew the Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace. Hence, Gait Sung also knew the Palace Lord, and both sides had dealings before. Dongwang the Great established a law for God's relic to open once every 50 years. The Palace Lord said. It is an opportunity for the various forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to seek fateful encounters. It is a chance for the true proud sons of heaven to advance even further. It is not for you all to pillage and massacre each other. This time, Gait Sung, you have overstepped your boundaries. The Palace Lord's words caused Gait Sung's expression to change slightly. Based on what Gait Sung knew, every time the trip to God's relic ended, conflict would surely erupt. There had never been a time where things ended peacefully. All these years, the Empty Imperial Palace had not even participated before, let alone the Palace Lord of the Empty Imperial Palace personally coming over. Why now? This time, it is the first time since the opening of God's relic that the Emperor's relic has been cracked. The Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace continued. Since they have had such a fateful encounter, in the future they will all have the chances to be figures at the peak of their realms. Gait Sung, heed my advice and give up on your agenda. He wanted the Golden Divine Nation's dynastic overlord to stop here. The cultivators around the area all revealed strange expressions. As expected, it was because the secret of the god's relic had been cracked. Futian was one of the 10 people who had received the teachings of Dongwang the Great. After Dongwang the Great dominated the world, he had always hoped that all forces would prosper. Based on the information that they had heard, the rise of Tianshan Academy, which became the greatest academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, was the doing of Dongwang the Great. He had been controlling things from behind the scenes. Futian had a great fateful encounter in God's relic and had also forged a flawless divine wheel. Hence, even the cultivators of empty imperial palace had appeared to protect him and to force the golden divine nation to cease their actions. Even Futian himself had not imagined that the empty imperial palace would appear. After all, he knew nothing about the empty imperial palace. Then, has my son died in vain? Gaitsung questioned as he looked at the palace lord. The golden divine light on his body shone. His own ability was extraordinary. His brother was a divine general under Dongwang the Great. Standing against the palace lord of empty imperial palace, he still did not lose the majesty of the dynastic overlord of the golden divine nation. Gaitsung. The palace lord frowned as he said, "If you want to act, you can. This is not my responsibility. However, I will be reporting what transpired. When the time comes, if Dongwang the Great questions this incident, you will bear the consequences yourself." Gaitsung's pupils shot out cold golden light that had a sharp aura. He swept a glance over at Futian, his murderous intent ablaze. A junior figure had killed 2 of his heirs. They were his 2 most important heirs. However, the palace lord of empty imperial palace actually came to protect Futian. This made the dynastic overlord of the golden divine nation realize that those who obtained divine items in God's relic would draw the attention of even Dongwang the Great's underlings. If the dynastic overlord killed Futian and Dongwang the Great questioned him, it would most likely be difficult for him to answer as the sovereign of the golden divine nation. This would most likely also get his brother involved as well. When he thought about this, Gaitsung swept a cold stare over at Futian. He then turned around and left. A beam of blinding golden divine light pierced the space. Futian had to close his eyes as it was extremely blinding. When he opened his eyes, Gaitsung's silhouette had already disappeared. He had left angrily. Although he had left, Gaitsung's murderous intent towards Futian was still extremely strong. This matter would most likely not be easily resolved. "Many thanks, senior," Futian said as he bowed slightly at the palace lord of empty imperial palace. The palace lord of empty imperial palace glanced at Futian and nodded his head slightly. He then turned his gaze towards the crowd and said, "You can all disperse now. 50 years later, the god's relic will open once again." God's relic would open again. Many people revealed strange expressions when they heard his words, their minds running wild. Based on what those who had come out from God's relic had said, the relic of Dongwang the Great had already been cracked. What was this about it opening again? What exactly was God's relic? Let's go. Right now, at the other end of the battlefield, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty also issued an order to retreat. With Lord Taixian being present and the dynastic overlord of Golden Divine Nation giving up on the battle, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty did not stand a chance to win. They could only leave. Sky River Great Elder and the cultivators of Do tribe did not pursue after the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, allowing them to leave. With Futian's current influence in the Heavenly Mandate realm, it would most likely be very difficult for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to want to harm Futian in the future. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty realized this problem as well. Futian first came into prominence when they were fighting against each other at the Violet Heavenly Palace. At that time, nobody had predicted that he would grow up so fast. Futian asserted his influence among his peers and had now become the leader of the younger generations of the Heavenly Mandate realm. He had built connections with various forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The dynastic overlord carefully observed everything that happened today. Now Futian had a strong influence over the demon realm of the Heavenly Mandate realm. With the aid of ritual implements owned by Futian, he could lead the demon realm forces to achieve new heights. Of course, the dynastic overlord despised the betrayal of the purple gold rat clan the most. He would surely get even with this group of vermin after they left this place. This incident had come to an end. Futian secretly breathed a sigh of relief as well. Nobody knew that he had received the teachings of the emperor. Before this, he claimed that Dongwang the Great awakened, and various deities bore witness to it, but his words were merely a feint to confuse everyone. Futian had guessed that a fight would ensue due to the palace full of treasures and the identity of people he had offended in the god's relic. However, the incident seemed to be over for now. Many thanks to all the seniors for your assistance. If I have the chance, I will certainly pay you all a visit to show my gratitude, Futian said as he saluted the cultivators of the various forces with his fists. This time around, aside from the various forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Divine Palace, Do Tribe, Yuanyang Clan, Clan of the Seven Slayers, as well as some other forces had also stood beside him. He would remember this debt of gratitude. What do you plan to do next? Lord Taishan asked. I will first head over to Tianshan Academy to train for a while. Once my plane is stable, I will return to the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Futian replied. After that, he had a few matters that he still needed to attend to. The first was to train and let this turmoil gradually subside and fade into oblivion. The second was to wait. He had to wait for the members of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to appear and regroup to re-establish the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Of course, after these two matters he still had a few more that he truly wanted to attend to. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Jiyu, and Master Xiang Mang, since you are in the Central Emperor Realm now, you should stay and follow Futian to Tianshan Academy. You can broaden your horizons, a senior of Divine Elephants said to Xiang Mang. The senior intended to leave his junior with Futian. All right. Xiang Mang nodded in agreement. Oh, I need to apologize for something. Futian spoke up. I have accidentally merged 10,000 bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor into my Divine Wheel. However, I will compensate your force with another ritual implement. It's fine. The cultivators of Divine Elephants were not too concerned about it. Right now, the importance of 10,000 bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor had diminished. Longqin, you should also go train in Tianshan Academy for a while. Try to prove your way as soon as possible, a cultivator of the Dragon Gods ordered. Jun! Gao Huang! One by one, cultivators called out the names of their juniors, planning to leave them behind to train in the Central Emperor Realm. Futian had also thought of this situation before. Hence, he had told the cultivators of Tianshan Academy that he would bring along a few friends to train in Tianshan Academy. It was a rare opportunity. First, he could train to improve his ability. Secondly, he could reinforce his influence in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. He could even gain control over the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm. If a cultivator did not have a force of his own, he would be at the mercy of others everywhere he went. Kong Xian, you should catch up on your cultivation as well. From now on, you will follow Futian for training, Demon Peacock Emperor said. Futian, I will leave Kong Xian to you. Please take care of her. A glint of embarrassment flashed past Futian's eyes. Demon Peacock Emperor's words sounded a little like, however, he was indebted to the Demon Peacock Emperor because of the previous battle at Dali Dynasty, and the incident regarding Little Condor. Therefore, Futian naturally could not reject his request. At the same time, Emperor Xia, who was standing beside Demon Peacock Emperor, glanced at the latter. Was Demon Peacock Emperor snatching his line? Qingyuan, you should pay more attention to your matter with Futian. From now on, when I am not by your side, Futian will take good care of you, Emperor Xia announced after glaring at Demon Peacock Emperor. Speechless, Xia Qingyuan stared at her father. What kind of matter did she have with Futian? Futian, who was standing at a side, kept quiet and stayed out of this conversation. Your Highness, I also want to pay a visit to Tianshan Academy, Qin, he said to Brahma's Pure Sky Empress in another area. The Empress looked at her, and then glanced towards Futian. Right at that moment, Futian was also similarly looking at her. Brahma's Pure Sky Empress was still an unparalleled beauty. She was like a goddess. You will not, she rejected. Qin He's expression froze. She did not understand why. Empress, since Goddess Qin wants to go, why stop her? Yi Futian asked. Could it be that this empress had a vendetta against him? He had a growing suspicion that this empress was hiding something regarding Jieyu from him. Qin He looked towards the empress. Let's return now, the empress ordered with a harsh tone. She had no intention of letting Qin He stay. When we were in God's relic, I joined forces with Goddess Qin, so I still owe her 2 ritual implements. When I return to the heavenly mandate realm, I will go personally to visit Brahma's pure sky, Yi Futian said. The empress left without responding to him. Yi Futian watched the silhouette leave. He was even more certain about some things. Chapter 1659 Settling Down. After everything was settled, Yi Futian looked at Lord Taishian and said, Lord Taishian, I will go directly to Tianshan Academy for training now. Yi Futian did not say any words of appreciation. The things that Lord Taishian had done for him could not be summarized with just a few words of gratitude. Back when Lord Taishian broke through the plane, he once mentioned that his heavenly path was flawed, and he could not become the way. Yi Futian hoped that one day, he would be capable of assisting Lord Taishian in overcoming this bottleneck. Since there are seniors of Tianshan Academy around to lead you there, I will not send you off, Lord Taishian replied while smiling. Okay. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He took out a storage ring and handed it over to Lord Taishian, saying, I have prepared this for Taishian Mountain. String Emperor and House Master will benefit from it too. This little fellow sure is sincere. Empress Yen, who was beside him, smiled slightly and said, I did not send you up Taishian Mountain in vain. This little fellow was developing very rapidly. He could already kill Gai Jiotian alone. Even she was no longer a match for Yi Futian. This combat power was indeed somewhat frightening. Yi Futian had just reached the Renhuang Plain and could already kill Gai Jiotian. This also seemed to not be his full strength. She was a little curious as to the limits of Yi Futian's current combat ability. All right. I will keep this. Lord Taishian nodded. It is said that Yi Futian had obtained a treasure trove worth of ritual implements, so Lord Taishian did not need to be courteous when receiving Yi Futian's gift. The 4 disciples of Lord Taishian could indeed benefit from the ritual implements. Since Yi Futian gave the storage ring to Lord Taishian sincerely, the latter would not reject the gift. Grand Master, do you need any ritual implements? Yi Futian transmitted his thoughts to Sky River Great Elder, who was beside him. Yi Futian did not know what type of ritual implement was suitable for the Grand Master, hence he had transmitted his thoughts to ask him. I do not need any. Sky River Great Elder transmitted back to Yi Futian. He said, Train hard in Tianshan Academy. Yi Futian's approach was very clever. Once he entered Tianshan Academy, he would be very safe for the time being. It was far safer than being in the Tianhe realm. Even if Shen clan discovered anything, they could not attack Yi Futian while he was at Tianshan Academy. Grand Master, Yi Futian still wanted to say something. Train longer. Strengthen your plane. Sky River Great Elder interrupted Yi Futian. Then, he looked at Lord Taishian. Let's go. All right. Lord Taishian nodded. He turned to the cultivators of Taishian Mountain and said, Let's head back. String Emperor, Empress Yen as well as the disciples of Taishian Mountain all glanced at Yi Futian. Empress Yen smiled and said, I will be waiting for your return to Taishian Mountain. As she said this, their group waved goodbye and left, free and easy. This was the Central Emperor realm. They were returning to the higher heavens realm. In the city of the ruins, people were constantly flying up into the sky and leaving. However, the members of the top forces of the other realms left behind their monstrous juniors as well as some Renhuang cultivators as bodyguards. They were prepared to let their juniors head over to Tianshan Academy to train for a while. Emperor Nan and Empress Luo also brought Nan Luoshan up onto their carriage in the sky. Senior, what about the ritual implement? Yi Futian shouted at Emperor Nan through a secret sound transmission. Luoshan will head to Tianshan Academy soon. You can pass it to her then. Emperor Nan responded. His carriage traversed the space and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Futian looked at the remaining people. He secretly transmitted a message to each and every one of them. Since everyone was heading to Tianshan Academy, it would be easier for him to hand over the ritual implements to them when they were at Tianshan Academy. He felt no regrets or reluctance about giving away the ritual implements to others. Right now, the things he had the most were ritual implements. It did not bother him to give out a few. It would be beneficial for Futian should these forces become stronger. In contrast, those forces which intended to snatch his ritual implements earlier would feel very uneasy when they knew about his generosity. Let's also head out. A cultivator from Tianshan Academy said. We will be in your care, senior. Futian said as he bowed slightly. Then, the group stepped out and headed off into the void. The various forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm saw the cultivators of Tianshan Academy leave. Who knew what the future had in store for them? Let us head back. The cultivators of the various forces returned to their own realms. Not long after, the cultivators in the City of the Ruins all left. It once again returned to being a land of decrepit ruins. It was as though everything that had happened before had all been just a dream. Tianshan Academy was situated in the most prosperous region in the east of the Central Emperor Realm, Dongxing State. In Dongxing State, there were countless magnificent cities and millions upon millions of citizens. There were innumerable cultivators and many extremely prosperous ancient clans as well as dominant forces. They made up one of the most prosperous regions of the Central Emperor Realm. It could even be said that this place was not just the most prosperous region in the Central Emperor Realm. Even among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, this region could be considered one of the most powerful regions. The elite figures that cultivated until they reached the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would eventually end up gathering in this place. The most famous academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Tianshan Academy, was located in the central region of Dongxing State. Tianshan Academy was surrounded by majestic cities. Tianshan Academy itself was so enormous that it could be considered a city on its own. It stretched for miles without any end in sight. Right now, Futian's group was traversing over a city. His gaze glanced downwards. It was bustling with activity down below. This is where the outer sect disciples of Tianshan Academy train. Of course, there are also cultivators from various other forces. This place is not off-limits to outsiders. Anyone may enter here. Jian Qingzhu explained beside Futian. This group of people had come here together and got to know each other along the way. Jian Qingzhu was also very curious about this cultivator, who had also opened the door of the relic and forged a flawless divine will like he had. He also bore no animosity towards Futian. Jian Qingzhu himself was a person who had extreme self-confidence. He was personally very happy to see Futian and the other monstrous figures coming to Tianshan Academy together to train. Wasn't it more interesting for a lot of top figures to cultivate together? Does Tianshan Academy have a lot of outer sect disciples? Futian asked. Many. Jian Qingzhu nodded. He continued saying, people from various corners of the world come to seek the way at Tianshan Academy. With the exception of those outstanding figures, most people start cultivating as outer sect disciples. They will train step by step, and only the really talented ones who pass the final selection can enter Tianshan Academy. Moreover, everyone who comes to seek the way starts at a different plane. Some of them are very young and are at a low plane, but those who have exceptional talent are recruited as outer sect disciples. When they grow up, they will finally become members of Tianshan Academy. Of course, teachers who teach the way are actually cultivators of Tianshan Academy too. For example, since I am a Rehuang now, I can teach here as well. Understood. Futian nodded in realization. According to what Jian Qingzhu said, outer sect disciples were actually not counted as cultivators of Tianshan Academy. Outer sect disciples existed because Tianshan Academy spread the teachings of Wei indiscriminately to all who wanted to learn, so they needed a title to group everyone. Tianshan Academy would later choose their official disciples from these outer sect disciples. Many popular training spots practiced this model. Even Divine Palace used this method, but there were some differences in the details. We have arrived, Jian Qingzhu said as he looked in front of them. Futian gazed in front of them. He saw that there was actually a sky stairwell that measured 10,000 zhang extending upwards to the sky from the ground. It seemed to reach the clouds in the sky above. He could faintly make out a gate in the sky. Down below, many people were looking up into the sky. Brother Jian has returned from the god's relic. I wonder what he encountered. I guess he has surely proven his way and broken through to the Renhuang plain. Someone said. Many people put on envious gazes. They looked at Jian Qizhu and the others as they traversed in midair and landed on the sky stairwell directly. They stood before Heaven's Gate. Tianshan Academy. Futian stood at the stairs, which were 10,000 zhang tall. The gate contained a very strong space will of the way. There were veins of the great path on the gate, as though it was a grand matrix. When the cultivators of Tianshan Academy arrived, the veins on the gate changed continuously. Then, the veins turned transparent, and the cultivators of Tianshan Academy entered the gate directly. Futian followed behind them, and he could immediately sense the world on the other side of the gate. Inside and outside of the gate were completely different spaces. The inside of the gate had extremely rich worldly spiritual qi. A mere breath was enough for one to sense the endless spiritual qi as well as the aura of the great path. Among the mist, towering mountains stood tall, as though this place was a fairyland. The group continued forward. Futian discovered that Tianshan Academy was like a dimension of its own. There were many palaces here. They were all training grounds for members of Tianshan Academy. There were also many suitable spots for training. I will give the order for someone to bring you all to choose a spot to train. You all can focus on training there. The elder from Tianshan Academy said to Futian and the others. Thank you, but I will have to decline your invitation. Futian said. I am not a disciple of Tianshan Academy. It would naturally be inappropriate for me to occupy a training ground in Tianshan Academy. I will train in the outside world. I only need Senior to grant me permission to freely enter Tianshan Academy, as well as allow me to access the manuscripts in the Academy. He did not want to train here because he felt that it was troublesome. The people here were the core figures of the Academy. There were strong cultivators everywhere. It would most likely be inconvenient for him to do anything. He had also yet to join Tianshan Academy, so it was somewhat inappropriate for him to train inside here. I will also do the same. Cultivators from other forces also said this. All right. Regardless of what your choice is, you can all freely enter Tianshan Academy. The elder from Tianshan Academy replied. He accompanied them along the way as they continued forward. In the ancient palaces below, the wills of many cultivators swept over them. Some smiled and spoke up, their voices directly piercing through the space. Congratulations, younger brother Jian. Younger brother Jian has proven his way. Somebody else said after that. There were even some people who flew over here. Not long after, their group descended onto an area with many ancient palaces. Many people walked over to them. The people here all had extraordinary temperament. The crowd also noticed Futian and the others. They were also curious. Why had Jian Qizhu brought back so many strangers from the god's relic this time? Could it be that they also wanted to join Tianshan Academy to train? Futian, come with me. The elder from Tianshan Academy said to Futian. Futian nodded his head and followed the elder towards a palace hall. The members of the other forces from the outside world immediately understood when they saw this. Futian most likely had made some agreement with the cultivators of Tianshan Academy. Jian Qingzhu and the other cultivators of Tianshan Academy began to chat. Very quickly, the cultivators of Tianshan Academy roughly knew what had transpired in the god's relic. Their gazes turned towards the unfamiliar faces, full of interest. They were actually top figures from other realms? It looked like Tianshan Academy was going to be very lively from now on. Will Nan Luoshan come here? Someone asked. A cultivator who returned from God's relic replied. On top of Nan Luoshan, most likely top figures from other realms will soon come to train at Tianshan Academy as well. This is interesting. The crowd was getting more hyped up. After a while, Futian came out from the palace. The elder appeared beside him, saying, From now on, all of you can come in and out of Tianshan Academy freely. You are permitted to go to any places that nobody is using for training. If you want to train outside, I will have someone prepare accommodation for all of you. Senior, thank you so much, everyone said while bowing to the elder. All right. You are dismissed, the elder concluded with a smile. All of them were top figures from various realms. Naturally, they did not need to be micromanaged. They knew what to do. Please excuse us. One by one, the silhouettes flew onto the sky and left the place. All of them headed towards different directions. Are we really training outside? Dou Zhao asked Futian. The environment here is obviously more suitable for training. Are you too shy to train here? No, I have my own considerations. You can train inside here if you want, Futian replied. I plan to explore inside here. Longchen announced his plan to Futian and the rest. Okay. Everyone should focus on their own training. Futian smiled, and their group once again spread out, moving towards different directions. Even though most of them were cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm, there was no need for them to stick together all the time. Everyone had their own path to pursue. I will stay with you. Dou Zhao still followed after Futian. He was determined to stick around Futian no matter what. All right. It doesn't make any difference anyway. Futian accepted Dou Zhao's decision with a smile. They could move around Tianshan Academy freely anyway. Futian, along with Dou Zhao, Yuxing, Yaya, Xia Qingyuan, Kong Xian, Little Condor, and the Sword Master of Lihin, left Tianshan Academy and settled down in a palace outside. The Sword Master of Lihin had passed down the teachings of Lihin Heaven to other people. Hence, he could focus on comprehending the way now. It was the reason why he had followed Futian to Tianshan Academy. After everything had been settled, Futian planned to train quietly for a period of time. He had proven his way and became a Renhuang in a rush. There were still some things that he had not verified. He intended to continue forging his second and third divine wheel. There were 2 life spirits with him that seemed to be undergoing some changes. Inside and outside of Tianshan Academy, the arrival of Futian and the members of various realms drew a lot of discussion. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, Tianshan Academy would be quite lively. Chapter 1660 Terrifying Visions. After half a month, the cultivators from the various realms slowly grew accustomed to Tianshan Academy. Aside from training by themselves, they would occasionally head over to Tianshan Academy to have discussions about their way with other Renhuangs. Futian was very leisurely. Every day, aside from training, most of his time was spent going in and out of Tianshan Academy. On Daozeng Peak in Tianshan Academy, clouds and mist lingered. There were waterfalls plummeting down from the high peaks, like the Milky Way against the backdrop of the heavens. Above the waterfalls, there was a 33-floor pavilion. Occasionally, there would be people walking about outside of the pavilion, coming in and out of the place. Sometimes, they could even see people coming from different directions through the sky and landing outside of the pavilion. It was as though this was truly the land of fairies. Daozeng Peak was the archive of Tianshan Academy. There were countless cultivation manuscripts here, from the simplest to the most advanced, from the lowest plane to the highest plane. Tianshan Academy's Daozeng Peak was considered a holy archive of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It contained the most manuscripts in the world. Of the 33 floors, the manuscripts in the bottom 22 were allowed to be brought out to the outside world for training. They could even be circulated outside. That meant to say that after the disciples of Tianshan Academy finished cultivating them, they could teach these manuscripts to the outside world. Hence, the law of powers that many people in Dongxing State cultivated originated from Daozeng Peak. One could imagine how significant the existence of Daozeng Peak was. Some of the top figures of Tianshan Academy also created new law powers that would be stored within Daozeng Peak. I have heard that Elder Brother Jian placed the manuscripts that he obtained from the God's Relic in Daozeng Pavilion. Those manuscripts were part of Dong Wang the Great's personal collection, someone said. At this moment, a group of youths outside the pavilion was walking into the building. The temperament of this group of people was extraordinary. They were all disciples of Tianshan Academy. The manuscripts were from all sorts of genres and were stored on different levels. Some manuscripts were even stored on the 33rd floor, another person said as he smiled. No wonder Elder Brother Jian managed to forge a flawless divine wheel and prove his way. Even his generosity is awe-inspiring. The group was calm and cool as they talked about Jian Qi Zhu. This time, when the God's relic opened, I heard there were many proud sons of heaven who entered it. Now, the proud sons of heaven from various realms are also training in Tianxin Academy. However, in my opinion, even if they train here, Elder Brother Jian is a legendary figure among our generation. The only ones who might be able to contend with Elder Brother Jian are Shen Hao from Shen Clan as well as that princess from the Nantian Divine Kingdom. These three were the members of the top forces of the Central Emperor realm. The members from the various realms also cannot be underestimated. Rumor has it that 10 of them forged flawless divine wheels. After emerging from God's relic, the disciple of Sky River Great Elder Yi Futian also displayed extremely powerful ability. Another person to the side said, "We are not underestimating them. Those who managed to forge flawless divine wheels were originally legendary figures among a generation. We have yet to even prove our ways. How are we qualified to look down on them? We are merely having a discussion and are comparing them to Elder Brother Jian. I still believe that Elder Brother Jian is the best in the world," yet another person said with a smile. They nodded their heads and walked into Daozeng Pavilion. The 30th floor of Daozeng Pavilion was a place that only disciples of Tianxin Academy could step foot on. However, right now, Yi Futian was also in this place. Yi Futian had spent 10 ritual implements to enter Tianxin Academy to train. He had negotiated so that he and his friends could study the manuscripts in Tianxin Academy like ordinary disciples of Tianxin Academy. Hence, it was not just him. The sword master of Lihan, Jiaya, and the others were also in Daozeng Pavilion. Even though the sword master of Lihan had forged a flawless divine wheel, he still lacked law powers to match it. This place was very suitable for the sword master of Lihan to find some. After entering, Yi Futian also discovered that Daozeng Pavilion had rich resources for training. The price of 10 ritual implements was truly not considered a loss. After all, it depended on what one needed. For Yi Futian, he had too many ritual implements. Using them to exchange for useful things was naturally not considered a loss. Right now, Yi Futian opened a black manuscript in his hands. On it, the characters "Eye of the Reaper" were carved. Eye of the Reaper. Yi Futian felt his heart tremble. It was such an overbearing name. He opened the manuscript. The black book seemed to form a connection with him, as though an eye was staring back at him. Yi Futian's divine spirit entered into the book. The next moment, he felt the entire world change, and he was thrust into endless darkness. A terrifying will of death enveloped his own will and invaded his mind. Inadvertently, an aura of death appeared on his body. It was as though he was seeing the silhouette of the Reaper. After a short while, Yi Futian's divine spirit emerged from the manuscript. The black book in his hands was still normal, and did not appear to be anything special. However, there was new information within his mind. The most advanced cultivation methods required the practitioner to engrave the method with their own divine spirit in order to pass it on. These law powers could not be inherited through writing. It was very overbearing. Yi Futian thought to himself. He naturally could cultivate this Eye of the Reaper. However, it was not outstanding enough. In reality, with his current cultivation method, even those very powerful law powers were of little importance to him. He sought law powers, but not with the intention of only mastering the attacks. Infinite excision. Yi Futian continued to flip through the manuscripts beside him and tried to comprehend the content. If anyone paid attention to him, they would notice that Yi Futian was focusing on manuscripts related to spirit elemental and eye sorcery. Yi Futian glanced through many other manuscripts before he left the place. After he left Tianxin Academy, he returned to a palace outside of the academy. He arrived at a training hall. Yi Futian sat cross-legged in the training hall. In his life palace, an alarming storm was raging. There was a pair of eyes in the storm. It was a life spirit. The eyes of the storm. This was originally not a life spirit that Yi Futian owned, it was given to him by Emperor Yi Qing. At the moment, the eyes of the storm were extremely terrifying. The storm that it initiated engulfed the will and its surroundings frenziedly, as though it was a black hole. Every strand of it contained the domineering will of the Great Path. Moreover, it grew larger and larger, seemingly wanting to swallow the entire space. This kind of situation had never occurred before. Apart from using this life spirit to tame beasts, Yi Futian seldom used it. It could strengthen his willpower too. However, it was not a method that he trained in, after all. Since it had been given to him directly, it did not match perfectly with him. Another thing that was undergoing transformation was Yi Futian's natal spirit, the World Tree. The World Tree had not been calm recently. Terrifying will seeped out of it continuously. Yi Futian was unsure of whether this abnormality was induced by the teachings that he had inherited from the Heavenly Palace, or by his breakthrough to the Renhuang Plane. Perhaps both reasons played a role in causing the abnormality. Rumble. The life spirit of Eyes of the Storm blossomed. Suddenly, two beams of unparalleled, intense, divine light shot out from his pupils. The light contained very domineering willpower, and their gravity was as strong as that of a black hole. In an instant, will from all around billowed and gushed towards Yi Futian's body. It formed a terrifying storm of the Great Path with Yi Futian at the center of the storm. His eyes were seemingly everywhere. Even though he was sitting here, he could see everything in the world clearly. He saw countless people cultivating outside of Tianshan Academy. In his body, there was another powerful will rushing towards his pupils. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard. Yi Futian's eyes were undergoing the baptism of the Great Path. Before he became a Renhuang, he had practiced the body of the Great Path before. Now, he was using the will to refine his pair of eyes. He was refining his pupils. For the past few days he had been searching for related manuscripts at Daozeng Peak. Some of the manuscripts were training diaries written by cultivators, while some were techniques for meditation. All his preparation was for this moment. The area outside of Yi Futian's palace was a training ground for outer sect disciples of Tianshan Academy. People from other realms were cultivating here too. Right now, many people looked in the direction of the palace. A terrifying tornado hung down from the sky. It was a storm of the Great Path. This storm of the Great Path covered almost the entire sky above the palace. It spun downwards furiously. Horrifying rumbles could be heard too. It was impossible for others to not notice these terrifying visions. Someone seemed to be breaking through to the next plane. Many cultivators flew up to the sky and looked in the direction where the visions occurred. I heard that the party of Yi Futian, the disciple of Sky River Great Elder, is training over there. Is one of his friends advancing to the next plane? It is causing quite a commotion, someone muttered. Many cultivators here had witnessed others becoming Renhuangs before. Divine visions would take place while the Great Path surged into the body of the cultivator, forging the divine wheel of the Great Path. After one succeeded in becoming a Renhuang, they would shine as bright as the moon and the stars. They would enjoy longevity with the heavens and earth. It seems like Yi Futian himself is causing these visions, someone commented. Yi Futian? Hasn't he already broken through to the Renhuang plane and proven his way? Another person asked quizzically. Perhaps he is forging a second divine wheel. The person who commented just now spoke again. A lot of people narrowed their eyes when they heard this. Rumor has it that the divine wheel that Yi Futian had forged was a perfect one. How would his second divine wheel be? Previously, he had advanced to the next plane in God's relic and forged a perfect divine wheel with the help of a fateful encounter. If he was forging a second divine wheel now, would it still be a perfect one? The onlookers knew that many monstrous figures would not be satisfied with forging just a single divine wheel. However, it was definitely rare to encounter one with two perfect divine wheels. They had never heard of any success stories before. The visions lasted for a long time, and it was still ongoing. This caused the crowd to reveal strange expressions. The terrifying visions in the sky intensified. How long was it going to take for Yi Futian to forge a divine wheel? Could it be that he was really forging a second perfect divine wheel of the Great Path? More and more cultivators gathered around this place. Even those who were far away rushed over. They could see these abnormal visions from miles away. "How long has it been?" someone asked. "It has been 2 hours. The visions show no signs of disappearing." What the crowd did not know was that Futian was not only forging a divine wheel, he was also attempting to merge his law power into his divine wheel. This was the life spirit given to him by Emperor Yiqing, but now he intended to refine it into his divine wheel. Since he was going to do so, then he should refine it into a unique ability of his own from now on. Many images flashed past in Futian's mind. The law powers he saw at Daozheng Peak of Tianshan Academy, the techniques he used when he was training in the past, the scene at the God's Relic where he refined the spatial divine orb. One by one, these images played out in his mind. His body entered into a marvelous state. He had forgotten himself. He had no intention of hiding the terrifying visions that he caused. This was also the reason why he chose not to train inside of Tianshan Academy. He was worried that he would stir up a commotion, and the top figures in Tianshan Academy would detect what he was up to. Even though Futian training outside might still attract the attention of some people from Tianshan Academy, it was relatively safer. His training lasted for a whole day. More and more cultivators of Tianshan Academy walked out from the gate and stood at the sky stairwell. All of them stared at the direction where Futian was training. Those who were in Tianshan Academy stared towards where Futian was as well. Slowly, they got a little numb from waiting. What kind of divine wheel of the Great Path was Futian forging? Chapter 1661 Presumptuous Thoughts. 3 days later, the divine visions subsided. The palace regained its silence. The sky stretched for miles without any clouds. The sky was clear, as though nothing had happened before. However, the areas around the palace were packed with people. Many cultivators stood at the top of buildings as they stared wide-eyed in the direction where Futian's palace was. It was as though the palace was being surrounded. Many cultivators were observing it. In the distance, a group of cultivators of Tianshan Academy was standing at the sky stairwell. All of them looked in the direction of the palace. There were even Renhuangs among them. If someone is proving their way and advancing to the Renhuang Plain, 3 days is considered a short amount of time. However, this is my first time encountering someone who caused divine visions for 3 days just to forge a divine wheel. Someone mumbled. Even though there were not many cultivators at the Renhuang Plain in all the realms, Tianshan Academy was no ordinary place. The cultivators here witnessed quite a few breakthroughs every year. Most of the disciples around looked at an elder of Tianshan Academy. The elder pondered for a while, then he said, "I received news that when Futian was at Daozheng Peak, he read a lot of manuscripts about methods. It seems like he is applying what he has learned in forging the divine wheel of the Great Path. I guess he does not want to forge a simple divine wheel. Instead, he is merging some cultivation methods into it. It will cause his divine wheel itself to contain very formidable destructive power. This process of merging has lasted for 3 days. He has combined the entire merging process with the forging of the divine wheel of the Great Path. Therefore, it has caused continual divine visions to occur." The elder explained. Everyone around nodded in realization. This explanation was logical, but it was still rare for this situation to occur. This fellow indeed had a bizarre training method. He was actually comprehending the way while forging the divine wheel, inducing continual divine visions. "I wonder what level of divine will has been forged this time," someone said in a low voice. "Is it a flawless divine wheel?" Regardless of what level of divine wheel it is, the opening of God's relic this time has also reminded everyone that many legendary figures will be born from this generation. You all need to train even harder," an elder concluded. Then, he turned and walked towards Tianshan Academy. "Understood." The disciples bowed their heads slightly. They felt pressured, but at the same time, motivated. In the palace, Futian stopped training. Right now, he was surrounded by an extremely powerful will. His eyes seemed to turn golden in color, and contain divine light. The pair of golden eyes even seemed to have swirls in them that kept spiraling inward like golden black holes. The golden eyes slowly closed. When Futian once again opened his eyes, his deep, jet-black eyes returned to normal, as though nothing had occurred. I succeeded, Futian exclaimed internally. Futian, a voice called out. Futian walked out, and he saw a group of people traversing in the sky. They landed at his palace. The leader of the group was none other than the daughter of the leader of Shao clan, Shao Muyu. Goddess Shao. Futian called out to her with a smile. Where are the ritual implements that you promised to give me? Shao Muyu asked without any hesitation. She came over to Tianshan Academy after returning to Shao clan. She never imagined that she would encounter this fellow cause divine visions. What kind of ritual implements does Goddess Shao need? Futian inquired. Show me what you have, and I will pick myself. Cautious, Shao Muyu stared at Futian. This fellow was so cunning. If she let him select the ritual implements for her, wouldn't he just randomly pick a few to deceive her? Goddess Shao, do you not trust me? Futian asked. I do not, Shao Muyu replied decisively. She would not be tricked by this pretty face. All right, Futian said as he smiled bitterly. Goddess Shao, please follow me. As he said this, he led the way. Shao Muyu followed him alone. The two of them reached a training ground inside the palace. Futian's was shifted, and a golden spatial sacred hall immediately flickered into existence, enveloping the two of them inside of it. Goddess, please pick, Futian invited. Are these all the ritual implements that you have? Shao Muyu was somewhat doubtful. Didn't he get a whole palace full of ritual implements? There were only about 20 items left here. Goddess Shao, these ritual implements are not just for you. Prior to this, I have already given out many. I am still a Renhuang, and my character is upright. Would I deceive you? Futian said magnanimously. A righteous person like Futian had only hidden 100 ritual implements from her. Shao Muyu regretted it. She should have picked her items earlier. Futian had asked for the help of many forces, especially Tianshan Academy. He most likely had distributed a large portion of his ritual implements to Tianshan Academy. Clearly, other forces had seized many items too. As for how many ritual implements Futian had given out, it was impossible for anyone to cross-check. He would just keep her guessing. Princess Nanluoshan also needs to select her ritual implement after she arrives. By choosing before her, Goddess Shao still has some options. If you chose after Nanluoshan made her pick, you probably wouldn't have much of a choice, Futian said consolingly as he tried to make Shao Muyu feel better about it. When he put it that way, she seemed to be at a greater advantage compared to Nanluoshan. Shao Muyu's gaze sized up Futian. Why was it that this face seemed to be so deceptive? Futian stared at Shao Muyu with an innocent gaze. I trust that young master you will not be so shameless as to deceive a weak maiden. If you are deceiving me, wouldn't it make you worse than an animal? Shao Muyu said. Futian's heart twitched. Such a mean woman, he actually had no words that he could use to retort. You are right, Futian agreed with a smile. Then I will pick mine. Shao Muyu said nothing more. Even though she was still doubtful, she couldn't possibly force Futian to cough up what he was hiding. She looked at the ritual implements with a serious expression. Now was the crucial period for her to prove her way. Many people had forged perfect divine wheels when they were in God's relic. This had affected her greatly. Naturally, she hoped that she could forge a powerful divine wheel when she was proving her way. I will take these 3. Shao Muyu pointed at 3 ritual implements. All right. Futian nodded and handed the 3 ritual implements over to Shao Muyu. Many thanks to young Master Yi. After Shao Muyu got her ritual implements, she bid him farewell, saying, I will take my leave now. Goddess Shao, may you have a safe trip. Futian did not keep her around. Shao Muyu took a few steps forward. Then, she turned around and asked Futian, speaking of which, what level is the divine wheel that young Master Yi has just forged? It is just an ordinary divine wheel, unworthy to be mentioned. Futian answered humbly. It is not a flawless one. Shao Muyu put on a puzzled look. She inquired in detail. How ordinary is it? It is only slightly stronger than my previous divine wheel. There is only a slight difference in the strength of the two divine wheels, so there is nothing special about it, Futian replied with a smile. Xiaomuyu's face twitched. Goodbye. Xiaomuyu turned around and left. As expected, his divine wheel was very ordinary. Xiaomuyu was even more certain that this *** was hiding many ritual implements from her. Futian was a shameless lowlife. Finally, I can relax, Futian mumbled in relief as he watched Xiaomuyu leave. She actually mumbled that he was a lowlife? After Xiaomuyu left, Futian immediately sat within the spatial sacred hall. The spatial sacred hall kept expanding. Countless spatial lines crisscrossed each other. They formed doors of space that immediately sealed off this space. Not only did they block off other people's field of vision, but their divine spirits also could not invade this space. The space was completely segregated from the outside world. Futian waved his hand, and all the ritual implements instantly moved to one side. A huge empty space appeared in the center of the sacred hall. Futian sat down cross-legged. With a flash of his will, a divine tree suddenly appeared in the middle of the spatial sacred hall. Its radiation enveloped the entire space, blinding everything around. Terrifying will seeped out from the world tree. The will was so powerful, Futian sensed that there was something unique about the will. It seemed to be different from all the other will in the heavens and earth. When he was proving his way, he consumed the great worldly path in order to forge the divine wheel of the great path. After he had proven his way, the world tree went through some changes as well. It gave Futian a feeling that he actually did not need to forge a divine wheel. This tree itself was more powerful than the divine wheel that he forged. A rustling could be heard. The world tree was transforming. It instantly became an ancient fiery red tree. Each leaf on it was scorching hot, as though they were on fire. However, the next instant, they became cold as ice, and each leaf was covered with frightening frost. After that, each leaf became extremely sharp, as though they contained invincible sharp swords. Futian extended his hand, and a leaf landed in his palm. His hand swiped past, and the leaves were slashed apart. A beam of brilliant sword flash immediately lit up. The world tree could refine the ways of the world and incorporate them into its own way. Before this, when Futian was in the ancestral lands of Divine Palace, he was already confident that his way was flawless. Right now, that confidence was even stronger. When he thought about it now, why was it that his way was flawless? What was the difference between different ways? What differed between a flawless divine wheel and an ordinary divine wheel? Why was it that in some extraordinary secret zones like the ancestral lands of Divine Palace and God's Relic, there was the chance of forging a flawless divine wheel? After pondering on these questions for a while, Futian got up, and a door opened in the spatial sacred hall. He immediately walked out. Not long after, Futian and the Sword Master of Lihan entered into the spatial sacred hall together. The door of space closed once again. Sword Master of Lihan, what are your thoughts on the issues I told you about before? Futian asked. You mean regarding the fact that the heavenly path is flawed and whether or not it is impossible for current-day cultivators in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to forge flawless ways? The Sword Master of Lihan guessed. It seems possible in some secret zones. I was also thinking the same thing. Sword Master of Lihan, can you test the difference of our ways with me? Futian asked. Sure. The Sword Master of Lihan nodded. Rumble. A powerful aura radiated, and countless Guqin strings seemed to appear around them. Futian's divine will burst forth, and Guqin strings were everywhere. Sword will burst forth from the body of the Sword Master of Lihan at the same time, and resisted this power. What do you notice? Futian asked. Our ways are similar, the Sword Master of Lihan answered. Both of them had perfect divine wheels. As soon as he finished speaking, a more dazzling divine light shone. Visions appeared in the space. Twilight enveloped this endless space. The might of Futian's divine will grew stronger. The Sword Master of Lihan could sense that he was being slightly suppressed. How about now? Futian asked again. Your way has a unique style. I feel slightly suppressed. The Sword Master of Lihan was shocked. The level of Yi Futian's divine will was higher than the perfect level? Yi Futian said nothing. Suddenly, countless vines appeared in the spatial sacred hall. The vines spread and filled the entire space, enveloping the sword master of Lihin in them. The leaves rustled as though they were sharp swords. The sword master of Lihin felt his heart tremble. He could sense a flowing sword will that completely suppressed his own sword will. Your way is unique, the sword master of Lihin said. Yi Futian narrowed his eyes, saying, Sword master of Lihin, try absorbing the will. Okay. The sword master of Lihin nodded. Then, he absorbed the will emanated by the leaves and merged it into his body. Yours is also sword will like mine. But for some reason, it is different. It seems to be purer. I don't know how to explain this, the sword master of Lihin said while his heart trembled in shock. This feeling is somewhat similar to what I felt when I received the swordsmanship in Sword City, but it is different in some aspects. Yi Futian nodded his head. With just a thought, everything disappeared without a trace. However, he felt extremely uneasy inside. The ancestral lands of Divine Palace had a stone tablet. The god's relic itself was an extraordinary space. At that moment, he suddenly had a very presumptuous thought. Chapter 1662 Verification. Yi Futian's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He thought of something related to the ancestral lands of Divine Palace and God's relic. He recalled the conversation he had with the mysterious cultivator of Divine Palace when he was in the ancestral lands of Divine Palace. Since Divine Palace had the ancestral lands, a place where it was possible to forge flawless divine wheels, then it meant that other top forces might also have places or divine items which served a similar function like the ancestral lands of Divine Palace. At the very least, it was highly possible for the few top forces of the Central Emperor realm to have such places or items. However, the existence of such places or items would most likely be top secret, guarded by the various forces. Yi Futian recalled another incident too. Back when Shen Clan was hunting master for that divine item, Yi Futian saw the divine item in Fei Xue's body. He had always thought that his life spirit, the world tree, suppressed the divine item and healed Fei Xue. Besides that, he sensed a similar aura at that time. Now that he thought about it, could it mean that Fei Xue had inherited that divine item, so it was highly possible that she could naturally forge a flawless divine wheel. According to Grandmaster, the divine item had always been inherited by the successors appointed by Shen Clan. The successor prior to Fei Xue was Masteress. Grandmaster's wife was very likely also an owner of a flawless divine wheel. When Yi Futian thought of this, his heart quivered. His inference verified something. The world tree was an ultra-powerful life spirit similar to divine items. In that case, would the world tree have a similar function as that of the ancestral lands of Divine Palace and God's relic? My way is unique, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. He could also sense that his life spirit, the world tree, was unique. The divine items which contained the will of Dongwang the Great seemed to have such effect as well. He could transform his life spirit into an independent space and let other cultivators refine his will within his life spirit. If the other cultivators refined Yi Futian's will in his life spirit, would they have a similar experience as that of training in God's relic? Would they have a chance to forge a flawless divine wheel too? Even in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, owners of flawless divine wheels were rare. Only the selected top forces had control over the resources of the relics. Apart from that, other people could only seek their chances in God's relic. Cultivators who wielded flawless divine wheels would surely become the core members of any top force. They had absolute suppression over those cultivators who had flawed divine wheels. This was their natural advantage. Moreover, these flawless divine wheel owners stood a high chance of being at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the future. Under such circumstances, if Yi Futian could build a group of cultivators with flawless divine wheels, what did this mean for the future? It meant that tens of years from now, he could construct the strongest army in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Something was off. Yi Futian suddenly thought of something else, and he frowned slightly. Back then, only Huang Zhong entered the ancestral lands of Divine Palace. He lived up to everyone's expectation and forged a flawless divine wheel. The divine palace had every intention of cultivating more geniuses like Huang Zhong, but even with the help of the ancestral lands of divine palace, the chance of cultivators forging a flawless divine wheel was slim. Hence, the cultivators needed to at least be qualified to enter the ancestral lands of divine palace before they could think about forging a flawless divine wheel. It was the same situation when they were in God's relic. Only a few had succeeded. Even monstrous figures like the seventh slayer of clan of the seven slayers failed. Lian Jiuyo from the clan of the god of ghost failed too. Both of them forged celestial-level divine wheels instead of flawless divine wheels. Top forces like Shen Clan and Tianshan Academy would have this kind of secret zone divine items too. However, Futian had not heard of these forces having many cultivators with flawless divine wheels. This meant that even with the help of the secret realm of the relic, one would need to consider their talents when they wanted to break through the threshold and forge a flawless divine wheel. It was not an easy feat. Futian speculated that in terms of the way, the relic in the ancestral lands of divine palace was most likely less complete than God's relic. God's relic might be the highest-ranked secret zone. One would have the highest chance of forging a flawless divine wheel when they were there. Hence, the opening of God's relic caused all the top figures in the 9 realms to gather. All the monstrous figures wanted to get into God's relic. Then, if he utilized the world tree as a divine item, what result would it produce? Futian's gaze turned towards the Sword Master of Lihin. Sword Master of Lihin, you managed to forge a flawless divine wheel because you destroyed and reconstructed your original one and reforged your swordsmanship? Futian asked. The Sword Master of Lihin nodded his head and said, If I didn't do it that way, I should not have been able to forge a flawless divine wheel. This was crucial. Futian thought to himself. When cultivators trained, they already comprehended the will of the Great Path when they reached the peak of the Saint Plain. They proved their way and became Renhuang in order to reach the core of the way. They would become their way with just a thought and would forge a body of the way and soul of the way. They would shine as bright as the moon and the stars. They would enjoy longevity with the heavens and earth. That meant that in order to forge a flawless divine wheel, the cultivators would need to refine their great path again. What are you thinking about? The Sword Master of Lihin asked Futian. Futian seemed to be pondering on something. I am thinking about some things. However, I still need to verify them, Futian replied. He retracted his aura. The spatial sacred hall then disappeared, and everything returned to normal. I will make a trip to Daozheng Peak, Futian said. Be on your way. The Sword Master of Lihin nodded. Futian got up and left the palace, heading once again to Daozheng Peak. Many people in Tianshan Academy heard about the divine visions that occurred when he was forging his divine wheel. They were even more interested in Futian. This Futian actually came once more to Daozheng Peak. Regardless of how talented he was in his cultivation journey, he was, at the very least, extremely hard-working. Futian spent a few days studying on Daozheng Peak. However, this time was different from the previous one. He kept searching for manuscripts that were related to space, be they cultivation methods or matrix methods. Based on what the members of Tianshan Academy said, they had seen Futian in a daze many times over the last few days. He sat alone in a corner with his eyes closed and deep in thought, as though he had fallen asleep. However, it was obviously impossible that he had actually fallen asleep. They knew that Futian must have had some epiphany and was cultivating. After another few days, Futian left Daozheng Peak. Some people were curious as to what exactly he was doing. After some time, some people claimed that a grand matrix had appeared in Futian's palace. This grand matrix was a matrix that could refine the great path of all things. This type of matrix was not uncommon in Tianshan Academy. Many people would use this type of method to comprehend the power of the great path. Hence, there was nothing strange about it. For a period of time after this, Futian remained cultivating in his palace all the while. He was acting rather mysteriously, but no one disturbed his cultivation. This was also the reason why Futian had come to train in Tianshan Academy. he could truly seclude himself and train for a period of time here. Dou Zhao returned to the palace one day and met Yi Futian. "What's up?" Yi Futian asked when he saw Dou Zhao. "I feel like I am close to experiencing a breakthrough. These past few days, I have been exchanging blows with people at Tianshan Academy. However, very few of them are a match for me. I am a bit disappointed," Dou Zhao ranted. Confused, Yi Futian stared at him. "So, do you want to try fighting against me?" Yi Futian asked as he looked at Dou Zhao. "Get out of here." Dou Zhao's facial expression turned sullen. This fellow was already a Renhuang. Fighting against Yi Futian? Would that be similar to inviting someone to punch him? "I mean, I am close to breaking through to the Renhuang plane. Do you have any divine items from God's relic that I can borrow? I will use it and see whether I can prove my way and forge a flawless divine wheel," Dou Zhao explained to Yi Futian. Yi Futian finally understood Dou Zhao's intention. "As a dignified descendant of fighting God, do you need the assistance of divine items to forge a flawless divine wheel?" Yi Futian asked. Dou Zhao glared at Yi Futian. He actually had no words to refute Yi Futian. What happened to them being sworn brothers? "I will teach you a cultivation method. After you have made some progress with it, you can find me again," Yi Futian said. "Did you get it from God's relic?" Dou Zhao's eyes sparkled. "No. It is a cultivation method of the Tianhe realm. It can aid you to prove your way. After you have mastered it, you can be considered half a disciple of Sky River Temple," Yi Futian explained. "What advantages does it have?" Dou Zhao inquired. A cultivation method of the Tianhe realm? Was it better than the cultivation method of his Dou tribe? "Do you want to learn it or not?" Yi Futian threw a question back at him. Dou Zhao stared at Yi Futian suspiciously. "Do I get a reward from you if I mastered it?" Yi Futian closed his eyes and ignored Dou Zhao. "I will cultivate it," Dou Zhao said. "From now on, I will be a disciple of Sky River Temple. Your teacher is my teacher. We are sworn brothers. Sit properly," Yi Futian ordered. Then, he taught Dou Zhao the deed of thorough comprehension. "Go and practice it on your own," Yi Futian said after he finished teaching. Dou Zhao glanced at him, dumbfounded. He left afterward. Yi Futian closed his eyes and continued meditating. The world tree rustled in his body. Terrifying visions occurred in his surroundings. The heavens and the earth shifted and transformed into a space of the great path. The sun and the moon shone at the same time while the stars surrounded the space. "Hopefully, Dou Zhao will succeed," Yi Futian prayed. After a few days, Dou Zhao came to look for Yi Futian again. "Did you succeed?" Yi Futian asked. I have made some progress with it." Dou Zhao nodded. "Great." Yi Futian nodded in approval. With a shift of his will, a dazzling light of matrix shone, and the divine light enveloped the entire space, forming a domineering grand matrix. The will of the great path poured down and gushed into the grand matrix. "What are we doing?" Dou Zhao raised his head and took a look at the powerful fluctuation of the will. "For this coming training, you need to activate deed of thorough comprehension and forge a furnace of the great path," Yi Futian explained. "You need to refine the great path of all things so that you can use it for your own. You might even need to destroy the way you have cultivated before and reconstruct another body of the great path. I will help you throughout the process." Dou Zhao was extremely doubtful. He stared at Yi Futian and saw the seriousness in the latter's eyes. Dou Zhao knew that Yi Futian was not joking with him. Did Yi Futian actually obtain something in God's relic? "All right, I will follow what you say." Dou Zhao nodded his head seriously and was exceptionally focused. "Let us begin." Yi Futian had barely uttered these words when endless will circulated around them. Very soon, Dou Zhao sensed the space that he was in changing. The sun and the moon both appeared in the sky, and the stars revolved around them. It was as though Dou Zhao was being enveloped by an independent space. The runes of the characters Qian, Kun, Li, and Kan orbited the sky. He could faintly hear the rustling of leaves, but he could not see any trees. It was as though this place was another dimension. Dou Zhao closed his eyes and activated his cultivation method. He released his deed of thorough comprehension and refined the way in this space. At the same time, in the world outside of this space, endless will surged into the space from all around, becoming the will of the space. What is Yi Futian doing now? The people around the palace could not help but reveal strange expressions when they sensed the intense will descending from the heavens above. Was Yi Futian causing another large commotion? It seems to be a grand matrix that is refining the great path of all things. He is activating the completed matrix. What is inside of that space? Someone noticed that the will of the great path was surging into a sealed-off space. An extremely powerful aura of the great path was flowing into it. Chapter 1663 Accepting a Disciple for His Master. The movement within Yi Futian's pavilion once again invited the attention of several people. This was also the reason Yi Futian chose to cultivate outside and not within Tianshan Academy. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of too many notable figures if he cultivated in Tianshan Academy. Even though he also could not hide it outside, he would attract the attention of relatively fewer people. His cultivation this time lasted several days. The Sword Master of Lihan and Yaya were outside the sealed land. The Sword Master of Lihan had his guesses when he saw the movement within the pavilion. He thought about the conversation he had with Yi Futian a few days ago. Could he be there was a ripple in his heart? What would it mean if things were as he had guessed? Void, you're about to prove your path soon, right? The Sword Master of Lihan said to Yaya, who was by his side. Yi Futian had given her the item of the Great Emperor. She should be about to prove her path after she cultivated under the willow tree in God's relic. She should not be too far away from proving her path, now that she had come out and cultivated for some time. Yes. Yaya nodded. The Sword Master of Lihan smiled. He was certain that Yaya would forge a perfect divine wheel. Yi Futian had even given her the item of the Great Emperor. He would definitely do all he could to make sure that Yaya forged a perfect divine wheel. If his guess was right, he had only coincidentally encountered Dou Zhao. Yi Futian was using him to confirm his conjecture. What are you smiling about? Yaya asked the Sword Master of Lihan. Nothing. The Sword Master of Liban shook his head. He thought about the years when he and the Sword Saint of the Void followed by the side of Emperor Xia. They were the two most powerful swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm. Now they were cultivating by Yi Futian's side and were about to forge a perfect divine wheel. All of these events were rather interesting. At this moment, Yi Futian was sitting silently within the independent sealed land. There was a terrifying aura emanating from Dou Zhao's body. The figure of an immensely radiant war god was faintly visible from within his body. It released a terrifying battle intent that enveloped the entire space. It caused the great path space to be covered in a horrifying battle aura. Rumble. The great path rumbled. Dou Zhao opened his eyes and raised his fists. He then clenched his fists, and was suddenly filled with extremely wild power. His entire aura changed. When he stood up, it felt as though he was the war god reborn. I've succeeded. Dou Zhao's voice was a little excited. He had missed his opportunity to prove his path at the god's relic. However, he had succeeded in the outside world. You've succeeded. Yi Futian also smiled. He had received a confirmation for his conjecture. If that was the case, it meant that his path was unique and could assist others in forging a perfect divine wheel. That way, everyone around him would have a chance. Yi Futian knew exactly how meaningful that was. Yes. Dou Zhao nodded forcefully. Even though he was a careless person, he was extremely serious when it came to cultivation. Furthermore, he was carrying a mission. He was the future successor of the Dou tribe. If he were to fall behind the successors of the other factions, the Dou tribe would definitely be weakened in the future. It was not hard to imagine the feelings he had when he took this step forward. This person hid the fact that he had obtained the legacy of the great emperor, Dou Zhao thought. Dou Zhao had a glimmer in his eyes as he looked at Yi Futian. Elder brother. Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao's shimmering eyes and was utterly confused. Who was his elder brother? He thought. We were siblings before, but now I've become his elder brother? The greatest thing that I, a descendant of the war god, obtained at the god's relic was getting to know you, Dou Zhao said sincerely. Scram. Yi Futian thought. All he felt was goosebumps all over his body. But as I have said previously, you've cultivated the deed of thorough comprehension. Whether you use it or not in the future, you are considered half a member of the Sky River Temple, Yi Futian said. Your disciple pays respects to you, master. Dou Zhao bowed and greeted. Yi Futian's expression darkened. This person sure has thick skin, he thought. I'm not that old. Yi Futian stared at Dou Zhao. This person should not be younger than me, he thought. Why don't I call you my senior? Dou Zhao continued. He had to solidify their connection, be it in terms of brother or senior. Only that way would he have a status and a stake in any future benefits. Have you trained under any master? Yi Futian asked. No, I was trained by my family, Dou Zhao replied. All right, I'll take you in as a disciple under the name of my master. You shall become my junior. What do you think about that? Yi Futian said. Greetings, senior. Dou Zhao brought his hands together and instantly got into the rhythm of things. Yi Futian did not say anything. Teacher is currently trapped by the Shen clan. I'll first accept a disciple for him, he thought. The successor of the Dou clan should be rather substantial. Also, do not reveal the level of your cultivation when you go out in the future. Leave this place secretly. Don't attract any attention. Treat whatever happened here today as if it never happened. Yi Futian instructed. Understood. Dou Zhao looked at Yi Futian. He knew that Yi Futian had obtained the greatest legacy of the great emperor. He should never reveal that. Yi Futian looked at the sky. The space instantly scattered. An unparalleled amount of will penetrated Yi Futian's body. This caused Dou Zhao to have a strange expression. He asked, This is also a divine wheel? Go. Yi Futian told Dou Zhao. All right. Dou Zhao did not probe any further and immediately turned to leave. Sword Master Yaya? Yi Futian shouted. The two of them walked over. How did it go? The Sword Master of Lihan asked. It was a success. Yi Futian nodded. The Sword Master of Lihan inhaled deeply, then finally flashed a smile. If he was given time, the youth before his eyes could transform into a top-notch figure. He might be able to become the greatest faction within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Do you want to set up a clan? The Sword Master of Lihan asked. Yi Futian shook his head. He was the disciple of the cottage, as well as the disciple of Qi Xiangang. There was no need for him to set up a clan. Yaya, I'll teach you a set of cultivation techniques. Come look for me when you are gunning for the Renhuang realm, Yi Futian said. Even though Yaya had a divine item, there was a greater chance of her forging a perfect divine will if she had his help. Yaya gently nodded. Boss. A voice rang out in Yi Futian's brain. It was the voice of Little Condor. What is it? Yi Futian asked. 2 clan leaders are here, Little Condor replied. Yi Futian froze, then scanned through the pavilion with his divine spirit. At that instant, a mob of happiness flashed past his eyes. Let's go. Yi Futian's figure shimmered as he arrived outside the pavilion. In front of him were 2 dusty figures. They seemed to be hiding their aura and were acting in an incredibly ordinary manner. They were unremarkable. It was no wonder that he had not noticed them when he was chatting with the Sword Master just now. Seniors! Yi Futian let out a radiant smile when his eyes met theirs. He was elated to be able to meet the 2 of them here. Jiang Qingzi, the clan leader of the Jiang clan from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, as well as the clan leader of the Hua clan, Hua Jiangshan. The 2 of them were also smiling. You've reached Renhuang? Yes. Yi Futian smiled as he nodded. Let's go. Let's talk inside. He reached out and pointed the way as he spoke. They walked into the pavilion. Have the 2 of you always been in the Heavenly Mandate realm? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Jiang Qingzi nodded. Since they caused the Celestial Gate to topple, How could we allow them to roam free? We even went to the Violet Heavenly Palace when the God's Relic opened some time ago. We then decided to temporarily pause whatever we were doing at the Heavenly Mandate Realm and came here after we heard about what happened to you. We thought that the people from the Celestial Gate of the 9 Realms would continuously swarm into the Central Emperor Realm when they heard your name, and that this might be a good opportunity to join up with you. I was thinking that too. Futian nodded. Since these 2 clan leaders had such a thought, the others would also think this way when they heard his name. There's one more thing. Jiang Qingzi's expression became more serious. You've joined forces with the Purple Gold Rat clan? In the battle back then, the clan leader of the Wang clan had died in battle after being ambushed by the Purple Gold Rat Emperor and the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. There was no way that this debt could be resolved peacefully. Otherwise, they would be letting down the Wang clan, which had fought for the Celestial Gate when the Celestial Gate was facing its crisis. Don't worry, I am not that impudent, Futian said. I am merely making use of them. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they had ascertained Futian's character from several past incidents, the rumors had been relentless. In fact, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was about to engage in battle with the Purple Golden Rat clan. They felt more at ease now that they heard that Futian was merely using them for his own benefit. Please follow me, Futian said. The group arrived at the cultivation ground. Futian summoned the spatial sacred hall from out of thin air and waved his palms at the same time. An array of radiant divine arms instantly floated within the spatial sacred hall. This was everything I obtained from the God's Relic. Please pick whatever weapons you need. They might prove useful in the future battle, Futian said. All of the divine arms here were powerful divine weapons in the ancient era. The collection of the Great Emperor might be the best of the best. The abilities of the 2 clan leaders paled in comparison to the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. However, they might stand a fighting chance if they had the power of the divine arms on their side. The battle was inevitable if the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was to regain its standing in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. What they were doing now was to prepare for that battle. All right. The 2 of them did not hold back. They sensed the assortment of weapons and chose a weapon that was suitable for them. Seniors, I have no use for these many ritual implements. Equip the offensive and defensive ritual implements, and perhaps not long after, we will be able to attack the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Futian said. The 2 of them turned around and looked at Futian. In the God's Relic, I've joined forces with the other factions in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. We are on rather decent terms. I'll find a way to continue solidifying our relationship. This battle will not be too far away, Futian continued. With their previous alliance, as well as the ritual implements he had given them previously, Futian believed that he now had a considerable influence over the factions of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Now that he had grasped the method of forging a perfect divine wheel, there was a chance that he would be able to pull the factions of the Heavenly Mandate Realm into his camp. This was what he had to accomplish next. Jiang Qingzi and Hua Qingyun looked at each other. Each chose a ritual implement. One for offense and one for defense. That's enough, Jiang Qingzi said. Futian will stay by your side after this. You've come into conflict with several factions in the Central Emperor Realm and the God's Relic. You need people by your side. If that is so, thank you, seniors. Futian nodded. He chose the Tianxin Academy precisely because it was relatively safer. With the 2 clan leaders defending him by his side, he should be able to deal with anybody attacking him even if they were from top-notch factions, as long as they weren't the best of the best. Chapter 1664 Seeking a Teacher, declined. Futian's team could be said to be extremely strong with the addition of Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan. The 2 of them were at the upper levels of the Renhuang Plain. Jiang Qingzi had a 9th tier divine wheel, while Hua Jiangshan's divine wheel was at the peak of the 8th tier. They, along with Gu Tianqing and the 12 deities of the Celestial Gate, made the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven able to compete with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty at its peak. They encountered a great tribulation later on, which caused the celestial gate of vast heaven to keep a low profile and not be as attention-grabbing in the heavenly mandate realm. The strength of several other factions was enough to put pressure on them. However, the two of them were still top-notch figures. Now that Futian had gifted them with ritual implements, their battle capabilities were undoubtedly extremely powerful. As long as they did not encounter the best of the best fighters, there should not be any problems on Futian's side. They might even be able to retaliate against the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty if he came. Futian immersed himself in his cultivation for the next few days. The matrix in the pavilion was always activated. It was a path matrix that was used to attract the will of the Great Path. It caused the pavilion to be perpetually enveloped by an aura of the Great Path. Slowly, the people outside the Tiantian Academy got used to the phenomenon. They were no longer surprised by whatever Futian did. This day, in an area outside the Tiantian Academy, a youth was walking on the road. This youth was carrying a sword on his back. He had an exceptional demeanor, and gave off the impression that he was incredibly sharp. His cultivation was also impressive at Nirvana Saint Plain, though it did not seem as exceptional in this area. There was a Renhuang fighter in the group of pedestrians who were walking not far away from the youth. This group of people was an influential family in one of the cities outside the Tiantian Academy with powerful members. Even though they were not as strong as the factions that stood at the top, they did have members in their family who were at the upper-level Renhuang plane. They had considerable strength. There were several great clans like theirs in the Dongxing state. However, only a few areas in the Central Emperor realm could tolerate factions at this level. Yunxi, you have to be sincere when you greet your teacher this time, an elder told the girl by his side. This girl was wearing a long green skirt. She looked simple yet well-trained. She had a slender figure and was extraordinarily beautiful. Her demeanor was like that of ice. The Lin clan of the Dongxing state was an influential faction notorious within the Dongxing state. Lin Yunxi was the daughter of the Gongsun family. She had exceptional potential when it came to cultivation, as well as extraordinary beauty. She entered the outer sect of the Tiantian Academy and trained there last year. Today, she had already reached the first level of the Saint Plane. Lin Yunxi's gaze landed on the sky stairwell in the distance. She had a determined gaze. That is my dream, Lin Yunxi said. The strongest person of this generation of the Xintian Academy, Jian Qizhu, had already reached the level of Renhuang. He might become the manager of Tiantian Academy in the future. You learning under his wing is naturally the best choice. However, with Jian Qingzhu's status in Tiantian Academy, he would not accept disciples easily. He would more often be meditating and cultivating. After all, he is still young. There's no need for him to waste his time on these matters, the elder said. Lin Yunxi naturally knew about Jian Qingzhu. In reality, Jian Qingzhu was regarded as a legendary figure amongst the people of her generation. Now that he had reached the level of Renhuang, he was destined to be an exceptional figure. Even if I do not get him as my master, I will be able to step on that sky stairwell and enter the Tiantian Academy by training on my own, Lin Yunxi said. She had a determined gaze, as well as a faint arrogance. I naturally believe that. The family believes in you too, the elder said. During the trip to the God's Relic this time, Jian Qingzhu was the only one in the Tiantian Academy who managed to prove his path and forge a perfect divine wheel. It would be difficult for anyone else. However, there are quite a number of people cultivating in the Tiantian Academy this time. Futian is one of them. This person displayed extraordinary potential when he came out of the God's Relic. He slew the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Zhoutian, who had a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path. If he continued cultivating like this, he would definitely become a top-notch figure in the future. If you study under his wing, you would be able to learn more about the God's Relic, or even the way to forge a perfect divine wheel. It would only be beneficial for you. Why did you choose him? Lin Yunxi asked. You can look at the rest of the people who had forged a perfect divine wheel. Shen Hao from the Shen clan and the princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, Nan Luoshan. Even the people from the other realms were successors to the Solar Divine Palace and the Yu Divine Palace, as well as people whose status was equal to theirs. The probability of them accepting disciples are extremely low. Yi Futian had encountered the attacks of several factions when he just came out of the God's Relic. That was because his background was not powerful enough, and that he did not have a strong enough influence. It is rumored that he had taken the Sky River Great Elder as his teacher and came to the Tianshan Academy for his safety. If we actively display our goodwill, Yi Futian is the most likely person to take you as a disciple, the elder whispered. After all, Yi Futian needed friends. Even though they were not as strong as the top-notch factions, they were still rather influential within the Dongxing state. Thus, in his opinion, it was very likely that Yi Futian would accept disciples. If Lin Yunxi could become the disciple of Yi Futian and cultivate under him, not only could she understand the God's Relic and the perfect divine wheel, but there was also a chance that she could obtain a premium ritual implement in the future. To the Lin clan, that would be of extreme assistance. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. See whether you can train along with Jian Qingzhu if you manage to enter Tianshan Academy and cultivate there in the future, the elder told Lin Yunxi. Lin Yunxi nodded. They did not talk about anything else. After all, they were soon arriving at their destination. Not far away, the youth was walking in the same direction as the group. He could faintly hear their voices, but he did not dare infiltrate them with his divine spirit as there was a Renhuang fighter present. He only listened in on their conversation as best as his ears could. Of course, this was not a remarkable matter. For that reason, the other party did not restrain themselves when they were talking. Soon, the group arrived outside the pavilion. The first thing they saw was a black condor. It raised its head high and looked at the group, then asked, "Why have you come here?" The condor now had considerable status. It did not pay much regard to an ordinary Renhuang. Lin clan of the Dongxing state. We are here to pay our respects to Emperor Yi. The elder at the front of the group brought his hands together and displayed the appropriate manners. I'll ask him for you. The black condor sent a message to Yi Futian, then said, "Go in." The group from the Lin family smiled as they entered the pavilion. The elder had his usual expression, while Lin Yunxi swept her gaze toward the black condor. This black condor was extremely arrogant. Even though it was only a demon saint, its gaze was more arrogant than a demon emperor. It did not show respect to even a Renhuang. In the pavilion, Yi Futian received the group in the yard. Even though he did not know what kind of faction the Lin clan of the Dongxing state was, he should give the appropriate formalities when he had visitors. Lin Mu of the Lin clan from Dongxing state. I pay my respects to Emperor Yi. The elder cupped his hands together as he spoke. He swept his gaze past the two people behind Yi Futian and was rather shocked. He could not determine the levels of those two people. You are too formal, elder, Yi Futian replied. You're visiting because I heard that you had been exceptional in the God's Relic, having forged a flawless great path and a perfect divine will with peerless elegance. Many people within the Lin clan admired you. Yunxi is a junior from our clan and is now training in the outer sect of Tianshan Academy. She had frequently heard people talk about you in recent times and was coincidentally training in the area. Thus, she wants to train under you. Seeking a master? Yi Futian was rather surprised. He did not expect a person from a family to seek him out as a master. However, he also knew that after he proved his path, he was now different from who he was before. A Renhuang fighter was powerful enough to establish his sect. That was the reason a Renhuang fighter was holding up an entire realm in the Central Emperor realm, Emperor Xia's realm, and Emperor Li's realm. Thus, seeking them out as a teacher was an ordinary occurrence. I am Lin Yunxi. I pay my respects to you, Emperor Yi. Lin Yunxi took a step forward and gave Yi Futian a slight bow of respect. Yi Futian glanced at Lin Yunxi. She was extremely beautiful and had reached the saint plane at a young age. Her talent and mental state were exceptional. However, he did not have any intention of accepting a disciple. Elder, I came to Tianshan Academy as I wanted to concentrate on my cultivation for some time. I do not have any intention of accepting a disciple, Yi Futian told Lin Mu. I understand. Emperor Yi, You had just proven your great path and would naturally want to focus on your cultivation. You only need to give Yunxi a few pointers during your free time if she trains after you. She would not hold up the time you need for cultivation. Furthermore, the Lin clan is rather influential in the Dongxing state. The Lin clan can lend you a helping hand if you have any other miscellaneous matters outside of cultivation. Lin Mu continued. Yi Futian knew in his heart that Lin Yunxi had come to seek him out as a mentor today because the Lin clan had favored his potential or his experiences within the god's relic. Another reason was the ritual implements he had obtained. Please do not blame me, elder. I am already busy enough and have no intention of accepting a disciple. Yi Futian continued to smile as he said. With Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan by his side, he already had enough manpower to deal with the ordinary affairs. There was no need for him to tap on the strength of the other party. Furthermore, he would inevitably have to repay any favors he owed in the future. At this moment, a youth had already come here behind the members of the Lin clan. He stood there silently, and did not disturb the conversation. However, Yi Futian, Jiang Qingzi, and the rest of the group noticed him. They had a look of joy in their eyes. Please wait a moment. A friend of mine has arrived, Yi Futian said apologetically. He then looked toward the youth and said with a smile, It's been a long time. It's been a long time. The youth nodded, then took a step forward. He bowed toward Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan. I, Wang Yanbing, pay my respects to you two clan leaders. This youth was Wang Yanbing of the Wang clan. He was the one who wanted to re-enter the Celestial Gate by challenging Gu Donglu. He fought with all his might but ultimately lost. However, in that battle, he displayed an extraordinary spirit. Spare the formalities. Jiang Qingzi stepped forward and said, My worries have eased now that I see you. The clan leader of the Wang clan had died in battle. Wang Yanbing was the future successor of the Wang clan. Jiang Qingzi naturally did not want Wang Yanbing to get into any trouble. I was coincidentally in the Central Emperor realm. I came when I heard about the events in the god's relic, Wang Yanbing said. Jiang Qingzi smiled and nodded. We'll not disturb you anymore, Emperor Yi. We'll take our leave. Lin Mu could only know his place and announce his departure when he saw that he was being ignored. Yi Futian turned around to look at Lin Mu and the rest of the group. He said, a little apologetically, I'm sorry, elder. The members of the Lin clan turned to leave. They walked out of the pavilion, each one of them speechless. That Yi Futian is a little too arrogant. A powerful fighter from the Lin clan was rather unhappy. Yi Futian had not given them any face. He had disregarded them even though they were a premium family faction in the Dongxing state. Lin Yunxi also felt a little uncomfortable. It was the first time she was seeking out a teacher, yet she was rejected. In fact, Yi Futian had not looked at her seriously. He had forged a flawless divine wheel and had clear talent. He is a frontrunner in the 9 realms. It is normal for a person like this to be arrogant, Lin Mu said. He was a little disappointed. Even though Yi Futian had been polite, he could feel the arrogance radiating from Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian had not paid any heed to them. He is a person seeking the protection of Futian Academy, and might be killed by his enemies at any time if he goes out. What right does he have to be arrogant? A junior of the Lin clan said sarcastically. He seemed indignant. He had just finished his sentence when he saw a teen dressed in white robes walking toward them on the opposite side. The teen then stopped in his tracks in front of them. Lin Yunxi looked at the white-robed teen and thought to herself about how suave he was and how exceptional his demeanor was. You're blocking the way. The junior who spoke just now knitted his brows and said with a cold tone. He was feeling unhappy but understood where he was. He suppressed his unhappiness, and only had a relatively icier tone. However, the white-robed teen continued standing in front of them. He looked at the junior with a cold gaze. The members of the Lin clan knitted their brows. Lin Mu said, You. The actions of the white-robed teen were extremely disrespectful. However, they did not dare to act recklessly, given that they were outside Futian Academy. The white-robed teen scanned past the youth. His eyes were extremely strange. It only took a glance for the youth to let out a pathetic cry. He covered his eyes with both hands as if he had suffered from a serious attack. Chapter 1665 Assemble. The expression of the Lin clan's powerful fighters changed. They released bolts of pressure and enveloped them around the white-robed teen. Lin Mu stared at the other party. All he saw was that the eyes of the white-robed teen were exceptionally devilish. Even his appearance was enchantingly handsome. They were just outside Futian Academy. In fact, this place could be regarded as a training ground for the outer sect disciples of Futian Academy. Many disciples from influential families trained here. They could even encounter juniors from Futian Academy. Thus, they addressed the person that blocked their way with respect and asked him to move aside. However, they did not expect the other party to attack them directly. No matter how influential he was, an action like this was rather insolent. After all, the Lin clan of the Dongxing state was rather influential. Boom! Lin Mu took a step forward and pressed the pressure of his divine wheel forward. His aura of a Renhuang enveloped the white-robed teen. Even though he might be a junior from an influential faction, Lin Mu had to teach him a lesson for his insolence. The strength of a third-tier divine wheel erupted instantly. Even though he had deliberately suppressed his aura, he could no longer cover up his will. It instantly attracted crowds from the area around them. Who would create conflict here? The white-robed teen glanced at the other party. He continued to step forward. He had no intention of retreating. Rumble an immensely violent aura pulsed forward. The devilish eyes locked onto Lin Mu's gaze. In that instant, Lin Mu's eyes seemed to be absorbed into those devilish eyes. Within the pair of devilish eyes, he felt as though he saw a terrifying image. There were tens of thousands of demons, such as golden-winged giant pungs, phoenixes, divine apes, pure-blooded dragons, kunpangs. The terrifying gigantic beasts seemed to press toward him following his will. They charged directly into his brain through his eyes. Deep within the pair of devilish eyes seemed to be the figure of an almighty demon god. Rumble! Violent booms erupted. A harrowing great path tempest burst out around them. Not only did his will get attacked, but Lin Mu also felt his body and divine will get assaulted by an unparalleled, barbaric force. He felt as though he saw a divine matrix behind the white-robed teen. Within the divine matrix were tens of thousands of demons, and a swarm of heaven-slaying divine beasts. His divine will suffered the impact of a great path attack. He felt as though he was going to be split apart with every rumble. An unending glory of the demon god fell upon him as it manically assaulted his body. The powerful fighters from the Lin clan around Lin Mu felt their legs shiver. They felt as though they were about to grovel on the ground. Even though there were two Renhuang-level figures here, this pressure almost made them suffocate. It was as though they were suffering from absolute suppression. A dull grunt was heard, followed by a loud noise. Lin Mu continuously staggered backward. The expression on his face was extremely exaggerated as he stared at the white-robed figure on the other side. Divine will suppression. Perfect level. Rumble. A devilish great path tempest swept past them. Lin Mu retreated continuously. The people who were approaching them from afar were shaken into retreat. Only then did the white-robed teen restrain his aura. He stood there silently, but his eyes were still coldly locked onto the other party. Lin Mu stood there dazed. His body was trembling slightly. He had been shaken by the aura of a Renhuang with a first-tier divine wheel. His body had been shaken into retreat. It was only now that he realized how exceptional the white-robed teen in front of him was. But he screamed in his heart, "How are there so many perfect divine wheels? Why would a person with a perfect divine wheel, which was rare even in the Central Emperor realm, suddenly appear here?" Furthermore, his demeanor was clearly different from the people who had come out from the god's relic. The names of the people who had forged a perfect divine wheel had already spread throughout the Central Emperor realm. Lin Mu would naturally know about who they were, where they were from, and where they were training at. However, the white-robed teen who had appeared before his eyes did not fit the description of anyone he knew. Many figures flickered around them as they appeared. Their eyes were trained on the white-robed teen, equally dazed. They clearly had the same thoughts as Lin Mu. When did the perfect divine will become so common? A powerful fighter at the first level of the Renhuang plane had suddenly appeared. He had forged a perfect divine wheel and directly suppressed the Renhuang with a third-tier divine wheel. Who are you? Lin Mu's voice was rather deep. He looked at the white-robed teen as he asked. The white-robed teen did not look at them. Instead, he raised his head and looked toward a group of figures who were walking toward him from behind the members of the Lin clan. His gaze landed on a suave young man who was also wearing a white robe. Lin Mu also seemed to have noticed something and turned around. He saw that Yi Futian and his group had arrived. He saw the immensely radiant smile in Yi Futian's clear eyes. His eyes were locked on the figure in front of him. It was clear that they knew each other. Lin Mu understood why the other party would block their way and attack them directly. It was because they had talked bad about Yi Futian just now. By Yi Futian, Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan also had a relieved smile when they saw the figure that appeared. The plan they had for many years might have failed, but it had never once been extinguished. Passing on the demon realm's law of origin to one person ultimately created an immensely powerful figure. The person who came was Gu Donglu, the person who had obtained the legacy of the demon monarch of the Origin Mountains. Third Senior. Yi Futian smiled as he shouted. It had been a long time since they met. His third senior had also proven his path and reached the Renhuang Plain. Furthermore, he also obtained the perfect divine wheel. However, that was normal. His third senior had obtained the legacies of Gu Tianxing and the law of origin. In fact, he even had the will of the demon monarch. That could be considered to be a legacy at the level of a great emperor. He had been internalizing all of these legacies when he was at the celestial gate of vast heaven back then. Now, he should be able to more perfectly combine the abilities of the legacies. The powerful fighters of the Lin clan felt their hearts get twisted. Third senior? Both the senior and the junior had forged perfect divine wheels. Furthermore, this person had not proved his path and forged his perfect divine will in the god's relic. Gu Donglu walked forward. He walked directly past the powerful fighters of the Lin clan and completely disregarded their existence. I heard about the news of you in the god's relic and rushed over. Gu Donglu said. Clan leaders, you've also arrived. Jiang Qingzi smiled and nodded. Your grandfather would feel relieved if he could see the current you. The plan Gu Tianxing had put into place back then had all been for Gu Donglu. Now Gu Donglu had forced the perfect divine wheel. That, coupled with all of the legacies he obtained, might allow him to truly surpass Gu Tianxing in the future. The glory of the Celestial Gate would be realized again in the hands of your generation, Hua Jiangshan said emotionally. Yi Futian and Gu Donglu both had perfect divine wheels. Furthermore, they were both top-notch geniuses. Yi Futian also had Yuxing by his side. They were rather looking forward to the future. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Lin Mu only realized now that the two elders by Yi Futian's side were the two clan leaders of the top-notch faction in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. This devilish teen was the junior who had caused quite the commotion in the Heavenly Mandate Realm back then. He was the person who had inherited the law of origin, the grandson of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven's Gu Tianxing, Gu Donglu. Third senior, let's first go to the pavilion. Yi Futian was elated. His third senior had finally met up with them. His first senior, and the rest should arrive sooner or later when they hear the news. The group turned to leave. They did not care about the members of the Lin clan. The Lin clan looked extremely haggard. Lin Mu was overcome with emotion as he said, Let's go. Lin Yunqi had complicated emotions. She had come to seek a teacher, but her family had instead been taught a lesson. Furthermore, she had witnessed the splendor of a perfect divine wheel directly suppressing her elder. Yi Futian and the rest of his group returned to the pavilion. Gu Donglu did not talk about the incident with the Lin clan, nor did Yi Futian ask him about it. His third senior would have a reason for his actions. He did not have to ask about it. Beside them, Wan Yanbing's heart was also filled with emotion. However, he would not compare himself with Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. All he did was remind himself to put in more effort in his cultivation. I heard the conversation among the Lin clan when I was traveling here. Both the Lin clan and that girl wanted to learn under Jian Qingzhu of the Tianxun Academy. They must have an ulterior motive for seeking out a teacher here. It was Wang Yanbing who spoke about the incident. And Yi Futian did not pay too much heed. It was normal for people to want to learn under Jian Qingzhu. This was Tianxun Academy. Jian Qingzhu had considerable status within Tianxun Academy. As for them heading here to seek out a teacher, they definitely had an ulterior motive for that. Yi Futian wanted to have a good talk with his third senior. They had not met in a long time and naturally had much to talk about. He did not know how his second senior was doing. He could not help but think about her, who would also protect him just like his third senior did, when he saw his third senior. However, bolts of energy were coming toward them. Several powerful fighters were approaching them one after the other. "Please come in, elders," Yi Futian shouted. He saw multiple figures walking toward them. They were powerful fighters from the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Demon Realm. There were powerful fighters from the Dragon Gods, Sky Demon Court, and Divine Elephants. The major factions were always accompanied by powerful demon monarchs when top-notch figures like Long Chen and Xiang Meng came to train. They would silently remain in the area. Gu Dongliu's appearance had caused them to come forward. Back then, Gu Donglu had schemed for the legacy as he wanted to create a new king in the demon realm. He wished that Gu Donglu, who had inherited the law of origin, would be enough to become the new leader of the demon realm. Now, with his reappearance, Gu Donglu had become a Renhuang and had forged a perfect divine wheel. "To think that Gu Tianxing actually succeeded," a demon monarch said. Even though he knew that Gu Donglu would become exceptional when he inherited the law of origin, he realized that Gu Tianxing had half succeeded in whatever he had set out to do back then when he saw Gu Donglu today. He then looked at Yi Futian. The Heavenly Mandate Realm would become the territory of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven in the future. However, they were fortunate that they were on good terms with Yi Futian, nor did they offend Gu Donglu in any way. The Demon Realm would remain the Demon Realm. "It's good that you guys have come. Help me find Longchen, Xiangmang, Jun, and the rest. I have something to talk to you guys about," Yi Futian said. He was on good terms with the factions from the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Demon Clans. He had already thoroughly impressed the disciples from the Demon Clan while he was in the God's Relic, and they all faintly regarded him as their leader. Now that they had come out of the God's Relic, the factions of the Demon Clan would stand behind him. However, he seemed to be lacking something. If he took another step, he would be able to obtain the loyalty of the factions from the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Demon Realm. However, if he could not clearly see what that step was, then he would have nothing much to say for himself. All he could do was support the factions that were willing to enter the battlefield with him. He had to obtain the loyalty of the factions from the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Demon Clans for the things he wanted to accomplish. Chapter 1666 Yi Futian's Ambition. The Demon Clans of the Heavenly Mandate Realm had all come to the pavilion, and the core figures of the younger generation had all been summoned. Even the cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain and Gao Huang had been called there. They all knew that Gu Donglu had forged a perfect divine wheel. This matter had already been told at the Divine Palace. The existence of any perfect divine wheel would attract attention. Gu Donglu had even fought here, which naturally attracted even more attention. "Futian, is there something you'd like to discuss?" an elephant emperor from the Divine Elephants asked. "I once went to the demon realm for the sake of third brother, and each of the demon clans took good care of me. The Divine Elephant Emperor personally showed me his ultimate technique, and the dragon gods taught Yuxing their divine power. I have always felt close to the demon realm of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. I also formed an alliance with Long Chen and the others in the God's Relic and fought alongside them," said Yi Futian. Everyone looked at him. Was Yi Futian speaking of emotions now? He should have been paving the way for the future. "Secondly, my third brother received the inheritance that had been left behind by Gu Tianxing in the Origin Mountains. This was the inheritance of a demon emperor. Presumably, you all know that third brother has reached the Renhuang Plain now as well and has forged a perfect divine wheel. It could be said that he has truly inherited the mantle of a demon emperor. The cultivators of the demon realm said nothing. Gu Donglio's future would likely be just as glorious as Gu Tianqing's. In addition to this, although I have never had any contact with 10,000 Mountain before, I still allied with them in the God's Relic. During the troubles in the Heavenly Mandate realm, they not only did not support the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, they actually supported me a little bit. I have always remembered this. The cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain were a little bit curious. Why was Yi Futian speaking of his emotions? The humans of the Heavenly Mandate realm and the Demon realm are divided by boundaries. The power of the Heavenly Mandate realm has been lessened due to some events in the past. Now, is the Heavenly Mandate realm the weakest of the 9 supreme realms? Said Yi Futian. Although they didn't want to admit it, the other forces all knew this to be true. The Heavenly Mandate realm of the present day was the weakest one. In the higher heavens realm, the Divine Palace had a top figure. Taishian Mountain had Lord Taishian, and the overlord of the Golden Divine Nation was incredibly powerful. In this generation, the Heavenly Mandate realm had no one at this level. It is not only that the Heavenly Mandate realm is weak, but there are also incessant internal conflicts. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace wished to ally and destroy the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, which led to the disintegration of the Celestial Gate. But what is the purpose of these conflicts? Continued Yi Futian. Even though they have some cultivation resources, how has that helped them? The Divine Palace has a place of proving the way, the ancestral land. What does the Heavenly Mandate realm have? What if I had not gone on this trip to the God's Relic? Would you have been able to compete with the other realms? Yi Futian's words were bitter, but they were true. Longchen had felt this in the God's Relic as well. He stood at the top of the demon realm, and Yi Tianyu was the top human cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate realm, but they had not performed well in the God's Relic. They could not compete with people like Jian Qi Zhu, Shen Hao, Dou Zhao of the Dou tribe, Wu Zhan of the Martial Gods clan, and the monk of the Xinjiang clan. If a war breaks out between the 9 realms, would the Heavenly Mandate realm be able to resist the top forces of the other realms? Asked Yi Futian. What are you saying? Asked the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Gods. I want to change the Heavenly Mandate realm's future, answered Yi Futian. All the cultivators narrowed their eyes. Did he want to change the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm? What an arrogant thing to say! He was one man, and one that had just entered the Renhuang Plain, and yet he was arrogant enough to say he wanted to change the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm. How will you change it? Asked the dragon. The forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm will ally, and stop fighting each other. The whole realm will act as a whole. At the same time, we will train the younger generations. The people of this generation will cultivate along with my third brother and me. In the future they will all be incredibly powerful, said Yi Futian. You are quite ambitious, said an elder from 10,000 Divine Mountain with a smile. The Heavenly Mandate realm would act as a whole? Without a conqueror, who would be the leader? If all the people of the younger generation cultivated with Yi Futian, it would naturally be him. Did he want to become the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate realm? The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had worked hard for this, but they had never been able to achieve it. In the end, they had suffered a terrible reversal of fortune. You want to unify the demon realm and the humans? Asked the demon elder. It was a Kunping from the Sky Demon Court whose juniors had come here to cultivate. Although Yi Futian was the strongest person in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and had even more potential for the future, everyone there was a powerful figure in their own right. For a junior to talk about unifying the realm was sheer arrogance. You mistake me. I have no interest in uniting the Heavenly Mandate realm. That would be too much work, said Yi Futian with a smile and a shake of the head. The realm will naturally be governed by all the great forces together. I just hope that they will work together more closely, forming a unified alliance. I hope that we can form a force that is dedicated to teaching and that everyone's disciples can come there, like Tianshan Academy and Shanxia Divine Palace. Moreover, all the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm will be invited to cultivate there. Teaching? A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Did Yi Futian truly want to train the next generation? He wanted to form an academy. Correct, said Yi Futian with a nod. A look of surprise came over Gu Dongliu's face. He looked at his fellow disciple. He thought of their master, of their academy, of the cottage. Everyone else looked thoughtful. They had not thought that this was Yi Futian's goal. What about the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? Someone asked. They had thought that Yi Futian had summoned them there to ally against the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. After all, they were the greatest threat to him. For the Heavenly Mandate realm to join together, those forces that wish to destroy it must first be dealt with, said Yi Futian frankly. Everyone looked at him deeply. Apparently Yi Futian was still just as he had always been. Although he wanted to establish a new place of education, he wanted to first wipe out a power. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty occupies the center of the Heavenly Mandate realm. That would be a good place to set our place for education, said Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts twitched. This man was truly ruthless. He wanted to pull the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty up by the roots. He would even cover the very land they were built on. So ruthless. Who will be the first master? Someone asked. My master, the Sky River Great Elder. I will try and see if I can invite him to come and take charge. Lord Taishian and he are old friends and are both my elders. If he does come, Lord Taishian will serve in our court. All the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm can choose people to send as well to serve as teachers. Yi Futian had clearly already been thinking about this. He had even decided who would be a good first master. Moreover, it seemed very suitable. He did not come from any of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. In addition, he would bring the powerful Lord Taishian along with him. Interesting idea, said Gao Huang with a smile. Yi Futian was indeed a clever man. Moreover, other than the fact that he wanted to use the other forces to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, there was no other selfish motive behind this. He seemed to really be thinking of the Heavenly Mandate realm. But destroying the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was not that simple. Bringing battle to the most powerful force in the realm was quite frightening. Will Lord Taishian act against the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? Someone asked. If Lord Taishian didn't act and the Dynasty Overlord escaped, it would be very bad. Lord Taishian has helped me ever since I went to the higher heavens realm, answered Yi Futian. Moreover, there is no enmity between him and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, so I have no reason to ask him to join us. Lord Taishian had already done everything that was possible to help him, including fighting the Emperor of the Golden Divine Nation. However, it had all been to protect him. Asking Lord Taishian to attack the Heavenly Mandate realm would be too much. At this moment, we cannot take responsibility for this decision, said the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Gods. The question of going to war with the Heavenly Mandate realm and the Violet Heavenly Palace was too great. This would be a war of the highest level. Only the elders could decide this. Fine, said Yi Futian with a nod. He turned to Longchen and said, Who among you is approaching the level of a demon emperor? Several of us, said Longchen. He and Gao Huang were both close. Then you stay here and cultivate. There is a great matrix within the pavilion, said Yi Futian. The rest of you, please consider my words. All right. Everyone nodded. Longchen felt a bit surprised. There were many secret cultivation zones within Tianshan Academy, and so they naturally would have many matrices. Why did Yi Futian want him to stay here to reach the next level? Everyone left, leaving behind only the three who were approaching the next level. After half a month, 3 figures exited Yi Futian Pavilion. Not long after, the people from the other forces came to tell Yi Futian and the others that they would be returning to prepare for the establishment of an academy for the Heavenly Mandate realm. They would wait for him back in the Heavenly Mandate realm. In the pavilion, Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were together. What is your plan? Asked Gu Donglu. For the academy? Asked Yi Futian with a smile. Why don't we call it the Heavenly Mandate Cottage? Gu Donglu was silent for a while, then nodded. It's a good name. The word cottage had special meaning for them. That had been their master's dream. If the Heavenly Mandate Cottage was successful, it would be very meaningful. Once this is over, we should bring second sister the others here, said Futian with a slight smile. When all the forces allied to build the Heavenly Mandate Cottage, its power would be immense. It would become a symbol of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Good idea, said Gu Donglu with a nod. He also missed Zhiga Mingyu. Futian thought of some of his old friends as well. When the time came, they would all come to the Heavenly Mandate realm, including his master Hua Fenglu and the Masteress. At that time, the family would be together again. Chapter 1667 Target? Over the next few days, the cultivators who had left the celestial gate of vast heaven began to return. The first ones to come back were the Renhuangs. It was easier for people of that level to cross vast distances, so even those who had been sent to other realms eventually made their way to the Central Emperor realm. They naturally heard of the events of the God's Relic and then returned home. In addition, some of the people who returned had been cultivating in the Central Emperor realm. Of those below the Renhuang plain who had returned, most of them had happened to be there. Futian knew that if they had not been there, it would have taken them longer to get the news and return. However, they could begin rebuilding their power now, and once they returned to the celestial gate of vast heaven, the other people from there would soon find out. Once the cottage was established, the first people who were trained would naturally be the disciples of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Of course, Futian would not refuse the cultivators of the demon forces either. After all, some of them had been very close to Emperor Yiqing. One day, a guest came to Tianshan Academy from the Nantian Divine Kingdom. It was Princess Nan Luoshan. She had said she would come to cultivate for a while, but first she had gone home to stabilize her own level. She did not directly enter the academy but came to Futian's pavilion first, where he personally greeted her. He naturally knew she had not come for his good looks, but because he still owed her a debt. He owed her 5 top ritual implements from the God's Relic. This was a huge gain even for the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Moreover, when Futian had made his plea to Emperor Nan, he had said he would give them to Nan Luoshan. He would certainly not mind his daughter having many protective ritual implements about her. The moment Nan Luoshan reached the pavilion, the whole place grew brighter. Both her looks and her personality were extraordinary. She could truly be called a goddess among women. Even if she were not Emperor Nan's daughter, even if she were not a talented cultivator, just her looks and her personality would make even powerful figures want to bow before her. Cultivators were not the kind of people who only paid attention to looks, but when someone was as beautiful as Nan Luoshan, it was a different matter. "Greetings, Princess Luoshan," Futian said with a bow, a warm smile on his face. Although she was so extraordinary, Futian was used to beautiful women, so he was not too flustered by her. Xia Qingyuan was there as well, and when she saw Nan Luoshan, there was a flash of envy in her eyes. This woman was so dazzling that it was enough to cover up all other light. And her temperament was like that of a goddess, which was something that even without her status and power, she would still have. Of all the women she had seen, only the Empress of Brahma's pure sky could compare to Nan Luoshan. She was another unique woman. "No need to be so formal," answered Nan Luoshan. Her voice was warm, so she seemed very calm. "Please come in," said Futian, extending his hand. He knew why she was here, so there was no need to ask. He would just directly give her the ritual implements she had come for. Nan Luoshan nodded and stepped in. She seemed satisfied with how Futian was treating her. She did not like too much hypocritical politeness. For people at their level, it was rather meaningless. When she entered the pavilion, the spatial sacred hall was already set up, its golden spatial gate opened. Everything was ready. "The ritual implements are all inside. You may go in and choose," said Futian. Nan Luoshan walked inside and saw more than 100 ritual implements. She thought to herself that Futian was probably the one who had gained the most out of the trip to the God's Relic. This was a treasure trove. If Xiaomuyu, who had come previously, had seen his scene, she might have had the urge to kill Futian. Futian had told her that Nan Luoshan would not have as many choices as she had. However, when Nan Luoshan had come, Yi Futian had brought out all the hidden ritual implements. Of course, he had left out the ones that were useful to him. He would definitely not let Nan Luoshan choose those ones. But he did bring out the vast majority of them, and all of them were incredible. He was certainly not stinting her. Nan Luoshan and Xiao Muyu were different. Nan Luoshan was the only daughter of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo. She could speak to Emperor Nan whenever she wished. Previously, Yi Futian had personally asked Emperor Nan for help. If he bit the hand that had fed him by cheating Nan Luoshan, what would Emperor Nan think? He did not need to antagonize the top figures in the Central Imperial Realm for the sake of hiding a few ritual implements. With Xiao Muyu, he could be much more casual. She was not even a Rehuang, and Yi Futian had not made contact with the elder of the Xiao clan at the God's Relic, but rather with Xiao Muyu directly. And it had been enough for them just to follow Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan. Nan Luoshan looked around the spatial sacred hall and selected 3 ritual implements. She did not continue taking more. Princess Nan, I promised Emperor Nan 5, said Yi Futian. My father only said a single sentence on your behalf. He expended very little energy. 3 is enough, said Nan Luoshan. For Emperor Nan, it had indeed just been a matter of a single sentence, but its effect on Yi Futian's situation had been massive. But through this, Yi Futian could sense Emperor Nan's attitude. These were powerful implements, and that sentence was not worth 2 more of them. Give my thanks to Emperor Nan, said Yi Futian with a slight nod. He did not owe Nan Luoshan any more ritual implements. Emperor Nan and Nan Luoshan had made their decision, so there was no point in saying anything more on the matter. I have chosen my ritual implements, so I will depart. Nan Luoshan was extremely direct and did things without leaving the least bit of ambiguity. All right, I'll see you off, said Yi Futian with a nod. Nan Luoshan was a little surprised. She had met countless people, and most of them would try to speak with her more if given the chance. Even if they didn't have a chance, they would try to manufacture one. But Yi Futian seemed not to have any intentions along those lines. He did not try to delay her. No need, Lord Yi, she said. As she exited the pavilion, she stopped and looked back at his handsome face. She suddenly said, How many perfect divine wheels have you forged? Yi Futian was stunned when he heard Nan Luoshan's words, then he suddenly smiled. It seemed that she was curious as well. It seemed that she knew a little bit about what had happened. You will know soon enough, he said with a smile. Nan Luoshan did not pursue the matter. She just nodded and left. She had only asked because she was curious. After she left, Yi Futian was still gazing outside. Xia Qingyuan frowned and said, What are you thinking? What could I be thinking? He said, smiling at her. The only princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom with unparalleled talent and looks, what else could you be thinking? She said. When I first came to Emperor Xia's realm, you were unparalleled in both talent and looks as well, but did I have any thoughts like that? Said Yi Futian, tilting his head and smiling. Was he teasing her? Upon hearing that, her expression froze. She looked up at him and said, Only you can answer that. Seeing the way Xia Qingyuan was looking at him, Yi Futian was stunned. Something seemed to be wrong with this picture. The weather is good today, it is a good day for cultivating, said Yi Futian, looking up at the sky. He turned and left. Xia Qingyuan smiled as she watched him go. But even as she did, her eyes were a little sad. She was trying to change. Yi Futian. At that moment, several figures quickly rushed toward the palace. One of them was Kong Xian, who had been cultivating within Tianshan Academy. Yi Futian, who had wanted to spend some time cultivating, felt his thoughts be drawn back to the present. What is the matter? He asked. There is a conflict between Yaya and the people of Tianshan Academy. There are Renhuangs who are getting involved, she said. Let's go. Yi Futian began to move quickly. Kong Xian felt will begin to cover her. Behind Yi Futian, several figures rose into the air in a defensive formation, following him. What happened? Yi Futian was moving extremely quickly, moving across great distances with every step. He descended upon the sky stairwell and began walking up towards Tianshan Academy. Yaya got into a fight with one of the top figures of Tianshan Academy. She couldn't contain her power and wounded her opponent, so some other Renhuangs from Tianshan Academy got involved. The sword master of Lihan was there, but they probably won't be able to stop their opponents, Kong Xian explained simply. I doubt that the people of Tianshan Academy planned this. They know that she has ritual implements from the god's relic. Yi Futian did not say any more. He entered Tianshan Academy with Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan following him. There was basically no more to ask. All of the 9 realms knew he was here and had guessed that he had traded ritual implements to convince Tianshan Academy to let him in. Now, all the great powers were here. Thus, he was not worried that they would do anything to him. In that case, Tianshan Academy's reputation would be worsened. Thus, this was probably not the will of the higher-ups at Tianshan Academy. It had just been done by several of the people there. After all, it was a huge academy with many disciples. There were all kinds of people there. At the same time, many of the people in the academy seemed to know a little of what had happened, and they were coming from many different places within the academy, all of them walking in the same direction as Yi Futian and the others. Chapter 1668 Almighty Eye. On the divine altar peak of Futian Academy, circling between the various peaks, there were giant sword-like ancient mountains that pointed toward the sky, about to pierce through the clouds. Celestial fog circled the area. There were intense ripples of energy coming from ceiling matrices. It was as if the entire area harbored a path matrix. At this moment, there was a group of people facing off on the divine altar peak. Yaya was sitting cross-legged. Energy was pulsing from her body as her sword will circled her. There seemed to be traces of blood on her clothes. It was clear that she had been injured. In front of her, the sword master of Lihan stood with his sword in hand. He was blocking her off. However, on the other side of the sword master of Lihan was also a Renhuang. He was a Renhuang with a 3rd-tier divine wheel. He looked like a middle-aged man, almost at the age of 40. He had a cold expression. His will exerted pressure on the sword master of Lihan, and also enveloped Yaya. There was also an injured person behind the middle-aged man. He was a teenage figure who had reached the same plane. His aura pulsed around him. Blood dyed his robes red. The rest of the people present were witnessing the event by the side. The Renhuang on the other side of the sword master of Lihan was a person who had been training at the Red Forge Peak of Futian Academy. The person who had been injured by Yaya had also been training there. He was a junior of that Renhuang. Seeing that you are visitors of Futian Academy, the Red Forge Peak would not put you through too much trouble. Get her to follow me. The Red Forge Peak would give her a lighter punishment. The name of the Renhuang was Luo Zhao. He was not an influential figure in Futian Academy, but since he was a powerful fighter in the Renhuang plane, coupled with the fact that he might become a mid-level Renhuang at any time, he did have a certain level of status in the Red Forge Peak. He might even have the chance to step into the level of an upper-level Renhuang if he trained for several hundred years more. Not everyone had the right to become a top-notch figure. That applied even in Futian Academy. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, people who had the potential to train themselves to the level of an upper-level Renhuang would definitely become someone influential factions would focus on nurturing. The factions would invest a lot of resources on them. People like Jian Qizhu were incredibly rare. Even Futian Academy only had one person like that in this generation. I don't think she did anything wrong, the sword master of Lihan said. He had his sword in hand. He would not compromise. The other party had been the one who wanted to spar. Furthermore, his attacks had been merciless. Even though Void's abilities were decent, she was ultimately not a match for a talented individual from the Futian Academy. After all, they had both come from Emperor Xia's realm. They would not have reached such a level if they had not followed Yi Futian. He would definitely have been defeated if this was his past self. It was just like when he fought against the people from the Heavenly Sword Hall. Thus, under the situation where the other party was being overbearing, Void made use of a sword will and severely injured the other party. The other party did not hold back in that situation. Void would not have been able to control the outcome of that attack. After he had been injured, the Renhuang directly interfered and injured Void. Now the Renhuang wanted to bring her away? What was the meaning of that? However, the Renhuang also knew who this territory belonged to. At this moment, a cluster of auras descended from far away. The Renhuang saw a group of people walking on thin air. They directly leaped through space and arrived at the scene. The white-robed teen leading the group immediately walked to Yaya's side. Yaya raised her head slightly and looked at Futian, who had just arrived. She heard Futian ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm not too seriously injured." Yaya shook her head. Futian took out a fruit of the way and fed it toward Yaya's mouth. Yaya moved her head back, but Futian still managed to stuff the fruit into her mouth. All she could do was look at Futian in frustration and swallow the fruit of the way. What was even more overbearing was that Futian rubbed her on her head. Yaya felt that she had lost all face, but she could not bring herself to be angry. After all, she had already reached the peak of the Saint Plane. "Hurry and cultivate to charge past this plane," Futian whispered. Even though Yaya had obtained the Great Emperor's sword will, but she had not reached the zenith of the Saint Plane. The people on the heavenly altar peak observed Futian. Did this person just disregard everyone present? Recently, there had been many rumors regarding Futian circulating within Futian Academy. Under normal circumstances, he would be compared to the likes of Jian Qizhu. Even though most of the people thought that there was no way Futian could be as powerful as Jian Qizhu, merely comparing him with Jian Qizhu represented just how powerful Futian was. He was already considered one of the best of the best. Luo Zhao's gaze landed on Futian. It was rumored that he had executed the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Zhoutian, who was a lower-level Renhuang with a third-tier divine wheel when he came out of the god's relic. He was a little curious. Was the battle capabilities of a perfect divine will that powerful? Futian did not ask, but the Sword Master of Lihan informed Futian about what happened through telepathy. It seemed like the motive of the other party was to get Yaya to attack. Even though he did not know who the other party was and what kind of status they held in Futian Academy, injuring Yaya with an attack of a fighter from a Renhuang plane was not to be tolerated, no matter what their motive was. Futian looked up at the Renhuang on the other side. He brought his hands together and announced, "Futian, I've frequently heard about your name recently, Emperor Yi, but have never managed to see you in person. Now that I've seen you, I must say that you have extraordinary flair," Luo Zhao said to Futian. He did not introduce himself. "However, even though you are a guest, your subordinate had severely injured a disciple of the Red Forge Peak. She had been too merciless with her attack. She has to come with me to the Red Forge Peak," Luo Zhao continued. "She's not my subordinate. She's my younger sister," Futian said. A strange look flashed past Luo Zhao's eyes. It was no wonder that he was willing to give this girl an item of the Great Emperor. It seemed like there were strong feelings between the pair of siblings. "My younger sister is young and ignorant. She doesn't know how to regulate the power of her attacks. Please understand." Futian brought his hands together and said, "However, as her elder, I cannot bear to see her get punished. Since this incident had been caused by a spar, let's end it with a spar. I've always wanted to learn from an elder of Futian Academy. Since I've had the chance to encounter you today, please give me some pointers. If I lose, I'll get my younger sister to follow you and give you 2 ritual implements that I found in the god's relic. What do you think about that?" Luo Zhao had a strange expression when he heard Futian's words. This expression was already showing respect to Futian. Otherwise, how could he tolerate Futian's overwhelming confidence in his abilities? "And if you win, Emperor Yi?" Luo Zhao asked. It was clear that he was a little tempted. It was improper for him to take Yaya away. However, things were different if Futian said it that way. He could directly take Yaya away and even obtain 2 premium ritual implements. How could he resist that? The rest of the people present also noticed that even though Futian's words and tone were polite, it did stem from his overbearing confidence. He did not think that he would be defeated. "If I win, then please give me some face and let the matter be resolved like that. Furthermore, I'll try my best to restrain myself. I'll not act as my younger sister did, Futian replied. He did not require anything if he won. All he needed was for this matter to have never happened. There were no problems with this method. However, the second half of the sentence that promised to restrain himself came with a little provocation. It was clearly meant to agitate Luo Zhao. You sure are confident about your abilities, Emperor Yi. Luo Zhao would not be provoked just by one sentence. However, since Yi Futian had voluntarily given him an opportunity to legitimize his claims, he would naturally not miss the opportunity. Of course, since Yi Futian was powerful enough to slay Gai Jiutian, it was clear that he was strong. He should not be too careless. I heard that you have obtained many top-notch ritual implements from the god's relic, Luo Zhao said. I won't lend you the ritual implements, Yi Futian replied. Since that is the case, show me your flawless divine wheel, Luo Zhao said. As he finished his sentence, he released a formless pressure. He displayed all his might as a renhuang as he stood on the air. In that instant, the entire area of the divine altar peak was enveloped by his pressure. Many divine spirits were approaching them from far away to observe the battle. Please give me some pointers. Yi Futian took a slight bow. He had just finished his sentence when he leaped into the air. He landed on thin air and looked down directly on Luo Zhao, who was standing below him. Luo Zhao shot a glance at Yi Futian and released the aura of his divine wheel of the Great Path. A ray of golden light illuminated the surroundings. It seemed as though there was a radiant golden thunderbolt attacking toward Yi Futian. He looked at Yi Futian's eyes. A battle was not won by comparing who stood at a higher spot. However, when he looked into Yi Futian's eyes, he saw that Yi Futian's pupils had changed. They had turned into the abyss. Eye sorcery. Luo Zhao wanted to avert his gaze. However, in that instant, he saw that the pair of eyes had devoured the entire world. Everything in his surroundings had ceased to exist. It was as though this was an independent area. A golden space prison seemed to be falling down directly at him, about to imprison him within. Luo Zhao let out a cold grunt and activated his will. The divine wheel in his body released an immensely radiant ray of golden light. Countless bolts of golden lightning lashed out around him and destroyed everything it came across. It tore the space prison apart. Boom! The gold cell seemed to have exploded and was completely destroyed. However, at the next moment, Luo Zhao saw a second, identical jail cell. Luo Zhao raised his hands and blasted forward. His punch penetrated the boundless void and smashed all of the space prisons into pieces. However, at the next moment, Luo Zhao was shocked to realize that the thing trapping him was an endless layer of space prisons. It was never-ending. The next moment, the space prisons suddenly contorted and formed a golden black hole-like tempest. It seemed to transform into an infinite array of golden divine swords that could cut through the void. The swords swallowed him. An immensely strong spiritual storm suppressed everything. It pushed Luo Zhao downward. He knew that this was an empty existence, but it felt incredibly realistic. Rumble. A violent aura erupted. Luo Zhao's body seemed to have been clad with golden armor. He looked like a war god. The golden divine swords unleashed an unending barrage of attacks and blasted themselves on Luo Zhao's golden armor. Terrifying sounds of impact rang out. Luo Zhao was submerged in the frenzied assault. Both his body and his soul were buried by the violent power. The Almighty Eye, an unending massacre. A voice rang out in Luo Zhao's head. His spirit seemed to have taken the brunt of an unending massacre. The terrifying storm infiltrated his body. Luo Zhao felt a wave of pain that came from deep within his bones. Stop! He let out a scream, but no one heard his voice. At this moment, he was trapped in the territory of Yi Futian's eye sorcery. His voice had been sealed off by the space prison. Your abilities are rather extraordinary. Have a good feel of this. Yi Futian's voice appeared once again in Luo Zhao's brain. Luo Zhao's appearance gradually started to contort. The unending sword will pierce through his body and seem to reap his soul. Chapter 1669 Concubine? On the divine altar peak, several spectators witnessed the battle. Many divine spirits also came from far away to steal a peek at the battle between Yi Futian and Luo Zhao. It was a battle, but the two of them did not move. A terrifying divine light erupted from within Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian's eyes communicated with the will of the heavens, and caused multiple great paths to descend. The great paths transformed into countless space prisons and directly assaulted Luo Zhao. With his eyes as the divine wheel, he had cast an eye sorcery of the great path. With Yi Futian's body in the middle, an infinite amount of earthly will swarmed toward him from all around the divine altar peak. The earthly will formed a tempest. It was like a worldly jail formed to imprison just Luo Zhao. Luo Zhao also stood in his original position. The power of his divine will also erupted from his body, but it felt as though he had succumbed to the eye sorcery. Both his body and the outside world and the mental state were being attacked at the same time. His counterattacks felt futile. There was no way that he could dispel the worldly jail. What was more terrifying was that the worldly jail transformed into a sealed great path space. There was only Yi Futian's path within the space. Luo Zhao seemed to have lost the ability to use his path. It was as though his connection with the world had been severed. A powerful fighter at the Renhuang Plain was as glorious as the sun and moon. He was connected to the world. His divine spirit was fusing with the world. His divine spirit of the great path was one with the world. What did losing the means of communicating with the world mean? It meant that he was rendered half useless, and could only depend solely on the powers of the divine wheel. Senior Luo! The expression of the person at the Saint Plain, who was injured by Yaya, changed. Even he could tell that something was off. Luo Zhao seemed to have been imprisoned by Yi Futian's path. Furthermore, within the unending layers of space prisons, there seemed to be an infinite amount of great path divine light piercing directly into Luo Zhao's body. It caused Luo Zhao's expression to contort and change constantly. It seemed that he was in immense pain. He seemed to want to say something, but the outside world could not hear him no matter what he said. At this moment, he could not imagine the pain Luo Zhao was experiencing. Within the Almighty Eye, the power of the unending massacre was boundless. Luo Zhao soon found that he could no longer sustain himself. His divine will was being suppressed. His spiritual will was being pressed on relentlessly. The unending sword will was piercing his soul. At this moment, no one could imagine the pain Luo Zhao was going through. Enough, I admit defeat. Luo Zhao's voice entered Yi Futian's brain. You are extraordinarily strong and have abilities stronger than the average person. Why must you be so humble? I am sincere in seeking out pointers. Please treat me seriously, Yi Futian replied. His voice directly entered Luo Zhao's brain. Creak, creak. His soul seemed to be about to be split apart. Luo Zhao let out a pained roar. He seemed to see a gargantuan figure deep within his eyes. The figure looked like a deity. It was scrutinizing him. Its gaze was filled with disdain and directly imprinted itself within his soul. His body was trembling in pain, but he could not free himself no matter how he retaliated. Furthermore, Yi Futian was unwilling to stop the attack. He only realized now what Yi Futian's words meant. If he won, he could bring Yaya away and win the ritual implements. If he lost, he naively believed that Yi Futian would let him go. From the start, Yi Futian had not intended to let him off. The words he said just now were to make him take action. This was not a spar between equals. This was a one-sided massacre. Yi Futian was humiliating him in front of everyone present. The current Yi Futian had no intention of being compassionate. He was expressionless. He would not let a person who lusted over Yaya's divine item and dealt with Yaya with such an excuse off, even if he was a Renhuang of Tianshan Academy. He would leave Luo Zhao with a deep impression. He would make him remember this moment forever. Enough. Two Renhuangs from the Red Forge Peak walked forward from behind Luo Zhao. One of them was as strong as Luo Zhao, while the other had a second-tier divine wheel. However, how could they not see that Luo Zhao was undergoing an absolute suppression at this point? He had succumbed entirely to Yi Futian's eye sorcery. Luo Zhao's expression seemed to be extremely pained. The divine wills in their bodies burst forth. The divine light of the great path swarmed toward Futian as they attempted to force him to stop. However, they saw two figures step forward at the same time. One was a teen in a white robe who was incredibly charismatic. He released his aura. The surroundings seemed to contain a heavenly divine wheel of the great path. Light radiated in all directions. A terrifying phenomenon appeared behind Gu Donglu. Countless ferocious, ancient beasts seemed to have appeared. They reared their heads and howled before they charged directly toward one of the Renhuang. On the other side, the sword master of Lihin had stepped forward. He lifted his divine sword in the air and sent out 10,000 swords. Even though it was not as extravagant as Gu Donglio's attack, it was also extremely exquisite. The light it released was as radiant as that released by a perfect divine wheel of the great path. Roar boom! The roars of the giant beasts shook the surroundings. A powerful fighter with a third-tier divine wheel was directly pressured into retreating. The powers of the divine will in his body were extremely suppressed. He was rendered unable to approach Futian. The other Renhuang with the second-tier divine wheel was also forced back by the sword will. Faced with the sword will, he only stopped when his body had retreated far away. The rest of the powerful fighters around them looked at Futian, Gu Donglu, and the sword master of Lihin in shock. Even though most of the people in Futian Academy had heard about them, personally witnessing the attacks of the three great Renhuangs and the splendor of their divine wheels still had an extreme impact. These were three perfect divine wheels. In their generation, only Jian Qizhu had managed to forge a perfect divine wheel. From far away, many figures approached the scene. They were the people who had been training in the area and had stolen a peek at the battle with their divine spirits. They naturally could not contain themselves after witnessing this exciting scene. They personally descended onto the area and looked on at the exaggerated scene. The levels of the three Renhuangs from Tianshan Academy were higher than their three opponents. However, they were all being suppressed. Futian did not stop. He did not mind blowing up the matter a little more. Luo Zhao had selfishly taken action against Yaya and blew the matter up. Tianshan Academy still wanted to preserve their reputation. They would not do anything to him. Currently, many people from premium factions of all the realms were training at Futian Academy. Many of them had come to watch. Luo Zhao's body was no longer just trembling, it could be described as convulsing. He looked extremely pathetic. The powerful fighters had a look of sympathy when they looked toward Luo Zhao. Luo Zhao was a Renhuang, but he was experiencing such a merciless massacre. It must have a large impact on his psyche. It was clear that Futian planned for this. Princess Luoshan! A voice rang out. Nan Luoshan had also come. She had just entered Tianshan Academy not long ago. She had entered just after she obtained the ritual implement from Futian. She had just visited an elder from Futian Academy when she noticed the movements in the area. She then rushed over when she saw that Futian was taking action. The person who greeted her was Shenhao from the Shen clan. Many of the people training within Tianshan Academy did not know what to feel. That person sure is merciless, Xiaomuyu said after she swept her beautiful eyes past Futian. She also glanced toward Nan Luoshan and Chang Shi. She thought that she was extraordinarily beautiful, but she could not compare to the two of them. Nan Luoshan and Chang Yi were people who would shock anyone who glanced at them. However, she had already been exposed to Futian's modus operandi when she was in the God's Relic. He had snatched over their divine lotus with a smile on his face. There was a blade hidden within his smile. However, Xiaomuyu felt a complicated mix of emotions when she saw the three powerful fighters with their perfect divine wheels. She had not managed to seize the opportunity back in the God's Relic. It would be difficult for her now. Even though she had great potential, she was not the most powerful fighter within her family. She would be able to change her fate if she managed to forge a perfect divine wheel. However, if she doesn't, the best resources would never be invested in her. She had submitted her application for the ritual implements back then, but none of the items made it into her hands. Boom! A sound was heard at this moment. The spectators saw that Futian had stopped. Luo Zhao's body was pushed directly onto the ground. A person at his level should not be so haggard, but he was already at the edge of breaking down. He was no longer very conscious. Even though Yi Futian had stopped, Luo Zhao still felt as though he was trapped within the terrifying eye sorcery. "Senior!" The person behind him stepped forward. He saw that Luo Zhao had become soberer and was standing up. Luo Zhao did not have any obvious injuries but was incredibly weak. He knew what he had just experienced. "Thank you for holding back," Yi Futian said. Luo Zhao's expression was so sullen that it was terrifying. Luo Zhao looked at the figures around him, then turned around and said, "Let's go back." He immediately walked away after he said that. He knew that he was too ashamed to stay in this place. The people from the Red Forge Peak left one after the other. Yi Futian and his group restrained their auras. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, Luo Zhao's mental state had been impacted greatly. Yi Futian looked at his surroundings. Many figures were standing in the air around the heavenly altar peak. He had seen many of them in the god's relic. "Yi Futian!" A voice rang out at this moment. Yi Futian looked up at the person who spoke. It was Shen Hao. He looked toward Shen Hao with curiosity. "You have some animosity with the Shen clan. Your teacher, the Sky River Great Elder, was once a member of the Shen clan, though something unfortunate happened later on. However, you have now forged a perfect divine wheel. The Shen clan can disregard the unhappy incidents that happened in the past. Are you willing to join the Shen clan and train with us?" Many people were shocked. Shen Hao was inviting Yi Futian to train with the Shen clan. It was worth it to pull a person with a perfect divine wheel toward their side. Furthermore, Yi Futian and his group had 3 Renhuangs who had perfect divine wheels. They also each possessed a piece of treasure. Yi Futian glanced at Shen Hao in shock. He had noticed that Shen Hao paid no heed to him back in the god's relic. The people from the Shen clan all had the same attitude toward the disciples of the Sky River Great Elder. However, he did have his value now that he had forged the perfect divine wheel. The conflict between the Shen clan and him was different than that with his teacher. If Shen Hao knew that his teacher was Qi Xiangang and that his teacher had been brought away by the Shen clan, Yi Futian guessed that Shen Hao would not say those words. "You can head to the Tianhe realm and ask my teacher. I do not have any objections if he agrees," Yi Futian said with a smile. Did Shen Hao want him to join the good guys or betray his teacher? It was not strange for Yi Futian to reject Shen Hao. All Shen Hao wanted to know was if Yi Futian would be tempted, even for a moment. "Emperor Yi, what do you think about the Shao clan?" Xiaomuyu smiled and said when she saw Shen Hao initiate the conversation. In the past, her clan had instructed her to establish a closer relationship with Yi Futian. Her clan would be elated if she managed to pull the 3 powerful fighters with perfect divine wheels into the Shao clan. Of course, she knew that she had no hopes of doing that. "Being the son-in-law of the Shao clan?" Yi Futian smiled and said as he looked toward Xiaomuyu. Of course, only Xiaomuyu understood what he said. "If you are willing, I can consider it." Xiaomuyu smiled gently. She seemed a little flirtatious. "But I already have a wife. Since that is the case, I might have to let you suffer a little," Yi Futian said, a little conflicted. "Suffer?" Xiaomuyu froze. Her expression then changed when she understood what Yi Futian meant. She then glared fiercely at Yi Futian. "That B***** wanted me to become his concubine." Chapter 1670 This shameless B*****. Xiaomuyu ignored Yi Futian. He was the most shameless Renhuang she had ever seen. He did not have the magnanimity of a Renhuang at all. Aside from his face being handsome. "Aside from sword will, did you obtain other divine items in God's relic?" a voice asked. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd turned in the direction of the voice. A silhouette that was bathed in sunlight stood in midair, as brilliant and dazzling as a sun god. It was Di Wu, the god of solar divine palace from the solar realm. His gaze, which contained the divine light of the sun, landed on Yi Futian. In the battle just now, Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path was unique. As the battle progressed, it immediately sealed off the space. It was as though his way was the only way in the space. it completely suppressed Luo Zhao's way. Diwu was one of the 10 people who obtained divine items. He had also begun to use the divine item to cultivate. Hence, he clearly understood more than anyone what Yi Futian's battle signified. It was not just him. In reality, other people also wanted to ask Yi Futian about it, especially those who had obtained divine items in the god's relic. Their guesses were similar to that of Diwu. They clearly knew that even if they managed to forge a flawless divine wheel, in battle, the divine will would only make them slightly more powerful by attracting the power of the Great Path from their surroundings with the power of the Great Path it contained. In terms of the essence of their way, there was no difference, they were still the same. However, when they utilized the divine items, some changes would occur. They could forge an enclosed domain of the Great Path. Their way would become even more powerful. Just now, when Yi Futian was fighting against Luo Zhao, he gave off this feeling. Yi Futian's gaze turned towards Diwu. Diwu was observant. This pupil divine wheel was forged from the spiritual storm life spirit. The life spirit was not Yi Futian's own item, but something given to him by Dongwang the Great. The Great Path it contained was naturally not the same as Yi Futian's own. This was before Yi Futian released his 4th divine wheel. If he released his 4th divine wheel, he wondered how Diwu would think. His 4th divine wheel was a complete Great Path domain. It was an enclosed space and an absolute Great Path domain. In the god's relic, I was bathed in the divine light of Dongwang the Great and relied on it to prove my way and forge a divine wheel of the Great Path, so the results will naturally be different, Yi Futian said. Unfortunately, all of you broke through the next plane too soon. Fortunately, I suppressed my plane. Hence, when the heavenly palace in the god's relic opened, I managed to prove my way and forge a divine wheel. Yi Futian's tone was very casual. He was telling the crowd that the reason he was different from the rest of them was that his divine wheel of the Great Path was forged when he was bathed in the divine light of Dongwang the Great in the heavenly palace. Of course, he would be different from the rest of them. What Yi Futian said was also a possibility. After all, he had indeed suppressed his plane, and had proven his Great Path under the Emperor's might of the heavenly palace. If that was so, did they really miss out on a fateful encounter like Yi Futian had said? Does that mean that it is the same for your Guqin divine wheel? Diwu's gaze remained the same. However, he was somewhat suspicious. The battle between Yi Futian and Gai Jiutian after they emerged from the god's relic gave off a different feeling from what they had just witnessed. Yi Futian looked at Diwu and revealed a nonchalant smile. He did not respond. Whether or not it was the same, did Yi Futian need to tell Diwu? Unleash your Guqin divine wheel and let us see, Diwu ordered as he looked at Yi Futian. If it were different, it would prove that it was possible that Yi Futian had received other benefits in the heavenly palace of the god's relic that the rest of them did not know of. Unleash my Guqin divine wheel for all of you to see? Yi Futian swept a glance at Diwu. The god of Solar Divine Palace was truly rude and arrogant. If Diwu had used the words please or could you kindly, Yi Futian might have considered doing so. Diwu seemed to have forgotten that the person standing across from him was also a top monstrous figure who forged a flawless divine will like him. Yi Futian smiled. He turned and walked up to beside Yaya. After eating the fruit of the way, Yaya had already recovered. Her aura was stable, and sword will revolved around her. She actually showed signs of having become stronger. The aura in her body seemed to have reached a critical point. This caused Yi Futian to reveal a strange look. It might be that being suppressed by Renhuang's was a blessing in disguise for her. After receiving the teachings of Dongwang the Great, Yaya's cultivation had already improved by leaps and bounds. Having cultivation knowledge of 2 lives, she made up for the things that she was previously lacking in. Hence, her improvement was very rapid. When she was still Sword Saint of the Void, she had already reached the holiness of Nirvana. That was why Yi Futian did not feel her rapid improvement was strange. Seemingly sensing something, Yaya opened her eyes, and the sword will around her dissipated. Let us head back first, Yi Futian said. Yaya nodded. Between Yi Futian and her, there was no need for thanks. They had faced life and death situations together. Yi Futian had always treated her as a sister. However, her feelings for Yi Futian were somewhat complicated. This feeling was difficult to describe. Gu Donglu and the sword master of Lihin also walked up to them. Their group immediately walked away from this place, ignoring the surrounding crowd. Yi Futian was not interested in being surrounded and observed by a crowd. When Di Wu saw this scene, he frowned. The gaze he gave Yi Futian was somewhat cold. However, this was Tianshan Academy and not his own territory. In the end, he did not stop Yi Futian and his group. Of course, he could not stop them from leaving. The two people behind Yi Futian had very strong abilities. She glanced at Di Wu. The solar realm and the shadow realm were diametrically opposed. Di Wu's standing in the solar realm was similar to her position in the shadow realm. Di Wu's identity and status naturally did not need to be mentioned. As the god of Solar Divine Palace, he was considered without equal. Now that he had forged a flawless divine wheel, it was highly possible that he would inherit Solar Divine Palace in the future. However, he was underestimating Yi Futian. This disciple of Sky River Great Elder dared to kill Gai Shi and Gai Jiotian. One could tell what sort of person Yi Futian was. Also, from Yi Futian's current performance, he did not seem to be weaker than they were. In terms of the divine wheel of the great path that they forged, he was already way ahead of them. Currently, Yi Futian already displayed 2 flawless divine wheels. She stepped out and left this place immediately. The other cultivators also dispersed. Prior to this, Nan Luoshan had asked Yi Futian how many flawless divine wheels he had forged. Yi Futian merely answered that she would know sooner or later. If so, did that mean that he only had 2? She had a faint feeling that it was possible that he had more than 2. Nan Luoshan also left the place. When Shenhao saw Nan Luoshan leaving, he also followed behind her. He cried out to her, "Princess Luoshan, after having proven my way and becoming a Renhuang, I am still unsure of a few matters. May I ask you for advice?" Nan Luoshan turned around and glanced at Shenhao. She replied, "I myself am unsure of many things." Although she had been brought up under the pampering of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo, she was already a Renhuang. How could she not understand Shenhao's intention of approaching her? "If so, wouldn't it be more interesting if we figure out what we are unsure of together?" Shenhao suggested with a smile. His tone was gentle and bore an air of elegance. "There are many seniors in Tianshan Academy. Since we have come to Tianshan Academy, I am certain that the seniors of Tianshan Academy will naturally be willing to offer some pointers to us. Farewell." And Luoshan still replied calmly. Then, she immediately stepped into the air and disappeared from her spot. Shenhao smiled as he watched Nan Luoshan's disappearing silhouette. It was as expected of the princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom, and the only daughter of Emperor Nan. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were few maidens that could catch his eye. This was the first time he had been rejected when asking a girl of his generation to have a discussion about their ways. However, he did not get worked up over it. This response was fitting of Nan Luoshan's status. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, who, aside from Nan Luoshan, could become Shenhao's spiritual partner? Shenhao turned around and walked off in a different direction. Although he was interested in Nan Luoshan, in his heart, his cultivation would always come first. A spiritual partner was just an embellishment on one's cultivation journey. After training alone for so many years, it was hard to come across a woman that could catch his eye. He naturally did not want to let her slip by him. After Yi Futian returned to his palace, he noticed that someone was actually following behind him. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan. In the courtyard, Yi Futian looked somewhat suspiciously at Xiao Muyu. He asked, "Goddess Xiao, could it be that you are actually interested in me?" Before this, Yi Futian was merely joking. Could it be that Xiao Muyu truly wanted to be his concubine? Was this the power of his charm? Xiao Muyu's gaze turned cold. She realized that even though this fellow had exceptional talent, and had proven his way to become a Renhuang, he was really shameless. Before this, Renhuang Yi claimed that there were not many ritual implements left. "I am here because I am curious. I want to see which ritual implements Nan Luoshan has chosen," Xiaomuyu said. Right now, she did not believe a single word that Yi Futian had uttered the other day. Since Goddess Xiao has made your pick, there is no reason for you to take another look at the pile. Yi Futian rejected her request decisively. His eyelids twitched. This young mistress from Xiao clan actually did not believe him? Is Ren Huanyi guilty of something? Xiaomuyu asked. Since Goddess Xiao has no trust in me, naturally, I have nothing to say to you. Yi Futian responded indifferently. Humph! Xiaomuyu coldly snorted. Ren Huanyi is aware of what you have done. I will not bring it up again. However, I am here today not on behalf of my clan. We met in the God's Relic, and the treasure I targeted was snatched by Ren Huanyi. Despite that, I still helped Ren Huanyi to resolve your crisis. We can be considered as acquaintances, right? Yi Futian smiled. Her help was exchanged for with ritual implements. He did not feel indebted to her. This Xiaomuyu was somewhat odd. Naturally. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. If that's the case, may I ask Ren Huanyi for some help? Xiaomuyu's gaze was somewhat dodgy. It was as though she was struggling to ask for something. She was also a very proud and image-conscious person. She had struggled with herself before coming forward to seek help from him. Yi Futian was stunned. Did this mean that she had intentionally mentioned ritual implements before to make him feel guilty? Goddess Xiao, please tell me what you need of me. If it is within my power, I will naturally do my best to help you, Yi Futian said. All cultivators know the difficulty of forging a flawless divine wheel. However, in this generation, 3 Renhuangs around Ren Huanyi have forged flawless divine wheels. You must certainly have some experience in forging flawless divine wheels, Xiaomuyu said. 3 powerful cultivators had all forged flawless divine wheels. Even though they themselves were talented, they should have had some prior experience to guide them. There were certainly similarities between the 3 cultivators. For the 3 of them to forge flawless divine wheels, it was also fate. Goddess Xiao should know the difficulty in forging flawless divine wheels, Yi Futian said. When Xiaomuyu heard Yi Futian's words, she was slightly disappointed. She did not know whether or not his words were true. However, even if Yi Futian knew of any method, he would most likely not teach it to her. Is there really no technique that I can learn? Xiaomuyu inquired. It is too difficult, Yi Futian said. Xiaomuyu did not press the matter further. She said, Farewell. Then, she turned around and prepared to leave. However, there is still hope, Yi Futian added on. This caused Xiaomuyu to pause in her tracks. She turned around and stared at Yi Futian. Did he really know of a method? You know of a method? Xiaomuyu asked. This depends on what price Goddess Xiao is willing to pay, Yi Futian probed with a smile. When Xiaomuyu saw Yi Futian's equivocal gaze, she felt a chill down her spine. This shameless *** actually. Chapter 1671 Kidnapping. Xiaomuyu's gaze turned cold gradually. How was it possible that such a shameless Renhuang existed? Forging a divine will was her utmost priority. The level of her divine will would not only reflect her cultivation, but it would also affect her position in the clan in the future. Even though the chances of forging a flawless divine will were slim, she still wanted to give it a try. She was willing to work for any opportunities. However, she had not expected that Yi Futian would be this shameless. In her opinion, when the cultivators reached the Renhuang Plain, aside from those who practiced demonic cultivation methods, it was rare to encounter one who drooled over beauties. She was quite confident of her appearance, though she didn't pay too much attention to it. As compared to her looks, she cared more about her own cultivation. However, it did not mean that she would sell her body in exchange for cultivation methods. I must have misjudged you before this, Xiaomuyu said with a chilly voice. I thought, since Ren Huanyi could forge flawless divine wheels, surely you are someone with an exceptional temperament. I have not expected you to be this despicable. When Yi Futian heard Xiaomuyu's words, he could no longer maintain his smile. He revealed a strange expression. Despicable? When he saw Xiaomuyu's gaze, he suddenly understood what was going on in her mind. This woman, did she think that Yi Futian was speechless? Surely this woman's imagination was running wild. Has Goddess Shao misunderstood something? Yi Futian said. Despicable and filthy fellow. I cannot work with you since there is little common ground for understanding between us. Xiao Muyu turned around and left. Wait a second. Yi Futian's expression was sullen. Xiao Muyu turned to look at Yi Futian with a frosty look. Today, she came alone without any clan members accompanying her. She came with the hope of seeking help from Yi Futian. Goddess Xiao, could it be that you think I am interested in you? Yi Futian was bewildered. Aren't you? Xiao Muyu coldly snorted. Prior to this, Yi Futian had mentioned that he wanted to be the son-in-law of Shao clan, and he hinted her to be his concubine. In addition, his gaze was frivolous. It was hard for her not to think of him in that way. Qingyuan, Kong Xian, please come over here, Yi Futian called. Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian approached Yi Futian while staring at him quizzically. Yi Futian put both his hands on their shoulders. He glanced at Xiao Muyu and said, Is my princess not pretty? Goddess Xiao, with your appearance, where do you get such confidence? Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian revealed strange expressions, especially Xia Qingyuan. This shameless B***starred he was too shameless. Xia Qingyuan wanted to say something, but she saw Kong Xian standing there quietly. Even though Kong Xian's expression was strange too, she played along with Yi Futian, allowing him to put his hand on her shoulder. She even stared at Xiao Muyu with a provocative gaze. Xia Qingyuan, who was about to throw a fit, became composed instantly. She softly bit down on her lip. Then, she turned around to look at Xiao Muyu. One could even detect tenderness in her gaze. The lady's responses caused Xiao Muyu to be dumbfounded. Her expression turned even stranger. Yi Futian did not have such intention? The beauty of Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian was indeed on par with hers. In fact, their appearances could even be said to be more outstanding than hers. Moreover, both of them had unique temperaments that made them distinct from each other. However, Xiao Muyu had not expected that Yi Futian would actually mock her appearance. Her facial expression turned sullen once again. This B***starred. Goddess Xiao, could it be that you believe that I am truly into you? Yi Futian's voice sounded strange. Or could it be that Goddess Xiao believes that I will help you with just one word without any cost? Yi Futian lowered his hands. Xia Qingyuan looked at her shoulder, and then looked at Yi Futian's face from the side. He was shameless and heartless. What price is Ren Huangyi asking for? Xiao Muyu asked. I indeed have some experience accumulated from the learnings of 3 people. However, I need to pay a high price in order to help you. I also need to teach you a magnum opus level cultivation method. This is a method that I cannot share with outsiders. How can I help you with just a request? Yi Futian had a look of a charlatan. His words confused Xiao Muyu until she could not make out which parts were true and which were lies. Xiao Muyu was hesitant. She believed that it was definitely not easy to forge a flawless divine will. If Yi Futian truly mastered some method, it would certainly require an extremely high cost. Aside from her own body, she did not have anything to be offered that Yi Futian would bat an eye at. After all, he himself had forged flawless divine wheels and possessed a palace of treasures. Yi Futian couldn't help but sigh when he saw Xiao Muyu standing there. To his surprise, the dignified young mistress of Shao clan was actually a naive soul. He had already hinted to her that he would teach her a method that could not be shared with outsiders, but she still could not understand what he was trying to imply. A few days ago, someone came to ask whether or not they could be my disciple. However, my cultivation methods are very precious, and it cannot be taught to random outsiders, Yi Futian said indifferently, seemingly lamenting on a past event. Xiao Muyu's face twitched when she heard Yi Futian's words. Becoming his disciple? Yi Futian and Xiao Muyu were of the same generation. They were even at the same plane when they first entered God's relic, but Yi Futian was a step faster than her in proving his way and breaking through to the Renhuan plane. However, she still thought of him as someone who was of the same generation as her. Hence, she had not considered the possibility of becoming his disciple before. Goddess Xiao, have a safe trip. Yi Futian wished her off, seemingly wanting her to leave now. Xiao Muyu's gazes kept shifting like the clouds. Finally, she made up her mind and said, I am willing to become a disciple of Renhuan Yi, seeking the way and cultivating under your guidance. I suppose this is inappropriate, Yi Futian said as he looked at Xiao Muyu. Goddess Xiao is the young mistress of Xiao clan. You have exceptional talent. I am but a nobody. Besides that, my method can only increase the chances of you forging a flawless divine wheel. It is not a guarantee of success. Prior to Xiao Muyu, Lin clan of Dongxing State had approached him before. Yi Futian indeed had no intention of accepting Lin clan as his disciples. However, when Xiao Muyu came to find him today, he felt that Lin clan's suggestion could be taken into consideration. His disciples would be the grand disciples of his master, Qi Xian Gang. When the Grand Master was in danger, it would be appropriate for the Grand Disciples to help out, right? The clans of the Grand Disciples would need to join in the aid too, right? Before this, Yi Futian had accepted Dou Zhao of Dou tribe as his junior on behalf of his master. Now, it would most likely not be a big deal for him to accept a disciple. Disciple is willing to give it a try. Xiao Muyu seemed to have accepted her role, addressing herself as disciple. Accepting a disciple is a serious matter. It is no joke. If you regret it in the future and bear hatred towards me, it will cause both of us to turn against each other, Yi Futian said evasively. I still think it's not appropriate. Disciple has made up my mind. Regardless of success or failure, I am willing to serve under master. Xiao Muyu continued to persuade Yi Futian. She could not accept trading her body for cultivation methods. However, becoming one's disciple was a proper means to do so. She was willing to become Yi Futian's disciple in order to seize a higher opportunity of forging a flawless divine wheel. As long as Yi Futian was sincere in helping her, she would not have any grudges against him. Even if she failed, she would not blame him. I heard that in order to show their sincerity, the cultivators of upper worlds would prostrate when their masters first accepted them as disciples. I am not a fan of formality, so a simpler salutation will do, Yi Futian said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Muyu knelt down in front of Yi Futian and knocked her head thrice on the floor, saying, Disciple Xiao Muyu will be under Master's tutelage starting from today. From now on, I will respect Master, obey Master's rules, study diligently, and uphold the manners between a disciple and a master. If I go against my word, may disaster fall upon me. Yi Futian stared at Xiao Muyu, who was prostrating on the floor. His gaze turned serious. His demeanor was different from his casual state just now. The reason why he acted mean towards Xiao Muyu was that he wanted to see how determined and sincere she was. If she could not reach his requirement, he would not take the risk of helping her. Otherwise, not only would he lose a disciple that he trained, she might even repay his kindness with animosity. He had been observing Xiao Muyu to see how devoted she was. Extending his hands, Yi Futian helped Xiao Muyu to get on her feet. Xiao Muyu raised her head and stared at Yi Futian. Her gaze had clearly changed, too, showing hints of respect now. Since she had decided to be his disciple, her attitude towards him could not be the same as before. Why do you trust me? Yi Futian asked. He was merely trying his luck, but Xiao Muyu had really accepted him as her master. Firstly, I want to seek the way. Secondly, the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm trust you. Dou Zhao trusts you. 2 possessors of flawless divine wheels trust you too, Xiao Muyu explained. Hence I also trust you. Yi Futian was under the guidance of 2 figures who were at the peak. Before this, the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm crowned Yi Futian as their leader. Dou Zhao of Dou tribe willingly followed Yi Futian too. He even asked his tribe to be involved in Yi Futian's dispute with the other top forces. Right now, there were 2 other possessors of flawless divine wheels beside Yi Futian. Prior to this, she had been doubtful and struggled. Yi Futian was still the same generation as she was. However, once she thought about it carefully, in reality, that was an illusion. She only felt so because she had encountered Yi Futian in God's relic. Would she feel the same if she had not encountered him? Was there any issue with following a master that was a Renhuang who had forged flawless divine wheels? Setting aside Yi Futian's character, he was still qualified to be her teacher. Yi Futian most likely had some agenda for accepting her as a disciple. He most likely wanted to gain access to her force. However, winning over Yi Futian was the wish of many large forces. By becoming Yi Futian's disciple, Shao clan would be inextricably linked with Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled. As expected of the daughter of a large clan, she did not hold back. As your master, I will teach you a magnum opus level cultivation method. You must practice and comprehend it well, Yi Futian said. From his glabella, a light of divine spirit shone towards Xiaomuyu. Xiaomuyu closed her beautiful eyes and quietly received all of this. Not long after, both of them opened their eyes. Yi Futian said, "These next few days you should head over to Tianshan Academy to train. Your master needs to prepare a grand matrix. I will need to expend a lot in order to do so. I will try to create an opportunity for you to prove your way and forge a flawless divine wheel." As he said this, Yi Futian placed his hand on Xiaomuyu's head. He advised, "Keep this in mind. Do not disappoint your master." Xiaomuyu lifted her head and glared at Yi Futian. There was a look of suspicion in her eyes. Why was it that she could not bring herself to trust him? An extremely huge cost? Although this so-called magnum opus level cultivation method was very miraculous, it was not as unfathomable as Yi Futian had made it out to be. Yi Futian looked at Xiaomuyu. What was with this girl's expression? As he thought of this, his hand was still caressing Xiaomuyu's head. Since she was his disciple, as her master, Yi Futian naturally could touch her head. Xiaomuyu gritted her teeth. She felt as though she had been tricked. "Disciple will certainly not fail to live up to master's expectations," Xiaomuyu said through gritted teeth. "If there is nothing else, I will go and train first." "Go ahead. Master believes in you," Yi Futian said as he patted Xiaomuyu's shoulder. Xiaomuyu fled. She felt as though she had signed a deal with the devil. "This disciple is not bad. Her level of comprehension is high," Yi Futian said as he watched Xiaomuyu's leaving silhouette. From this day onwards, he was also a person who had a disciple. Seemingly noticing something, Yi Futian's gaze shifted. He saw Xia Qingyuan looking at him with a forced smile. "Is there anything you need, princess?" Yi Futian asked. Xia Qingyuan was even more angered when she saw Yi Futian acting foolish. This B***star actually acted ignorantly after having achieved his goal. He even managed to kidnap a beautiful female disciple. "Shameless," Xia Qingyuan muttered in a low voice. She then turned and left. Yi Futian watched her leave. She must have been jealous. Chapter 1672 Xiaomuyu's Metamorphosis. Prior to this, even though Yi Futian had accepted disciples in name, in the true sense of the word, Xiaomuyu was considered his first official disciple. However, she seemed to have become his disciple due to his sweet talk. Indeed, Xiaomuyu trusted Yi Futian, otherwise it was impossible for her to truly become his disciple. Although up until now, she was still suspicious of her teacher's moral standard, she trusted him wholeheartedly in terms of cultivation. Hence, she had been practicing deed of thorough comprehension diligently recently. As expected, she felt that she was closer to proving her way. When she entered God's relic, she was already half a renhuang. She was not the only one. In fact, most of the cultivators who were elected to lead the teams in God's relic were the cream of the crop in their respective forces. Therefore, most of them were close to experiencing breakthroughs. When Xiaomuyu was practicing, Yaya had finally broken through to the renhuang plane. With the help of Dong Wang the Great Sword Will, she managed to forge a sword matrix divine wheel. Since she received help from Yi Futian on top of having Dong Wang the Great Sword Will, the divine wheel that she forged was naturally flawless. Yi Futian clearly realized that, as compared to God's relic, his life spirit was an even more suitable environment for cultivators to prove their way and forge flawless divine wheels. Sometimes he wondered, what exactly was this life spirit? On this day, Xiaomuyu went to Yi Futian's palace and was ready to try breaking through to the renhuang plane. She stood in the spatial matrix set up by Yi Futian. She could see the sun, moon, and stars hanging in the sky, as though this was a completely independent space. Master, what kind of matrix is this? Xiaomuyu was astonished. A powerful will circulated in the space. Yi Futian did not respond to her question. He seemed tired. Master, what happened to you? Xiaomuyu asked. It took me a great effort to set up this matrix. I have exhausted myself in order to complete this, Yi Futian replied weakly. However, you are worthy of my effort. Do you still remember my advice? A glint of doubt flashed past Xiaomuyu's eyes. Were his words true? Even though the character of her master was questionable, judging from this powerful matrix, she supposed his words were most likely true. Disciple remembers everything the master said by heart, Xiaomuyu said while nodding her head. Yi Futian walked up to Xiaomuyu and patted her head. He seemed weary. Xiaomuyu raised her head to look at him. Yi Futian said, You are my only disciple. Even if I need to exhaust my life, I will do all I can to help you prove your way. You don't have to be too touched by my actions. It's my responsibility. Xiaomuyu blinked. Master, can you not do this? Xiaomuyu pointed at Yi Futian's hand, which was still on her head. Disciple is not used to it. Oh. Yi Futian nodded and removed his hand from Xiaomuyu's head. However, instead of retracting his hand, he pinched Xiaomuyu's face with it. Sounding like an elder, he said, Muyu, since I have accepted you as my disciple, I treat you as someone who is a generation younger than me. It is said that a tutor for a day is a father for a lifetime. You are like a child to me. Please don't mind my action. Xiaomuyu was close to tears. He was really treating her like a little kid. Had Master seen a child who was half a step away from the Renhuang plane? If Yi Futian was really an old man, Xiaomuyu was fine with it. The problem was he had a young and handsome face. Disciple is used to it now. Master, can we start now? Xiaomuyu had a feeling that she could no longer escape from the hands of Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. He returned to his spot and sat cross-legged, saying, Let's start. A few days later, Xiaomuyu's body shone while divine light surged out from her. A terrifying sound of the great path rumbled in her body, causing the surrounding world to go berserk. This situation lasted for a long while. Then, the endless divine light retracted and seeped into Xiaomuyu's body. She opened her eyes slowly. As compared to before, Xiaomuyu's eyes were glowing with sparkles now. Her temperament changed too. She was even more beautiful now. Her skin was radiant and smooth. Not a hint of deformities could be found on her. Her long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Xiaomuyu's eyes sparkled like the stars as she revealed a smile. Did she really achieve her goal? She was a female Renhuang now. Moreover, she was a female Renhuang who had forged a flawless divine wheel. She looked in the direction of Yi Futian. The illusion around her had disappeared. Only the matrix was left standing. However, Yi Futian's aura was weak, as though all his vigor had been drained out of him. He even showed signs of dying. Master! Xiaomuyu was shocked, and she quickly moved towards him. She had her doubts before this. However, this matrix was so powerful and could directly assist her in forging a flawless divine wheel. She speculated that Yi Futian had really exhausted his vigor in order to maintain this gigantic matrix. I'm fine, Yi Futian assured her while waving his hands nonchalantly. Master is satisfied to be able to witness your success. How are you feeling? Xiaomuyu squatted down and supported Yi Futian from the side. She felt slightly ashamed for doubting him before this. Even though he was frivolous, he had a kind heart. He even paid such a great price to help her. I'm fine. I merely used up all my energy and depleted some of my vigor. However, I can refine my life will, so my body will recover by itself, Yi Futian explained. Xiaomuyu was deeply touched. How could his current condition be considered fine? What can disciple do for you? Xiaomuyu asked. I feel languid, and my whole body is aching now. You can give me a massage, Yi Futian requested. Xiaomuyu was a little doubtful. Would a massage really help? However, she still nodded her head seriously and replied, All right. As she replied, she actually began to massage Yi Futian's back. Your master is pleased seeing that you are so filial. Yi Futian nodded his head contentedly. It was very comfortable. How many people could have such treatment as a female renhuang massaging their backs? Since Yi Futian had accepted a disciple, he should enjoy himself to the fullest. At that moment, a silhouette walked over. It was Xia Qingyuan. When she saw Yi Futian's dispirited expression, she said to Xiao Muyu, "Let me do it." Xiao Muyu looked at Xia Qingyuan and then looked at Yi Futian. In a low voice, she asked, "Master, is this person mastress?" Yi Futian had mentioned that he had a wife. However, how many mastresses did Xiao Muyu think he had? Don't simply call her that. Yi Futian's expression turned dark. Xia Qingyuan blinked her eyes. Mastress? Her gaze flickered. Then, she approached them and said, "Muyu, leave this to me." "All right." Xiao Muyu nodded her head and made space for Xia Qingyuan obediently. Judging from Xia Qingyuan's friendly tone, she was most likely Yi Futian's fiancée. No doubt. That had to be it. Master was blessed. Crack. A soft pop sounded. Just when Xiao Muyu was feeling both touched and warm, Yi Futian's back actually made a cracking sound when Xia Qingyuan hammered it. Ouch! Yi Futian immediately leapt up and said, "Princess, are you trying to kill me?" Xiao Muyu was stunned for a bit. What was wrong with this scene? Why was it that Master's weariness had instantly disappeared? It could even be said that his dying look had completely vanished. Xiao Muyu came to her senses. Her face was flushed red instantly. She gave Yi Futian a deadly stare. This shameless master. Sensing that Xiao Muyu's gaze was unfriendly, Yi Futian said, "Muyu, don't get the wrong idea. When I sensed your filial piety, I was so touched, and because of it, I recovered instantly. Disciple naturally believes in master," Xiao Muyu said as she bit her lip gently. Recalling that she had felt touched and warm, it was practically, "That's how it should be. Muyu, return to your clan to stabilize your cultivation plane," Yi Futian said. "Remember what master has instructed you." Xiao Muyu nodded her head. She glanced at the two of them and said, "Master, Mastress, then I won't disturb you too. Disciple will come visit again after a few days." As she said this, Xiao Muyu turned to leave. "Don't simply run your mouth," Yi Futian said, speechless. "This child is still immature. Princess, don't mind her," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian. In a low voice, she said, "I feel that Muyu is quite nice. Don't pick on her in the future." Yi Futian blinked. Before this, weren't the two of them at loggerheads with each other? After leaving, Xiao Muyu's expression was still bizarre. Everything that had occurred over the past few days was like a dream. As she recalled the events of the past few days, she revealed a radiant smile. "Master," Xiao Muyu mumbled to herself. She felt a sense of warmth within her. It felt nice. She arrived at another place. There were many cultivators of the Xiao clan in that place. When they saw Xiao Muyu returning, their silhouettes dashed over. Someone asked, "Young mistress, you have broken through to the next plane?" Xiao Muyu nodded and said, "Let's return to the clan." After she said this, her group flew up into the sky and prepared to return to Xiao clan. Xiao clan was situated in the northern region of the Central Emperor Realm. As one of the top forces of the Central Emperor Realm, the Xiao clan's home was like an ancient city. It reached high into the sky layer by layer. Its highest point was as high as the Heavenly Palace. After Xiao Muyu returned, she headed towards a spot. Many people bowed to her in respect as she passed. She passed by many ancient halls and arrived at a wide, open space. A group of figures came towards her. The person leading the group was a youth with extraordinary temperament. "Xiao Muyu!" the person cried out to her. His voice had a faint sense of authority to it. He was a Renhuang of Xiao clan. However, he was not from the same branch family as Xiao Muyu. They were both of the direct line. However, their relationship was one of competition. "What's the matter?" Xiao Muyu's voice was cold and indifferent. "You finally broke through to the next plane?" The youth revealed a nonchalant smile and said, "You are too late. You returned empty-handed from God's relic. What meaning is there in breaking through to the next plane now? However, you still managed to prove your way. Go and make your report." During her journey to the God's relic, she had indeed not reaped many benefits. However, after she emerged from the God's relic, she obtained 3 ritual implements. His branch family would not get even one of them. "Xiao Ran," Xiaomuyu said. The youth looked at her. "In the future, don't use this tone to talk to me." "I don't like it," Xiaomuyu said indifferently. "Huh!" Xiao Ran revealed a look of interest. He smiled and asked, "As expected, after having proven your way, you have changed. Are you itching to try out your power?" As he said this, the might of Renhuang on his body burst forth. His divine wheel was at the 2nd tier. Large clans usually allowed the clan members to compete among themselves. This was the only way that they would be motivated to improve. Hence, such a situation was very common. Xiaomuyu swept a glance at him. She then took a step forward. Rumble. Terrifying divine light of the great path swept out. An extremely brilliant light shone down from the heavens. Alarming might of the way came crashing down, suppressing the other party's divine wheel. At this moment, Xiaomuyu's entire body was bathed in radiant twilight. It was as though she was a goddess with matchless elegance. The expressions of those who had returned with Xiaomuyu instantly became very excited. Their hearts trembled inside. A flawless divine wheel. Xiao Ran's expression changed drastically as he stared at Xiaomuyu. At the same time, many people in the distance seemed to have sensed something. Wills swept over this place, followed by many silhouettes leaping up into the sky. "I hope that this will not happen again in the future," Xiaomuyu said calmly. She stepped forward once again and directly walked past Xiao Ran. The members who followed behind Xiaomuyu swept indifferent glances at him. From this moment forth, Xiaomuyu's position in the clan was completely different. Xiao Ran was not qualified at all to contend with her. "Xiaomuyu, come straight to the main hall," a voice called out from afar. Silhouettes leapt into the sky and headed towards one direction. Xiaomuyu lifted her head slightly and looked towards the Xiao clan heavenly palace in the distance. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, that place did not seem so unreachable anymore. Chapter 1673 Such a Shameless Master. For the next couple of months, Futian focused on cultivating. At the end of the 10,035th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, Yuxing broke through to the next level and became a demonic emperor. And just as expected, he forged a perfect divine wheel. Moreover, even though he had not needed Futian's help, he was still able to do it. Now, of the people beside Futian, Gudong Lu, Yuxing, Yaya, and the sword master of Lihen all had perfect divine wheels, as well as Futian himself and many others in the heavenly mandate realm. If they had Dou Zhao and Xiaomuyu as well, then their total number of Renhuangs would be comparable to any of the other powers that had gone to the god's relic with Futian. However, this matter was not widely known yet, and had not caused too much of a disturbance. Otherwise, all of the 9 realms would be shaken by this news. On this day, a group of people came to Futian's pavilion. Among them was a Renhuang with a 6th-tier divine wheel, showing how powerful their formation was. But they did not directly rush into the pavilion. They stopped outside and asked permission to enter. Futian had seen several of the people among them before. They had shown up with Xiaomuyu. They must be from the Xiao clan. Several months ago, she had broken through to the next level and left as Futian had asked her to temporarily return to her family. She did so, and there had been no news from her in several months. Now, seeing the cultivators from the Xiao clan coming, Futian guessed that they were probably bringing her. "We are here from the Xiao clan, Emperor Yi," said the old man at their head with a slight bow. Although he was in the mid-tier of Renhuangs, he was still very polite to Futian. In ordinary circumstances, this man would absolutely be Futian's senior. There was a huge gap between him and the 6th tier of the divine wheel. "No need to be so polite, elder," said Futian with a bow. "Why have you come?" "Several days ago, the goddess of the Shao clan decided to invite many heroes to observe a ceremony. "We are here to extend the invitation to you," said the elder with a smile. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. He did not know the Shao clan that well. Did the goddess mean to pass on their inheritance? "You could have sent someone to notify me. There was no need to come in person," said Yi Futian. But the man had said he had come to offer an invitation, not just to notify. He had guessed something. A smile appeared on the elder's face. "The goddess personally asked us to. You are her master, so she should have come personally. She originally intended to, but there are many family matters that she must attend to, so she had to send me instead. Please forgive the impropriety." "Of course," said Yi Futian with a smile. It seemed that once Xiaomuyu forged her perfect wheel of the Great Path, her position within the family had changed. In the god's relic, the most outstanding people had been Jianqi Zhu, Shenhao, Nan Luoshan, and some others. Those who had forged perfect divine wheels and then received ritual implements were now bright symbols and were now the most prestigious people in their forces. But there were many top disciples who were at the top of the same plane, but would now not necessarily be their forces' heirs. This had been the case for Xiaomuyu. But now the Shao clan had made her a goddess and invited everyone to the ceremony. That must mean that she was now like Shenhao and Nan Luoshan. She had become one of the bright stars of her faction. "That's amazing," Yi Futian thought to himself with a smile. He also knew that man who had come to give him the invitation was very kind. "I thank you for the invitation. Should we go now?" asked Yi Futian. "The goddess would like to see you first, so she hopes that you can come as soon as possible." "Of course, if you are busy, we can wait for you," said the old man with a smile. "Wait for me just a moment." Yi Futian turned and said, "I am going, you all stay here." "Futian, I will go with you," said Jiang Qingzi. Over the past few days he had grown to understand just how powerful Yi Futian was. This was a man who could change the world. No wonder the oracle had made that prophecy about him. Thus, there would always be people following him. Between him and Hua Jiangshan, one of them needed to go. "All right," said Yi Futian with a nod. "I will go as well," said Xia Qingyuan, stepping up beside him. She had warm feelings toward Xiaomuyu, and it would soon be the 10,036th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Yi Futian looked at her, then nodded slightly. "All right. You may come with us as well. 3 people are enough. We will stay there for a few days then return." Everyone nodded. Right now, the most important thing for them was cultivating, so they could not all go to the Shao clan. Yi Futian, Jiang Qingzi, and Xia Qingyuan walked down to the cultivators from the Shao clan. "Let's go, elder," said Yi Futian. "All right," said the elder with a nod. They all rose into the air and disappeared in a moment. At that moment, people from various forces were arriving at the Shao clan. Yi Futian and the others were flying through the air. "Elder, will this ceremony be very grand?" Yi Futian asked. "The gods and goddesses of the Shao clan are the heirs of our family. Once they have their title bestowed upon them, the whole family will assist and prepare for the future management of the family. A ceremony celebrating this will naturally be grand," said the elder with a nod. "Announcing this to the world is also a kind of protection for the goddess." Yi Futian nodded in understanding. This would likely be similar to when a dynasty bestowed a title upon a prince. Once they held the ceremony, the prince would officially become the heir. From then on, outsiders would not dare to attack them lightly. This was just like Shenhao and Nan Luoshan. Who would dare attack them? Doing so would be declaring war. "Why did they choose Miyu?" asked Yi Futian. "She forged a perfect divine wheel when she broke through to the Renhuang Plain, as you know. She also performed admirably at a sparring session within the family not long ago, dazzling everyone. Thus, the family made this decision," said the elder. "I understand." Yi Futian thought that the Shao clan must have its own assessment method. It seemed that Xiaomuyu had completely changed after forging a perfect divine wheel. The Shao clan was the second place that Yi Futian had gone in the Central Emperor realm after Tianshan Academy. The majestic mansion of the Shao clan rose up level upon level, made up of temples and castles. If Tianshan Academy seemed like a celestial realm, the Shao clan seemed like a divine residence. Once Futian and the others entered, they attracted a lot of attention. Many people bowed to them while others watched from afar. Not long before, they had heard that Xiaomuyu, who had just been bestowed the title of goddess, had a master. Moreover, the master was extremely young and not of that high a level. But he was still a legendary figure. He had forged a perfect divine wheel within the god's relic and performed outstandingly. This made many people surprised. Why would their goddess treat this Futian as a master? Later news had spread through the Shao clan that Xiaomuyu had only been able to forge a perfect divine wheel with his help. As for how much he had helped her, no one knew. Perhaps Xiaomuyu was the only one who did. The goddess has moved into the goddess palace, Emperor Yi. The elder who had led them here pointed it out. They continued on, passing over countless temples and castles. It was like they were heading to the palace of heaven itself. The goddess palace had a style all its own. It was tall and mighty. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they saw a group of people coming out to greet them. The woman at their head wore a long black dress that hung down to the ground. She looked radiant under the bright sunlight, as noble and profound as a black pearl. This woman was naturally Xiaomuyu. Does she have the aura of a queen? Yi Futian watched the woman coming towards him. She seemed completely different than before, even different than when she had first become a Renhuang. She seemed extraordinarily confident and noble, just like a real queen, both beautiful and outstanding. Of course, cultivation was able to make people change. Before, if Xiaomuyu had stood before Nan Luoshan and Changxi, she would not even be noticed. But now, she was much more noticeable. It seemed that a lot had happened over the last few months. Xiaomuyu had changed a lot. Xia Qingyuan was stunned when she saw Xiaomuyu's transformation. She wondered if she would change that much when she reached the Renhuang plain. "Greetings, master," said Xiaomuyu with a bow as she reached Yi Futian. Then she looked up at the young man before her, a slight smile in her eyes. Although her master was quite unorthodox, he had truly changed her life. "Not bad," said Yi Futian with a smile and a nod. She was truly worthy of being his disciple. "Please come in," she said, leading the way. Suddenly, the people behind her stepped to both sides, leaving a path. They were all acting extremely politely. From this, it was obvious how high a position Xiaomuyu held. Yi Futian did not stand on ceremony, but walked directly forward, following Xiaomuyu. Xia Qingyuan followed behind him. When Xiaomuyu saw her, she whispered, "Sister." Xia Qingyuan nodded back to her as she walked forward, a strange look on her face. She followed Yi Futian, her head slightly bowed. "Farewell, uncle," Xiaomuyu said to the elder who had brought Yi Futian to her. "Take good care of Emperor Yi," said the man. Said Xiaomuyu with a nod. "You may all leave, I have some things to talk to my master about." After they left, Xiaomuyu followed Yi Futian into the goddess palace. Only she, Yi Futian, and Xia Qingyuan were there. "I hope I have not embarrassed you in any way, master," said Xiaomuyu with a smile. "You have done well," said Yi Futian with a nod. He found a place to sit, then looked at her and said, "Come here and let me see you more clearly." Xiaomuyu walked up to him, looking at him a little warily. Was he going to pat her on the head again? "I am a goddess now, so you should treat me honorably," she said as he reached out to her. "Shouldn't you respect your master?" said Yi Futian. She narrowed her eyes at him. What did respecting her master have to do with being patted on the head? What a strange habit of his. She glared at him, but still came forward and lowered her head, a little bit of indignation in her eyes. She was a goddess after all, and everyone in the Shao clan looked at her with respect. Those of her generation were even more respectful. But here no use thinking about, she would just endure it. "Good," said Yi Futian with a smile. "I have come so far to visit you, and my shoulders are a bit sore. Let me massage them for you," she said, gritting her teeth and walking behind him. She was about to have a ceremony held in her honor, and here she was rubbing his shoulders. "That feels great," said Futian, closing his eyes. Then he whispered, "Why would one accept female disciples if not for enjoyment?" Did male disciples just not have this talent? Xia Qingyuan looked at Futian coldly. She had never seen such a shameless master. Chapter 1674 Clan Bonk. On the second day, there was a banquet at the goddess palace to welcome Futian. There were countless cultivators there. The person sitting in the place honor was not Xiao Muyu, who was about to be named a goddess, but was instead her grandfather Xiao Qianshan. Below him on the left sat Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and Jiang Qingzi. On the right were Xiao Muyu's father Xiao Hanjiang. Xiao Muyu sat behind him. Of the cultivators there, Jiang Qingzi was naturally the strongest, but he had still come here following Futian. Xiao Qianshan and Xiao Hanjiang were both Xiao Muyu's elders, so they were sitting in places of honor. The day before had been Futian and Xiao Muyu's private meeting, while today was the welcome banquet for Futian from Xiao Muyu's family. The land remains the same, but each generation is stronger than the one before. You are so young, Emperor Yi, but your name makes the 9 realms tremble. Muyu is so grateful to you that she cannot even express it. I raise my cup to you and Elder Jiang. Xiao Qianshan raised his cup towards them as he spoke. He was the highest-ranked member of the Xiao clan but was not as powerful as Jiang Qingzi. Thus, there was no question that he should call him Elder. Although the celestial gate of vast heaven was currently far less powerful than the Xiao clan of the Central Imperial Realm, Jiang Qingzi was still the clan lord, the strongest member of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Thank you, Elder, said Futian, raising his cup. Jiang Qingzi did so as well, and the 3 of them drained their drinks. Your guidance was instrumental in Muyu being able to prove herself worthy of being a Renhuang. Now she is being made a goddess. Thus we raise another cup to you, said Xiao Qianshan, raising another cup and draining it. My father is correct. Muyu has not told us in detail what happened, but since you are her master, she must have succeeded due to your guidance. As Muyu's father, I will drink a cup in your honor as well, said Xiao Hanjiang. He looked to be about 40 and had cultivated to the rank of a mid-level Renhuang. He naturally knew his daughter very well. He was quite talented and had a strong mind for cultivation. He was an above-average member of his clan. But in the Central Emperor realm, he was not considered to be at the top level. Xiao Hanjiang thought that Xiao Muyu had missed her chance in the god's relic, and would not be able to forge a perfect divine wheel. She would have had very little chance of becoming a goddess then. But he had never thought that after returning from Tianshan Academy, she would forge her perfect divine wheel and become perfect. In her assessment, she gave a stunning performance that proved her worthy of becoming a goddess and becoming the future head of the clan. This was all very strange. Later, he heard that Xiao Muyu had studied under Futian and had proved herself with his help. Futian had a perfect divine will himself, as did several of the people around him. He naturally understood divine wheels. So although he was shocked, he could accept it. But he didn't know just how much Futian had contributed. Xiao Muyu had not told him in detail. She had just said that Futian had expended some energy to set up a life energy matrix that had helped her forge her perfect divine wheel. Xiao Hanjiang felt that his daughter was hiding something, but he was not concerned about what it was. He approved both of Futian's talent and the help he had given to his daughter. This was a man with a lot of potential. You are too kind, Elder Xiao. I just helped her a little bit. Muyu herself is very talented, and she achieved her perfect divine will on her own. After all, everything in cultivation is based on oneself, said Futian modestly. Of course, he would not say that it was all due to him. He had asked Xiao Muyu not to reveal too much, but rather to just say that he had helped her out by using his own experience. After all, he was her master, so she would not be able to hide his help completely. Xiao Muyu looked at him deeply. When had her master ever been so modest? You helped me advance to the next level. How is that just a little bit of help? I will always respect you for that, and I will always… Ahem! Futian coughed, cutting off Xiao Muyu's words. He saw that she was smiling at him and said, I only did what anyone else would have done. Keep cultivating well, Miyu. This will be the best way to thank me. Was this girl trying to expose the whole truth? How improper. I understand, said Xiao Muyu with a smile. Xiao Hanjiang did not understand their conversation, but he said, Emperor Yi, I am Muyu's father, you are her master. Although there is a great gap in our ages, we are both equally her elders. There is no need for you to call me elder and be so modest. You can call me Brother Xiao, all right? If you say so, I will, of course, do so, Brother Xiao, said Yi Futian, clinking his cup with Xiao Hanjiang's. Xiao Hanjiang was trying to pull him closer. He had already accepted Xiao Muyu as a disciple, and now Hanjiang was trying to improve their relationship even closer. Of course, Yi Futian would not refuse. Please drink as much as you'd like, Brother Yi, said Xiao Hanjiang, drinking another cup. Xiao Qianshan smiled as well. Now you are calling Hanjiang brother, he said, and you are Muyu's master. From now on, you are family. If there is anything you need, just say it, and I will do anything in my power to help you. He had a perfect divine will and infinite potential. Moreover, he was very close to Xiao Muyu. I hope that you will not become annoyed when I take you up on your offer, said Yi Futian jokingly. The banquet had a very harmonious atmosphere. There was not one thing that seemed discordant. After all, Xiao Muyu had a completely different status now than before. Everyone in her family, from oldest to youngest, would do anything in their power to help their future goddess. Boom! At that moment, there were footsteps in the distance. They sounded very heavy. Everyone looked off into the distance, and saw a group of people coming, seemingly very slow. But they reached the stairway up to the banquet very quickly. They began walking up the stairs. Everyone stopped feasting. Xiao Qianshan frowned, seeming a bit unhappy. Things were already settled. What were they doing here? Boom! The footsteps were not actually that loud, but they rang out in everyone's minds. The man at their head was an elder, someone who was very powerful. He was an upper-level Renhuang who was considered to be a great figure. People from the other bloodline within the clan. Previously, one of their juniors hoped to be the future heir. It is that youth there named Xiao Lan. He is a mid-level Renhuang, with a fourth-tier divine wheel. Xiao Muyu said to Yi Futian telepathically. Yi Futian swept his gaze over them, stopping for a moment on the young man in the second row. If someone in the clan does not have a perfect divine wheel, they won't name them a god or a goddess unless they can surpass the clan leader, answered Yi Futian. Since the position had previously been empty, if Xiao Muyu had not forged a perfect divine wheel and displayed her immense talent, then the position would have been empty forever. This would have let all the disciples of the Xiao clan grow up, hoping they could claim it. This would last until the strongest one of them emerged. But Xiao Muyu had shown such strength that the clan had decided that she was the only one who was worthy. Fighting among themselves would only consume their power, and thus they had held this ceremony. All of the clan's power would be bestowed on this one person. The clan has already chosen you as goddess. Why are they here? What do they hope to accomplish? Yi Futian could naturally see that they had not come for a good purpose. Probably because they are upset. Once the ceremony is over, they won't be able to do anything about it. At that point, I will be the highest ranked person in the clan besides the clan leader, and they won't have any more opportunities, answered Xiao Muyu. This is their last gasp, Yi Futian thought to himself. A goddess was similar to a prince in terms of position. They were the highest ranked people besides dynastic overlords. Why have you come, elder brother? Xiao Qianshan asked the man who led them. The elder was a little older than Xiao Qianshan, which was why he called him elder brother. I heard that Muyu's master is here, so I came to greet him and see how majestic he must be to have trained a goddess of our clan, said the elder. He was naturally speaking of their future goddess, as before the ceremony, she did not have this status yet. If she had already received this title, there would not have been a point in him coming. Yi Futian noticed that the man's first utterance had been about him. It seemed that by becoming Xiao Muyu's master, he had suddenly become a member of the Shao clan and had created an heir. This would affect a lot of people. This is Master Yi, one of the people who forged a perfect wheel of the divine path in the god's relic. He is Muyu's master, said Shao Qianshan, introducing him. This is my elder brother. Greetings, elder, said Yi Futian politely to the man. The elder nodded to him, showing not the least bit of disrespect. You helped Muyu advance, creating a goddess for our clan. I owe you my infinite thanks. The elder's tone was completely proper, and not rude in the least. My junior, Xiaolan, is also rather talented. He is a mid-level Renhuang with a 4th-tier divine wheel. Might I ask you to teach him a thing or two? Perhaps you could aid him in his cultivation. A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Yi Futian had just entered the Renhuang plane. Although he was very talented, how could he teach a mid-level Renhuang anything? However, the elder had not said what Yi Futian should teach him, so it would not necessarily come to a fight between them. Thus, this was actually a test for Yi Futian, one that might cause him a lot of trouble. After all, Yi Futian was the goddess's master. Asking him to teach Xiaolan was, at least on the surface, not the least bit improper. You can refuse, brother Yi, Xiao Hanjiang said to him telepathically. The elder was clearly unhappy and had deliberately sought out Yi Futian. But everything was already arranged. If Yi Futian refused, there would be no problem. After all, he was a member of the family. The elder couldn't really do anything to him. Master, ignore him, said Xiaomuyu telepathically. Yi Futian was silent for a moment. Then he put down his cup and looked at Xiaomuyu. You are about to become a goddess. If I don't do anything, won't that make you lose face? On saying this, he smiled, stood up, and said, I accept. Chapter 1675 Distance. Yi Futian stepped forward. The gazes of everyone present instantly fell onto him. Xiaomuyu was a little shocked. Even though Yi Futian was her teacher, his cultivation level was the same as hers. It had not been long since he proved his path. He could have rejected the offer directly. For some reason, Xiaomuyu sensed enormous confidence radiating from Yi Futian when she saw his back. Shao Qianshan sat at the front. He was also shocked by Yi Futian's actions. However, he did not stop him. Yi Futian was a powerful figure whose reputation had shaken the 9 realms. He was the only person in the most prominent group within the god's relic that had not been nurtured as a successor by a premium faction. He was a powerful figure who had helped his granddaughter forge her perfect divine wheel and accepted Xiaomuyu as his disciple. Shao Qianshan himself wanted to see how powerful Yi Futian was. Yi Futian walked forward one step at a time. The elders, who were standing by the side of the stairway, made way when they saw him walking toward them. This way, Emperor Yi. The elders then retreated to the side and gave the stage to Yi Futian and Xiaolan, who was still standing on the steps. Xiaolan was a mid-level Renhuang with a 4th-tier divine wheel. He was the person who was worthy of fighting for the spot of a successor before Xiaomuyu forged her perfect divine wheel. Yi Futian stopped. His gaze landed on the figure in front of him. As a Renhuang with a 4th-tier divine wheel, Xiaolan radiated an immense authority of a Renhuang. He was looking calmly at the figure in front of him with his hands behind his back. He announced, Xiao Clan, Xiaolan. Xiaomuyu's teacher Yi Futian. Yi Futian stopped in his tracks and replied, How do you wish to spar, Emperor Yi? Xiaolan asked. Yi Futian did not speak. He had a faint smile and was calm and casual. There seemed to be a breeze blowing past the stairway, which caused Yi Futian's white hair to dance slightly. His white robes also swayed with the wind. Yi Futian raised his leg and took a step forward. Thump! This footstep seemed to have produced a dull thud. It caused the goddess pavilion to tremble slightly. A buzz rang out from the ground. The ground seemed to be shaking. It was as if the area was about to collapse. A sacred and authoritative aura spilled out. A boundless golden ray of light descended from the sky. Yi Futian, who was standing under the ray of light, bathed in the golden glory. He looked like a deity. This footstep landed directly on Xiaolan's body. It might even have landed on his soul. It harbored unparalleled pressure. It was clear that this was the most direct mode of competition. There was nothing simpler than this. Thump. Xiaolan also raised his foot and took a step forward as he walked up the steps. In that instant, the color of the horizon seemed to change. The sky above the goddess pavilion was originally clear and sunny. However, it instantly turned white and black. An overbearing aura of both life and death was created. The current of life and death circled Xiaolan's body and transformed into images. It seemed to have transformed into the aura of yin and yang. Life and death. Futian sensed Xiaolan's will. The disciples of the Xiao clan should have cultivated both of these wills. This was also the reason that Xiaomuyu fought for the lotus back then. Xiaolan's eyes changed. His pupils turned into black and white. They became bottomless. Images of life and death appeared as his pupils spun. Those eyes seemed to be about to devour Futian when Futian looked toward him. This gaze caused the immense will of life and death in the surroundings to envelop Futian. It was as though a true yin-yang formation of life and death had descended and had directly charged into Futian's brain. Eye sorcery. Futian was expressionless. His eyes had also changed. It was deep and boundless like an endless abyss. In that instant, the terrifying black hole devoured everything. Images of space directly suppressed and enveloped the images of life and death. A perfect divine wheel. Xiaolan still had his hands behind his back. Even though he had lost to Xiaomuyu in the competition, that had not been a direct battle. At this moment, he was facing off against a perfect divine wheel in every sense of the word. He had an even clearer sense of the perfect divine wheel. Even though you have a perfect divine wheel, how are you going to bridge the gap between our cultivation level? Xiaomuyu murmured to himself. A terrifying yin-yang image of life and death appeared on the horizon. It created a horrifying death ray, which cleaved toward Futian's body. At the same time, a similar scene appeared in his eyes. The scene in his eyes attacked Futian's soul. Creak, creak. The sword will crashed against the death ray. The place of the banquet was not far away. However, the battlefield of the two fighters had been enveloped by a destructive tempest. The tempest did not affect the banquet in the slightest. The two areas were clearly separated. It was a miraculous scene. Boom! Futian once again took another step forward. Countless rays of golden splendor appeared around him. The rays of light circled the area like individual divine sculptures. It suppressed the descending death ray. Even though many of the divine sculptures were shattered and destroyed in the process, Futian still stood there with a calm expression. His expression did not change, even though the surroundings were crumbling around him. Even though your will is much stronger, your cultivation level is too low. However, this battle is not fair to you, Xiaolan said. He did not become sarcastic because he had a slight upper hand. He knew clearly that a battle between people with such a difference in cultivation level was extremely unfair to Futian. Futian smiled when he heard Xiaolan. He took another step forward and said while being bathed in radiant divine light, "My great path is perfect. Who in the 3,000 realms of the great path dares to speak to me about fairness in terms of the path?" He had just said this when an unparalleled radiance shot out from his body. He took a step forward and transformed into a true ray of light. He pierced through the air and arrived directly in front of Xiaolan. He shot out a single punch. The violent authority that had gathered in front of Xiaolan shattered. The current of the great path was torn apart by the will of the punch. Xiaolan raised his hand and pushed it forward. He shot out a palm with a dull grunt. It looked like the palm print of death. Boom! A dull noise rang out. The fist and palm collided and created a harrowing tempest. Xiao Qianshan personally stood in front of the banquet. His will swarmed out and blocked off the violent tempest from the area of the banquet. Xiaolan's body was pushed back repeatedly, his footsteps rubbing against the ground. He only stopped when he reached the side of the steps. He even had to stomp down with one leg and directly shatter the steps to stop himself. Xiaolan looked up at Futian. Futian was surrounded in gold light. That magnificent radiance looked flawless. Who in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path dared to talk to him about fairness in terms of the path? Xiao Lan suddenly let out a smile. He glanced toward Yi Futian, then turned to look at Xiao Muyu, who was at the banquet area. He said, Muyu, I am looking forward to your splendor during the conference ceremony. He turned around after he spoke and walked down the steps. He left one step at a time. Who dares to call themselves unparalleled in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? Xiao Lan looked up at the horizon. He knew that he was not that person. Could someone be able to do that? Thank you for your pointer, Emperor Yi. An elder by the side looked toward Yi Futian. He then looked in the direction of the banquet and said, Qian Shan, congratulations to you and Muyu. He then smiled and left. The rest of the people left after that. It was like nothing even happened. Yi Futian was still standing on the stairway and looking at the leaving figures. He had a faint smile. They were ultimately people from the same clan, and had all trained to the level of Renhuang. They could afford to take the loss. Even though they were indignant, they must have found closure during this journey. Judging from the words they said before they left, they must have honestly accepted the result. When Yi Futian turned around, he saw that everyone from the banquet was looking at him. What's the matter? Yi Futian said with a smile. Who in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path dares to speak to me about fairness in terms of the path? Xiao Qianshan mumbled softly to himself. There were many powerful figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, yet Yi Futian had arrogantly said that no one could defeat him in a fair fight. That required an immense amount of spirit. You're the first person I've seen who has defeated a 4th-tier divine wheel with a 1st-tier divine wheel, Xiao Qianshan said emotionally. This battle has made my indignant brother speechless. You praise me too much, elder. The perfect divine wheel does come with a natural advantage. Yi Futian smiled as he returned to the banquet. Xiao Muyu's gaze was locked onto Yi Futian. Her young teacher was more exceptional than she imagined. Even though he was not very proper, the moment just now was incredibly charismatic. She also had a perfect divine wheel. However, there was no way that she could win against Xiao Lan. Don't idolize me. Train well in the future. Yi Futian smiled and said when he saw Xiao Muyu staring at him. Xiao Muyu smiled, then raised her cup at Yi Futian and said, I pay my respects to you, teacher. Thank you for teaching me. Yi Futian smiled and raised his cup. The two of them gulped down the contents of their cup. The people returned to where they came from after the banquet. Yi Futian sat silently in the yard of the goddess pavilion. Xia Qingyuan came and sat by Yi Futian's side. Did you intentionally reveal your abilities because you want to borrow the strength of the Shao clan in the future? Xia Qingyuan asked softly. Yi Futian glanced at Xia Qingyuan and nodded with a smile. The arrangement in the Heavenly Mandate Realm should be enough to deal with the situation in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Do you have something you are worried about? Xia Qingyuan asked as she looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the horizon as he heard Xia Qingyuan speak. He remembered the charismatic advisor of Dali. His teacher was still in the Shen clan. Dou Zhao, Xiao Muyu, as well as the people in the Heavenly Mandate Realm had cultivated the deed of thorough comprehension. Without speaking, Yi Futian extended his left hand and patted on Xia Qingyuan's shoulder. He said softly, Qingyuan, prove your path and become a Renhuang as soon as possible. He stood up and turned to leave as he said that. Xia Qingyuan turned her head and looked at his figure. She could sense his unparalleled charisma, as well as his loneliness. Xia Qingyuan looked down slightly. There was a slight hint of dejection in her eyes. All these years, she believed that he liked her. However, there was always a faint distant feeling that she could not explain. Chapter 1676 Street Men. During the first day of the 10,036-year history of the Divine Prefecture, the northern regions of the Central Emperor Realm had been extremely lively. This was especially so for the Northern Plains state where the Shao family was at. Many of the influential families from the main cities in this area gathered in the core city of the Northern Plains state, the Northern Plains city occupied by the Shao family. In fact, many of the influential factions from all around the Central Emperor Realm sent forth powerful fighters to congratulate them. The Xiao clan was about to officially confer someone as a goddess. The influential family that lorded over the northern plain state was about to welcome a successor. It was imaginable how large a commotion that created. All of the powerful families from the northern plain state had to be present. After all, the Xiao clan was the absolute overlord of the region. At this moment, many powerful fighters from all over the land were arriving outside the manor of the Xiao clan one after the other. There were also several people engaged in discussion outside the manor. Rumor has it that Xiaomuyu will be the one who will be conferred as a goddess. I've met her once in the past. However, even though Xiaomuyu has exceptional talent within the Xiao clan, she did not display an overwhelming advantage. There were still people who could suppress her, and she did not prove her way in the god's relic. How could it be that she forged a perfect divine will after that? Some quizzed. Perhaps she obtained an opportunity in the god's relic and achieved a complete understanding. Some guessed. Not many people knew that Xiaomuyu had sought out a mentor. At this moment, outside the Xiao manor, a group of people descended from the sky. They arrived at the scene from beyond the horizon. The celestial worthy temple pays its visit, a voice announced. This group of people stepped forward and caused countless people below them to raise their heads and look at the sky. The celestial worthy temple, one of the most influential factions in the Central Emperor realm, had arrived. After that, influential figures from factions like the Shen clan, Sky Reaching School, and the Nantian Divine Kingdom arrived one after the other. As top-notch factions of the Central Emperor realm, they had to show their respect to the invitation of the Xiao clan. All of these factions sent over their men. The influential Xiao clan had gathered many of the powerful fighters from all over the Central Emperor realm on this day. The event happening within the manor was grand. However, this grand celebration had not reached Futian, who was within the goddess pavilion, yet. The Xiao manor was too large. It was like a castle. Within the goddess pavilion, Futian could only faintly hear movement. It was the powerful fighters of the Xiao clan bustling around. Teacher. At this moment, Xiaomuyu arrived at his side. Xiaomuyu was even more radiant and beautiful today. Not only was she dressed in a magnificent black long gown, but she was also even wearing a goddess crown on her head. She was stunning. Her aura as a queen had become more intense. What are you looking at, teacher? Xiaomuyu could not help but ask softly when she saw Futian observing her. Why does it feel like I am marrying my daughter off? Futian said with a smile. Xiaomuyu was a little speechless. What kind of feeling is that? Xiaomuyu smiled as she asked. I'd naturally feel a little longing if I were to marry such a beautiful disciple off. Who's going to serve me if you get married? Futian joked. But my disciple is about to be conferred as a goddess. I'm happy. Xiaomuyu was used to Futian's flippant attitude. She said, Teacher, I have to go prepare. They have come to help you change your clothes. Change? Futian blinked as he looked toward the maids behind Xiaomuyu. Yes, you're the teacher of the goddess in today's grand celebration. You will be sitting somewhere prominent, so you can't be too casual, Xiaomuyu said with a smile. Futian felt a little weird. The powerful Xiao clan and many influential figures from all around the area were here, yet he, a person with a first-tier divine will, was going to be seated at a prominent spot. It did not feel suitable. However, if he were to look at it from the perspective of the teacher of the goddess, the arrangement felt completely natural. In the world of cultivation, the status of a teacher was equivalent to that of a parent. A teacher would be treated as a parent. I can't even keep a low profile even if I wanted to. Futian sighed. Xiaomuyu looked at him, speechless. Then you have to act even more properly. All right. Futian nodded. He did not reject the offer. He said, Though all of the maidens from all around the land would only look at me if I were to sit there. Madam, are you not going to care about him? Xiaomuyu was completely at a loss for words. She glanced towards Xia Qingyuan at the side. Xia Qingyuan froze. She looked at Futian, only for Futian to shout at Xiaomuyu. Stop talking nonsense, go quickly. Xiaomuyu nodded, then turned to leave. Futian looked at Xiaomuyu's departing figure and whispered, In the past, I thought that accepting a disciple would be extremely cumbersome. If I knew that it would make me feel so good, I would have accepted hundreds of disciples. Female disciples, you mean? Xia Qingyuan said casually. She seemed to fully understand Yi Futian. Of course. Look at how filial female disciples are. Yi Futian smiled as he said. All of the maids who had come with Xiao Muyu had weird expressions. They felt that the teacher of the goddess was a little improper. Even though Yi Futian looked young, they guessed that he was actually several hundred years old. How else could he have become the teacher of the goddess? Yi Futian might have blasted them away if he knew what they thought. The main hall of the Shao Manor reached up to the skies. It was like a heavenly palace, stern and sacred. Its glory radiated for miles. Outside the main hall was a giant empty field. At this moment, many powerful fighters gathered under the stairs. They were split into separate camps, each hailing from their respective factions. It was bustling. Many powerful fighters from the Shao clan were welcoming them. The factions from the Northern Plains state were welcomed by the juniors, while the elders of the Shao clan attended to the visitors from the influential factions. It was properly organized. Yi Futian followed a faraway flight of stairs up. At this moment, he was dressed in a majestic white long robe. The people from the Shao clan had put in the effort. They did not change his style but made him look more exquisite and generous with the cutting of the robe. The material of the robe was also special. It sparkled under the sunlight and was simple, yet elegant. In comparison, the clothes Yi Futian wore previously were much more casual. His long hair had been managed and draped gently behind him. The thin wisp that was his mustache was curled downward, giving him an extra hint of charisma. He attracted the attention of several people while he was walking. They could tell that he was an extraordinary figure just from his demeanor. The girls would especially steal a few more glances at him, unable to contain themselves. Yi Futian. A person was mumbling to himself when he noticed Yi Futian. He then walked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian noticed that the other party had stopped before he smiled and said, "How have you been?" The person who approached him was Yuan Hong from the Yuanyang clan. He had already become a Ren Wang. They had also interacted in the God's Relic and joined forces in battle. Yuan Hong locked himself up and trained after he returned and proved his path to become a Ren Wang. "I heard that you are Xiao Muyu's teacher? Is that true or false?" Yuan Hong asked. His family had told him the news. That was why he asked Yi Futian when he saw him. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Yuan Hong let out a strange expression. Did that mean that Yi Futian might have had a hand in helping Xiao Muyu forge her perfect divine wheel? He had not been able to see through Yi Futian when he was in the God's Relic. He did not know how many secrets Yi Futian hid. "Tell me the truth, did you lend a hand when Xiao Muyu was proving her path?" Yuan Hong asked softly. "I helped a little." Yi Futian smiled as he said. Yuan Hong looked at him suspiciously. Why did he not believe him? "Why didn't you tell me about such a piece of great news?" Yuan Hong was a little depressed. He had not managed to forge a perfect divine wheel. "You didn't ask," Yi Futian replied. Yi Futian could not have run to the Yuanyang clan and said that he was going to take Yuan Hong in as a disciple. He would be chased out. If not for Xiao Muyu personally visiting him and asking for his help, he would not have thought to accept her as a disciple. That could be fate. Yuan Hong smiled bitterly. "Did that mean that I missed out on the opportunity? It's all right. Do you have a lady in your clan that's about the same age as you? I can accept her as a disciple," Yi Futian said. "Why must it be a lady?" Yuan Hong asked. Cough. Yi Futian glanced at him, a little speechless. Did he have to ask that? "Female disciples are more obedient and easy to nurture." Yuan Hong's expression darkened. Yi Futian was shameless. He only accepted female disciples? "Are you sure that you can forge perfect divine wheels?" Even though he could sense Yi Futian's shamelessness, he had to accept it if Yi Futian could truly forge perfect divine wheels. "Of course I'm not sure," Yi Futian said. "Which means to say that you are only responsible for accepting the disciples and not the results?" Yuan Hong said. "Your thoughts are improper. Come speak to me after you change them." Yi Futian patted on Yuan Hong's shoulder, then continued to walk forward. Yuan Hong looked at Yi Futian's back, speechless. He only accepts female disciples, yet he said that my thoughts were improper? Yuan Hong thought. Yuan Hong, what's your relationship with Yi Futian? An elder by the side asked. I worked with him in the God's Relic. I also stood on his side when we came out. We are quite close with each other, Yuan Hong said. Invite him to the Yuanyang clan if he is free. It's good to establish a friendly relationship with that person, the elder said. Xiao Muyu's perfect divine will was still a mystery. They could only guess that Yi Futian had contributed a great deal to her perfect divine will. Even if it was only a minor contribution, it was better for them to be his friend than offend him. Understood. Yuan Hong nodded. This youth who had displayed his prowess in the God's Relic must have attracted the attention of many premium factions today. Many factions like the Celestial Worthy Temple, Sky-Reaching School, and the Shin clan had noticed Yi Futian. There were many people here who were within the God's Relic back then. They all knew Yi Futian. At this moment, several people raised their heads and looked toward the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. They saw multiple figures step out from within the Heavenly Palace at the top of the stairway. In that instant, the vast space gradually became silent. Countless gazes shot in that direction. The elders of the Shao clan appeared there one after the other. That group of people helmed the Shao clan. Shao Qianshan was also there. A group of people stood beside him on either side. Someone guided Yi Futian up the steps. Shao Qianshan spoke when he saw Yi Futian. This way, friend Yi. Yi Futian walked toward him. Under the witness of countless people, Shao Qianshan guided Yi Futian to the highest position on the right. The rest of the people from the Shao clan seemed to have accepted such an arrangement. It was clear that this action had been discussed before this day. On the other side of Yi Futian, at the highest position on the left side, was the supreme elder of the Shao clan. Everyone present, including Yuan Hong, was shocked. What kind of treatment was this? The pupils of the powerful fighters from various influential factions dilated. Yi Futian was the teacher of the goddess. Such an arrangement would be appropriate if Yi Futian were an upper-level Renwang. However, he was still a beginner in the Renwang plane. The attitude of the Shao clan was clear as day when they arranged for him to take that position. Who's that youth? Many of the powerful fighters from the factions of the Northern Plains state felt their hearts shake. They asked around for Yi Futian's identity, and secretly thought of him as a charismatic man. Chapter 1677 Conferring a Goddess. The people who were standing in front were elders of the Shao clan. Thus, Yi Futian looked even more eye-catching from his position. He would steal someone's attention the moment they glanced at him. He was so young, yet he had such a high status. Other than the helmsman of the Shao clan who had not appeared, that position only paled in comparison to the supreme elder of the Shao clan. How could anyone not be alarmed? More importantly, Yi Futian should not be a member of the Shao clan. Even though Xiaomuyu was about to be conferred as goddess, no one in this generation should be able to rival the status of the goddess Xiaomuyu. What did an outsider appearing at that position mean? Most of the factions in the Northern Plains state did not know that Xiaomuyu had sought out a mentor. At this moment, they felt that they could not understand anything. They could not guess the other party's identity no matter how hard they tried. Their gazes landed on the people from the top-notch factions who were standing on higher ground. They saw that those people had strange expressions but were not overly alarmed. It was clear that they knew who the youth was. Could he be a premium figure from another faction, the future spouse for the goddess? Some people thought in their hearts. However, they quickly tossed this idea to the side. Even if that was the case, the person should not be standing in front of Xiaomuyu's elders. Even Xiaomuyu's grandfather, Shao Qianshan, was standing behind him. In actuality, even Yi Futian was shocked. He had already felt that the situation was rather grand when Xiaomuyu brought people along to help him change. He knew that he would stand in a rather important position, but he did not expect to be where he was now. It would be alright if his cultivation level were powerful enough. It would be understandable if he stood in front of Shao Qianshan if that was the case. That was because even though Shao Qianshan and Shao Hanjiang were Xiaomuyu's elders, they were both members of the Shao clan. In terms of their relationship, everyone present could be said to be Xiao Muyu's elder. However, the clan was an organization. Once Xiao Muyu was conferred as the goddess, her status in the family would, in some sense, surpass that of her grandfather and father. However, he, as a teacher, was different. He was not from the Shao clan. Thus, no matter how exceptional his disciple became, they had to be respectful toward him. However, his being here despite his cultivation level was rather unsuitable. This could only show that the Shao clan was being extremely respectful toward him. However, if that was the case, the people of the influential factions might suspect that he had a big role to play in Xiao Muyu's process of proving her path, given that the Shao clan was treating him with such respect. The people of the top-notch factions were indeed thinking about that problem. For example, Wu Zhan, a fighter training in the martial god clan, was thinking that the guesses of several people in the god's relic were right. Perhaps Futian might have obtained a benefit other than the divine items. Otherwise, how could they explain how he helped Xiao Muyu forge her perfect divine wheel? Even so, they would not think that it was all because of Futian. Xiao Muyu must have been talented enough to begin with. However, they suspected that they might not have noticed when Futian obtained some kind of benefit in the god's relic. This was also what the other factions were thinking. They did not think that Futian could create renhuangs that wielded perfect divine wheels. Even all of the factions in the 9 supreme imperial realms could not create wielders of perfect divine wheels, much less Futian. Who would suspect that Futian was able to accomplish something that even the most powerful factions in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were unable to achieve? Out of all the factions present, the most unhappy was the Shin clan. It was for no other reason than the fact that the Shin clan had animosity with Futian's teacher. The Sky River Great Elder was Futian's teacher. Now that the goddess of the Shao clan had become Futian's disciple, didn't that mean that Xiao Muyu also hailed from the Sky River Temple and had to call the Sky River Great Elder her Grand Master? They would have been happy if this had happened several years ago. The goddess of the Shao clan would have become the junior of the Shin clan's son-in-law. But now if the people from the Shin clan knew that Futian's teacher was Qi Xiangang and that he was currently in the Shin clan, who knew what they would think? They might think that whatever Futian did today was for the ultimate goal of attacking the Shin clan. Friend Yi. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Shao clan, who stood on the other side of Futian, Shao Tan, nodded toward Futian with a smile. As the supreme elder, Shao Tan managed everything within the Shao clan. He was the most knowledgeable about several things, and he naturally knew about whatever happened in the goddess pavilion yesterday. The Shao clan did not know just how much Futian contributed in allowing Xiao Muyu to break through to the next level, but they did not need to know. The Shao clan did not even hope that Futian would help them nurture more wielders of the perfect divine wheel. That was impractical. They thought highly of Futian because of his potential and future. Futian, Gu Donglu, and the other swordsmen. All 3 of them had perfect divine wheels. What kind of force would they become in the future? Also, according to their knowledge, Futian's buddy also obtained a divine item in the god's relic back then. He had exceptional talent, and was stronger than Xiao Muyu. He could do anything Xiao Muyu could do, especially with the help of Futian. Furthermore, the 2 ladies by Futian's side also obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. They were given to them by Futian. This force might not be eye-catching, but it was worth looking forward to. Furthermore, even if they did not consider those factions, Futian himself also had extreme potential. Since that was the case, coupled with the fact that he was Xiao Muyu's teacher and that he was on good terms with the Shao clan, why would they not extend the appropriate amount of respect? This form of respect was a simple thing for them. They did not have to spend anything. Why would they not do it? Elder. Futian nodded in reply. I didn't go visit you even though you've been here for several days. Have you gotten used to your stay in the Shao clan? Shao Tan asked with a smile. He was making small talk. You're too polite, Elder. How could I not be used to the place with Muyu taking care of me? Futian said. Xiao Muyu had treated him extremely well. It was for that reason that Futian considered if he should take in more female disciples so that he could relax and live a good life when he grew old. That's good. Since you're already here, feel free to stay for a few more days. Get Muyu to serve you well. She's a little busier these few days and must not have taken good care of you, Xiao Tan said. If how she treated me was not good care, then I might not bear to leave in the future. Futian smiled in reply. It was no wonder that he would want to take in a few more disciples. He would have a good life even if he remained in the Xiao clan. Of course, it was impossible for him to stay for long. He still had many things to do. He came this time to interact with the Xiao clan. Many of the elders by his side laughed. Someone said, "You can stay here indefinitely if you cannot bear to leave. You can give the unpromising juniors a little pointer if you do." That's right. Those juniors are extremely arrogant. They'll know that there's always someone stronger than them if you can help us teach them a lesson. These were jokes, of course. However, he could see the attitudes of the Xiao clan from those words. Everyone in the chain of command was giving him the appropriate amount of respect. This must be the intention of the person at the very top. It was at this moment when everyone's gaze shifted toward the same direction. They saw a figure step out from within an ancient sacred hall above the stairway. Futian also looked in that direction. At this moment, Xiao Muyu was bathed in sacred splendor. Her long gown radiated magnificent rays of light. In that instant, the gazes of everyone present was locked in on her. Is that Xiao Muyu? Many people who had seen Xiao Muyu in the past had a shock in their hearts. The transformation in her demeanor was too great. Even the pupils of the people from the top-notch factions who had seen her in the god's relic dilated. The elegance of Xiao Muyu before their eyes did not pale in comparison to Changxi. Xiao Muyu walked down the stairs one step at a time as she propped up her black gown. She smiled and glanced toward Futian when she passed him by, then continued walking downward till she reached the center. She was proper, sacred, beautiful, elegant. She was a queen-like existence. She would become the future goddess of the Xiao clan, the next successor. At this moment, another figure appeared at the ancient sacred hall that pierced into the clouds. Countless gazes shot in that direction. Futian also looked over. It was the helmsman of the Xiao clan, the clan leader of the Xiao clan, Xiao Dingtian. A terrifying existence that was unmatched in the 9 realms. He stood there like a deity. Countless people looked up to him. At this moment, everyone from the Xiao clan bowed. Then, the powerful fighters who had come from all around the region to observe the ceremony followed suit and bowed. No matter what motive they had for coming here, no matter what kind of emotion they had respect for one of the strongest figures of this era. All of their eyes, at this moment, were filled with sincere respect. From this day on, Xiao Muyu will become the goddess of the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan will nurture and prop her up. A fleeting sound spread from the ancient hall. Everyone in the vast Xiao manor heard the voice. Yes, clan leader. The powerful fighters of the Xiao clan bowed. Xiao Dingtian scanned through the crowd, then said, "The Supreme Elder will host the grand ceremony." He then turned around and went back into the divine hall after he finished his sentence. Everyone felt that it was natural. He was Xiao Dingtian. The fighters from the northern plain state that came to witness the ceremony felt incredibly excited. Xiao Dingtian was a legendary figure who defined the era. The rest of the major factions were better off. However, to the northern plain state, Xiao Dingtian was a living legend. He was a totem of this era. Following that was the conference ceremony. It was a bunch of formalities, but everyone present played along. No one from the influential factions caused any trouble. They had come to witness the ceremony. After all of the procedures were over, everyone, other than the Supreme Elder of the Xiao clan, bowed and greeted Xiao Muyu. "Greetings, goddess." Futian silently observed as the events unfolded. In the past, he had thought that there was no need for the conference ceremony. However, it seemed that it was very necessary. Such a stern, serious ceremony would leave an imprint in the hearts of everybody present. They would make people truly feel the status of the goddess. This way, Xiao Muyu's status as the goddess would truly be displayed within the family, which would boost her authority in the future. It was only with this ceremony that they could accomplish the goal of getting the entire family to support Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu raised her hand. Futian smiled when he witnessed the scene. After the ceremony, Xiaomuyu would also become more confident and act more and more like a queen. His first disciple was becoming a queen. After the formalities, it was time for the Shao clan to give the goddess presents. They were all items related to cultivation. Several great factions from the northern plain state also presented their gifts. However, they all handed their gifts to the members of the Shao clan for safekeeping. The influential factions also presented their gifts as a symbolic gesture. Futian walked toward Xiaomuyu. Many people had a strange expression when he saw his movement. They did not know Futian's identity until now. They should be able to see that there was something off between them now that Futian was walking toward Xiaomuyu alone. Muyu! Futian came to Xiaomuyu's side. He observed the goddess disciple before him. Teacher! Xiaomuyu shouted. The hearts of the people from the factions of the northern plain state shook. Teacher? They would not have expected Futian to be her teacher. Futian was too young. However, only the status of a teacher was able to explain what happened just now. I didn't prepare anything. Let these 2 ritual implements be your present for today. Futian took out 2 ritual implements that were suitable for Xiaomuyu and handed them to her. The members of the Shao clan were moved when they saw this scene. They knew exactly what Futian meant when he said, "Ritual implements." They must have come from the god's relic. Xiaomuyu looked at the handsome youth in front of her and let out a sweet smile. She fetched over the ritual implements and said, "Thank you, teacher." Chapter 1678 Partnering Up. After the conference ceremony, the Shao clan hosted the people from the other factions in a banquet. Many heroes had gathered here for the conference of the goddess. Aside from those factions in the northern plain state, influential factions from all over the regions had arrived. The Shao clan, who was hosting the event, had to tend to them. They could not just chase the people off after they observed the ceremony. The banquet was split into 2 separate areas. The influential factions of the Central Emperor realm occupied an area, while the powerful fighters from the factions of the northern plain state occupied the area behind them. The Shao clan had made the appropriate arrangements. Everyone got to freely enjoy the wine and delicacies. Futian was also in the area of the banquet where the major factions of the Central Emperor realm were. Just like his previous position, he was sitting in an esteemed position. As the clan leader of the Shao clan, Xiao Dingtian, was not going to attend the banquet, the Supreme Elder held the highest position and sat at the main position. The 2 seats to his left and right were occupied by Futian and Xiaomuyu, who had just been conferred the title of goddess. The rest of the people were influential figures within the Shao clan. Every influential faction from the Central Emperor realm occupied an area in the banquet. They were not arranged to occupy the same area. The area where the Shao clan was hosting the banquet was enormous. Thus, there was no need for them to mix the various factions together. Instead, they made the appropriate arrangement and demarcated an area for every faction. Today is the goddess conference ceremony of the Shao clan. Thank you for showing us the respect and coming over to observe the ceremony. I propose a toast to all of you. The Supreme Elder of the Shao clan raised his cup and gulped down its content. In that instant, everyone from the other factions followed along and raised their cups. After all, Xiao Tan was a man of high status. Xiao Dingtian of the Shao clan did not probe too much about the matters of the family. In actuality, Xiao Tan was the direct manager of the Shao clan. He had high seniority and was immensely powerful. Everyone who had come today could call him their senior. The consequent banquet was bustling. The conversations were also relatively more relaxed. Elder Xiao, the Shin clan is rather curious about several things and hope that you can enlighten us. At this moment, a person from the direction of the Shin clan spoke out. Xiao Tan looked over. The person who spoke was one of the leading figures in the Shin clan. He had a high status within the Shin clan. Please speak. Xiao Tan nodded. According to what I know, the goddess had broken through while she was training in Tianshan Academy. The goddess must have sought Futian out as her teacher back then, am I right? The powerful fighter from the Shin clan asked. In that instant, several people became excited about the conversation. They were also rather curious. That's right. Xiao Tan nodded. I don't have to describe the difficulty of forging a perfect divine wheel. We would not be confused if the goddess Xiao Muyu had proven her path at the Xiao clan. However, she had proved her path with the help of Yi Futian. I wish to ask, what kind of divine item did he use? The powerful fighter of the Shin clan asked. He glanced toward Yi Futian as he spoke. In actuality, he was directing the question toward Yi Futian. This was not just the doubt of the Shin clan. The rest of the factions also wished to know the answer. Not many other factions in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path knew more than them about how difficult it was to prove their path and forge a perfect divine wheel. I'll not lie to all of you, but I do not know. Friend Yi is Muyu's teacher and must have given Muyu a few pointers. However, the Xiao clan would not pay attention to things that we shouldn't pay attention to, Xiao Tan said with a smile. He was hinting that this was something the Shin clan should not be paying attention to. How Yi Futian helped Xiao Muyu was Yi Futian's business. Everyone present understood what the other factions were thinking. They were suspecting that Yi Futian had obtained something in the god's relic. Also, we have resolved the incident in the god's relic in the City of Ruins. There's no need for us to harp on it. Xiao Tan continued. The saga that happened in the City of Ruins had embroiled nearly half of all of the factions in the 9 realms. Yi Futian had made it out of the saga safely. The other factions had not cared back then. However, now that they were suspecting that Yi Futian had managed to obtain something, they wanted to bring up that matter once again. I was merely curious. The person from the Shin clan smiled. He did not care about the other party's attitude. In terms of ability, the Shin clan could be placed in the top few within the Central Emperor realm. They were much more powerful than the Xiao clan and were naturally more arrogant. Yi Futian, is your teacher all right? The powerful fighter from the Shin clan suddenly asked Yi Futian. Naturally so, Yi Futian replied calmly. I heard that you had a chat with Shinhao back in Futian Academy. The Shin clan had already put down the incident that happened back then. We do not wish to do anything to your teacher. Please relay that to your teacher if you have the chance to. If he wishes to forget everything that happened back then and come have a look at the Shin clan, there might be room for us to return to how we were in the past. The other party continued. Yi Futian looked up at the other party. The faint smile in his eyes hid the indifference in his heart. Was this pity? Did they want the Sky River Great Elder to head to the Shin clan and admit his mistake? Also, when did the Shin clan let the matter go? Then what did they bringing his teacher away mean? The Shin clan did not deal with the Sky River Great Elder, but they had set their sights on Fei Xue. Furthermore, his Grand Master had his wife taken away, his daughter murdered, and his disciples massacred. Yet they wanted his Grand Master to head to the Shin clan and admit his mistake? Yi Futian smiled but did not reply. The people from the Shin clan noticed Yi Futian's indifferent attitude. Yi Futian had become a powerful figure of this generation. He had also become the teacher of the goddess Xiao Muyu and was on close terms with the Xiao clan. He must have many thoughts of his own. If they noticed that Yi Futian threatened the offspring of the Shin clan, then they would have to quell this threat while it was still in the cradle. At least for the time being, the Shin clan did not pay too much attention to Yi Futian. He had great potential but was still too weak. Yi Futian also noticed the expressions of the people from the Shin clan. He knew that the Shin clan had not paid too much heed to him. Even though he had appeared with the identity of his Grand Master's disciple, the Shin clan who stood at the zenith of the Central Emperor clan would not care too much about him. However, currently, the Shin clan had truly acknowledged his existence. They might attack him sometime in the future. Thinking about that, Yi Futian knew that he had to prepare for the future and be warier of the Shin clan. He picked up his wine cup and toasted Xiao Tan. He deliberated for a moment, then said through telepathy, Elder Xiao. Xiao Tan looked up toward Yi Futian. It looked like Yi Futian wanted to speak to him about something. Otherwise, there was no need for him to use telepathy. Feel free to speak your mind, friend Yi, Xiao Tan said. I might set up a cultivation academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm sometime in the future, a place similar to Tianshan Academy and the Divine Palace. When that time comes, influential factions from the Heavenly Mandate realm will join. I intend to get my teacher, the Sky River Great Elder, to manage the academy and invite Lord Taishian to become a minister. Yi Futian continued with telepathy. Thus, I wanted to ask if the Shao clan was interested? Yi Futian did not think about this matter just now. However, he had noticed the attitude the Shao clan had toward him. That, coupled with the threat of the Shim clan, made him think about what the Shim clan would do to him if they felt threatened by him setting up his own school. Thus, he wanted to get the Shao clan to join him. Shao Tan was a little shocked. He did not expect Yi Futian to want to set up an academy at such a young age. Furthermore, it seemed that he was doing that on a large scale. The factions from the Heavenly Mandate realm were going to participate and enter. If he managed to rope in Lord Taishian and the Sky River Great Elder, then it would be at the scale of a path-spreading academy. Friend Yi, you are Muyu's teacher. The Shao clan will definitely go observe the ceremony when you open your academy, Shao Tan said. He did not directly agree to Yi Futian's question. After all, he did not know what exactly Yi Futian's motive for setting up an academy was. What if he wanted to do battle with the Shin clan in the future? If that was the case, the Shao clan being embroiled in the battle was no ordinary affair. There were too many implications. It was not hard to understand why he thought that way. The manager Yi Futian appointed was the Sky River Great Elder. What kind of relationship did the Sky River Great Elder have with the Shin clan? You can ease any concerns you have, Elder. This academy is only for spreading my path and nurturing people who are cultivating their path. It will not involve the personal vengeance of my teacher and I. I was worrying if this academy could safely stand within the Heavenly Mandate realm and thus wanted to borrow the strength of the Shao clan, Yi Futian said directly. Shao Tan would naturally be cautious when he mentioned the Sky River Great Elder. Thus, Yi Futian directly voiced out his thoughts. Pulling the Shao clan into his camp was merely to protect himself. He would not actively target anyone. Furthermore, he was truly hoping to set up a school. As for the matter with the Shin clan, as long as the Shao clan got aboard and he gradually got stronger, coupled with his relationship with Shao Muyu, how could the Shao clan separate themselves from the matter? Shao Tan was a little hesitant. He heard Yi Futian continue. What I think is that this academy would be able to nurture at least a dozen wielders of a perfect divine will in the future. Shao Tan's pupils dilated when he heard Yi Futian. He raised his head and looked gravely at Yi Futian. You truly are confident of nurturing Renhuangs with perfect divine wheels? Shao Tan said through telepathy. That requires fate and talent. There's hope if the person's talent is greater than Miyu's. I think that you still do not know, but Do Zhao as well as a few of my friends by my side have already become wielders of perfect divine wheels. Yi Futian continued to throw out another piece of jarring information. All right, count the Shao clan in, Shao Tan immediately promised. He did not have any hesitation. He had to be decisive when he needed to. Judging from Yi Futian's words, he might truly have obtained a divine item and could nurture wielders of perfect divine wheels like the sacred lands of the premium factions. How could he miss this opportunity? Shao Tan did not have a way to deal with Yi Futian. Now that Yi Futian was on good terms with the Shao clan and could help them, only a fool would treat Yi Futian's benevolence with animosity. Even if they managed to do that, who could guarantee that Yi Futian would obediently follow their instructions? Shao Muyu looked at Shao Tan and Yi Futian with a strange look. Were the two of them interacting? Friend Yi. At this moment, a powerful fighter from the Yuanyang clan said, Yuan Hong had high praises for you when he came back. If there is a chance, you can come to have a look around the Yuanyang clan. Yi Futian had a strange expression when he heard the other party's words. He suddenly thought that since he already pulled the Shao clan into his camp, he might as well go all out, and also pull the Yuanyang clan into his group. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.